Arc 7, Chapter 77, Twist of Fate. Machine translated by Archbishop Punibaba Archbishop 297 Bruceff proofread by Archbishop Alpha Didra MPS Devil Japanese to English checking by Ice Archbishop Vinikayan Art Sources Punibaba. This an edited machine translation which has been checked by at least one Japanese English human translator for quality. This is expected to have a quality dip in accuracy. Therefore, if you read this chapter, you must take into consideration the trade-offs between speed and quality. A proper, higher quality translation for this chapter is in the works by our team, so if you would prefer to wait for it, then feel free to check back at a later date, keeping an eye out on our social media for updates. Otto, this is a report on the damage caused by the attack of the flying dragons. Emilia lowered her eyebrows with a pained expression at Otto's explanation as he tapped the documents close at hand. The fortress city of Garrel had been hit by a flying dragon cataclysm. Several days had passed with them repairing the city and dealing with the injured, until it could be said that things had settled down for the moment, the results of which had thereafter become clear. From Emilia's point of view, the city was in a terrible state. The splendid defensive wall that surrounded the city had been destroyed, and the numerous boulders that had been dropped from on high were still scattered around the city. The damage to the buildings was extensive, less than half of them having survived unscathed. A fair number of people had died, and the house where Emilia and her group were sleeping, with its second floor collapsed, was one that no longer had residents to return to it. Emilia, if only they had rushed there just a little bit sooner. Such regrets kept poking at Emilia's chest like sharp needles. However, Otto, it's pointless to speculate whether we could have rushed here earlier, so let's quit with that. Otto was able to read Emilia's thoughts, but he cut her off immediately. Emilia's face dropped at his sharpness, but Otto gave a curt nod with his chin, indicating the outside of the window. Otto, back then, the reason we allowed this to take priority was because a group of flying dragons passed by us overhead. Without that, we wouldn't have had the option to hurry. In other words, Emilia, in other words, Otto, there was nothing we could have done to prevent it, you know. It's a matter of cause and effect. You can't have one without the other. It would be irrational to worry about that. Emilia gave Otto a strained smile as he slowly shook his head while explaining that. His opinion felt like he'd read what Emilia truly felt inside, and that in itself was of no surprise. Otto was a very good judge of people, so that was normal for him. On top of that, she imagined Otto's words to her were his way of consoling her. He was telling her that worrying about what-if scenarios was not constructive consideration. And so Emilia was convinced, however, Petra, but the issue lies with how you said it. I hate the way you put it. Petra turned her face away in a huff, looking really upset. Sitting in a chair in front of Emilia, Petra was in the middle of combing her bright brown hair and polishing up to her usual cuteness. This role was one Emilia had been entrusted with lately, but Petra's attitude of never skimping out on taking care of herself, even during their journey, was one that always left her impressed. She must have been exhausted from running around the city yesterday, but now that a new day had come, she was properly remodeling herself into a new self. That, too, was a boon of Petra's awareness of her position and sense of responsibility. After all, she was, Otto. To hear that from our mistress, Lady Petra, is very upsetting. As Otto remarked, Petra was in charge of organizing Emilia's group as the lady employing them. Emilia's group had entered the Valatian Empire in search of Subaru and Rem, who had disappeared. After many twists and turns and various hardships, they arrived in the Empire, but as they had expected, it was difficult to cross the border by regular means, and they ended up smuggling themselves into the country. In doing so, they had to use aliases and fabricate a false story about the purpose of their journey, since things would get bad if Emilia and Raswal's true identities were discovered. As a result, Emilia was assigned the role of Emily, the guardian escort, and the ones she had to protect were Emilia, Lady Petra, and Lady Beatrice. Otto, the reason we came to the Empire was to restore Lady Beatrice's health, and this is a goal that will actually be fulfilled once we collect what we are after, so it is not entirely a lie. Petra, I understand, but somehow, you know, it's fine after all. Otto, you stopping halfway has got me concerned, so it would be better if you just told me. Petra, I suppose. Like Otto-san, could it be Master's bad habits are spreading to you? Otto, I knew I shouldn't have asked. Otto had ended up cradling his head in his hands, so Emilia hastily retracted the words she was about to say. Otto looked really uncomfortable with it, but as for Emilia, she found Roswell's intelligence to be very dependable. So it was very encouraging to see two of the smartest people in the camp thinking alike, although it seemed that saying that would cause Otto even more undue suffering. Anyhow, Emilia, we've also got far less injured people in the city thanks to Garfield, yeah. Otto, that is without a doubt true, and I think it is a great credit to Lady Petra, Frederica-san, and of course you, Emily, for helping out. At Otto's nodded response, Emilia could finally release the tension in her cheeks. Garfield's hard work, Frederica and Petra's help, all made Emilia proud. It was a struggle of which she and her dear friends could be very proud of. Emilia, Otto-kun did a really good job of talking with Zika-san and the others, too. Otto, fortunately, Zika-san was a person who can be reasoned with, so the difficulties were minimal. I am also grateful to Maiselda-san, who I happened to run into, and she was able to run me through everything. Petra, Otto-san's face is Maiselda-san's favorite, isn't it? Otto, I have never had someone be so open about something like that, so I was quite perplexed. Otto gave a strained smile at Petra, who held up her small fist with a grin. Maiselda, with whom Emilia had also exchanged words, was a very strong and kind woman. She had been kind to them from the beginning of their acquaintance and had shown them a lot of consideration. Although part of her wondered why Otto and Garfield were being treated differently. Emilia, I know she likes Otto-kun's face, but Garfield is cute, too, Petra. Maybe it's because Garfsan often has wrinkles between his eyebrows and nose. Also, perhaps it is because he is annoyed at being separated from Ram Nisama. Otto, I am going to go ahead and not say anything at all. Petra, placing her finger properly on her own shapely nose, gave this appraisal of Garfield. Emilia thought that Garfield's changing facial expressions were also charming, so she wanted Maiselda to look at Garfield more properly. All such digressions aside, Emilia, but if the city's cleanup is getting close to finishing its first stage, Otto, yes. Otto nodded at Emilia's words and then looked out the window once more. Ahead of Otto's gaze was the face of the city, still standing despite the damage the city hall. Gathering, there were the influential people of the fortress city of Garrel. In other words, Otto, finally, I think we can start talking about progressing things forward. And as Otto said that, the discussion began. Hey, you never thanked me, Pops. Ascending the walls of the half-destroyed city, Garfield called out to the back of the previous visitor. In honesty, they were not someone he wanted to call out to, but turning right back around the moment their back came into view would have made him feel like he had lost, so his competitive spirit won out over his disinclination. In the first place, why did he have to be the one to turn around? If anybody had to turn tail, unable to bear the awkwardness, it ought to be the other person, rather than himself. With that in mind, he had kicked things off with words like those of a punk, but TCH. With the reply being a mighty click of the tongue, Garfield immediately regretted his choice. As a result of his stubbornness, he went through an even more unpleasant experience. Inside his head, he could hear Otto's reaction, a well, of course, of exasperation. Be that as it may, it was someone he was not fond of. Although Garfield had not been present when this previous visitor had been disrespectful to his people, upon hearing of it later, that affair had been more than enough to make him dislike the guy. That had been Garfield's unchanging impression of Heinkel Astrea. Heinkel. In light leather armor, a fine sword at his hip, Heinkel stood guard. However, Garfield had come to judge it as more of a display to cover up that he had nothing to do and no place to be, rather than it being an admirable desire to keep the peace in the city. The scent of alcohol wafting from his back, the empty liquor bottles lying around him, were proof of that. During the flying dragon cataclysm, Heinkel had apparently gone on an utmost ferocious rampage against the advanced flock of flying dragons, yet came to suffer a painful defeat against a divine general. Nevertheless, the tiny Schult had talked his head off in defense of Heinkel, but Utakata was frank, saying he couldn't do a thing. That probably was the truth. As evidence of this, among those Garfield had to deal with while going around performing healing magic on the wounded, Heinkel had been amongst the ones with the most severe injuries. The damage he had received had been quite hideous, so much so that he would probably still be bedridden without Garfield's healing magic. Garfield, is that tongue-clicking supposed to be a thanks? Gee, that's hella different from the social etiquette my amazing self's aware of, oi. Even while bearing the other party's situation in mind, Garfield spat abuse. Garfield, too, had experienced defeat. He understood how frustrating it was, so he did not wish to heartlessly poke at the fact that he had been defeated. However, with the other party refusing to be polite, Garfield was tempted to make at least one snide comment. Not to mention that he did not have a favorable impression of Heinkel. Garfield, this is the Empire. There may be some social etiquette my amazing self ain't aware of, but you're from the kingdom, ain't you? On top of that, you're the father of the sword saint, yeah. Heinkel, Garfield, as my amazing self said, he's one tough asshole. You'd think that someone that's strong'd have great parents, but you didn't even have the decency to be polite. Heinkel, no matter how great the parents are, it doesn't mean their kids are just as great. Garfield looked daunted, having continued his sarcastic nagging towards a back that would not even turn around. He had assumed he would still be ignored, but an unexpected rebuttal had arrived. Garfield's eyes went wide, but Heinkel, still without turning around, said, Heinkel, and vice versa. There's no reason at all why the parents of a monster also have to be monsters. Garfield, oh, Heinkel, you're way too bad at hurling insults. If you want to provoke someone, take a lesson from Miss Priscilla. As you are, you failed. Garfield, Gark. His attempt to get the upper hand through insults was seen through and was replied to in kind, ultimately. Having just been told what true provocation really was, Garfield faltered. As things were, the conversation was finished. But were he to turn his back and leave, he would be the one defeated in the true sense of the word. In the end, Garfield stuck around out of stubbornness, sitting a short distance away from Heinkel, gazing over the southern horizon, devoid of the ramparts with which to guard the now defenseless city. Having been assailed by countless flying dragons, the walls of the famed fortress city of Garrel had been severely damaged. The damage yielded by the boulders thrown from a high altitude had been extensive, and although the crumbling, demolished walls were being repaired as fast as possible, the city's defensive abilities were considerably lowered. In particular, the city's southern wall had been the one to suffer the greatest damage. The western wall, which had borne the first attack, was also in a rather horrible state, but that was nothing compared to this. Forget about the wall, the entire area had been razed to the ground. Garfield, I heard that Emilia Sama, no, Emily and the princess they call Priscilla, fought a divine general, but the ferocity of the battle could be perceived in clear terms, judging from the disastrous scene below them. Most of the buildings had not retained their original shape, and a terrible shockwave had mowed down anything and everything in its path. The battle with the Dragonkin, that which is one of the 9 divine generals, had its denouement orchestrated by a white light. Garfield, too, had been in the city when the shockwave blew him away. Emilia had explained what it had truly been. Garfield, a dragon's roar. While ground dragons, water dragons, flying dragons, and the like were species of dragons, dragons were a cut above them. 1. Dragons possessed power said to be beyond all reason. With merely a single breath, everything was uprooted. There was a fear that, had the dew of Emilia and Priscilla not strived to oppose it, the damage would have spread even further. Garfield, no matter what, my amazing self-s always in the wrong place at the wrong time. As he praised Emilia, and while he was at it, Priscilla for their accomplishments, a bitter feeling brewed in his heart. By failing to accompany them to Pleiades' watchtower, Garfield had missed the chance to come face to face with the divine dragon Volcanica, whom Emilia had met. Not only that, but this time he had missed the chance to come into contact with yet another dragon despite being in the same city. In a Subaru-like way of saying things, he had to say that the fish got off the hook. Heinkel. His sulking was not at all because he had been unable to meet a dragon, an existence that had been spoken of since ancient times. It was because Garfield's role was to fight and defeat powerful enemies. Defeat those who would try to disrupt the camp's goals, and to carry out his role as a military officer. Going around treating the wounded was absolutely not a part of those duties. Garfield. More than that, my amazing self also couldn't do a thing when entering the Empire. In the act of smuggling themselves into the Valatian Empire, Garfield had been useless. They had relied on Otto's family, on the Suan Trading Company, for getting into contact with the people that would guide them across the border. And when they got into a disagreement with them along the way, Petra had concluded negotiations in a dignified manner. After that, when problems arose as soon as they entered the Empire, Frederica used her own blood to overcome the situation, and all Garfield ultimately did was to knock out a guy he did not like, as to get him to shut up. At the very least, he had found hope in the name of the black-haired Valkyrie, Natsumi Schwartz, who was rumored to be in the fortress city. But just when he had thought his reunion with Subaru would finally come to be Garfield, just missing each other after the captain left. Unlucky, till the very end, seems like absolutely everything was my amazing self's fault. Of course, he was fully aware that this was paranoia due to overthinking. Just as Garfield and the others had had a great adventure arriving in the Empire, Subaru, having been hurtled off into the Empire, had also been on a great adventure there. Nothing more, nothing less. Getting involved in a major incident straight away, even in a place he had been hurtled off to, was a situation that was very much like the Subaru that Garfield knew. Garfield. A scramble for the top of the Empire. That's one hell of a big deal, Captain. A sign of great war that would engulf the fortress city now, that would engulf the entirety of the Valatian Empire. What kind of causality had led to him being right in the middle of such a situation? However, Garfield thought, surely this was the result of Subaru being who he is. While eagerly, desperately struggling to return to his place beside Emilia and the others, he had bonded with the people he had encountered on the way, and unable to abandon them, he kept running. Right now, he was someplace far away, in a big city to the southeast, seemingly negotiating with influential people. Regardless of the outcome, it would be nice if he were to return safely. Heinkel, hey, brat. Garfield, on. Heinkel, your teeth have been clattering like hell for a while now. Can't you behave and shut your mouth? Heinkel suddenly spat those words at Garfield, who had been lost in thought. The seemingly annoyed red-haired man glaring his way put a finger in his own mouth and traced his canine in demonstration. That was to say that Garfield's habit of clacking his teeth was getting on his nerves. Garfield, why should my amazing self have to listen to anything you say? If it's that hard on the ears, you can leave whenever you want. Heinkel, is that your best insult, you petulant brat? I was here first. Know your place. Garfield, HK, the guy who chickened out against a divine general, shouldn't be so arrogant. Loathing the idea of being cornered in the same way as before, Garfield forcefully shouted that back. After asserting that, Garfield realized he had made a rash remark. However, his opponent was his opponent. Retorting to such an extent, needing to feel guilty about that was, Heinkel, that's right, isn't it? I got scared. That's why it turned out like this. Garfield, pops. Heinkel, I also wrecked Miss Priscilla's mood, so now I'm getting dead drunk. How irredeemable. However, the words that Heinkel offered in return were weak, leaving Garfield puzzled. Lifting the bottle of alcohol in his hand to his mouth while he sipped its contents, Heinkel grumbled in a low voice which seemed to curse the world. No, seemed to curse his own being. Just as if the very world itself had abandoned him, his demeanor seemed to have fallen to utter desperation. Garfield. Your opponent was a divine general. They're the Empire's strongest military force. Natural you couldn't beat. Pops. Unable to stand watching that pathetic appearance, he vocalized that comfort. Despite having said it himself, Garfield was astonished by the fact he had made that remark without shame. Just before, he had verbally abused Heinkel for losing to a divine general, but now he was comforting him by saying it was natural for him to have lost. It was incoherent and probably completely failed at being comforting. If Garfield had been in the same position as Heinkel, he might have flown into a fit of rage at being told the same thing. However, Heinkel gave a spineless laugh at Garfield's comfort. Heinkel, I may not have one, but I had a duty to carry out. All the more so if I'm to reap the benefits of going with Miss Priscilla. Heh, what a fucking masterpiece. Garfield, it's a masterpiece. Heinkel, the thing I've been chasing for over 10 years keeps slipping through my fingers. No matter how far I go, I'll never be able to change my poor nature. At Heinkel's incessant self-derision, Garfield began to see him differently. At first, due to the reckless actions Heinkel had taken at the Watergate City, Garfield's impression of him had been enmity and disgust. After just a short period, the very moment he thought it had been affirmed, seeing Heinkel curse himself made Garfield reevaluate his impression. There stood a weak, exhausted, miserable man. The words that spewed from his mouth were blades to himself and to others, though their sharpness was pathetic. If those were only directed towards others, Garfield would merely scorn them and be done with it. However, when he realized Heinkel directed them at himself as well, Garfield felt an unpleasant sensation in his chest. Garfield, bastard, why'd you got the nerve to be rotting away like that? You're still living. Then, Heinkel, I wonder, why am I still alive? Garfield. HK, you really dare to say that in front of the person who saved you? Heinkel continued to grumble words of self-abandonment which invited Garfield's wrath. At Garfield's response, Heinkel glanced at him and muttered, "Ah," as if realizing it for the first time. Heinkel, now that you mention it, you were the one that healed me. Be careful next time. Garfield. Ah, Heinkel, don't miss the opportunity to abandon the guys you hate to spare yourself from future troubles. Heinkel gave a spineless chuckle as he asserted so. The moment he heard that, Garfield felt the sensation of his vision being stained a deep red, and he found himself clutching the man's collar and scowling at his face reeking of liquor from a close proximity. He heard a light smashing sound of a liquor bottle shattering by his feet. That was because Garfield had seized him by the collar and lifted his body up through sheer force, causing the liquor bottle, with its contents still remaining, to fall from Heinkel's hand to the bottom of the ramparts. Following the fallen liquor bottle with his gaze, Heinkel heaved a sigh. Heinkel, that's just a waste, isn't it? Garfield, bastard, is that all you got to say? Without resisting, Heinkel turned his lethargic eyes towards Garfield. His blue eyes, bereft of spirit, were of the same origin as that of both Reinhard, whom Garfield had spoken to, and Wilhelm, whom he had gone under the gaze of. Nonetheless, Garfield could hardly believe that they were the same. Just how could human eyes become so dull, the emotions whirling in the utmost depths of those two eyes, over just how many months and years had they been degraded for? Garfield, the fuck's with that? Why are you looking at me like that? Heinkel said that he had displeased Priscilla, having suffered a loss against a divine general. The truth of the matter was unclear, but Garfield believed that it was far too inconsiderate to blame someone for lacking the power to be able to put up a good fight against a divine general. At least, that was Garfield's perspective, who had not arrived in time to have a chance to fight. At Garfield's gaze and words, Heinkel's eyes wavered slightly. His eyes, which had not even been focused on Garfield, the man right in front of him, finally connected with Garfield so that he was clearly reflected in them. And then, Heinkel, my wife. Regardless of the fact that he had just been gulping down alcohol, the lips of Heinkel, spilling out that hoarse voice, were parched. But when he finally received words that held meaning, Garfield clenched his molars and decided he would hear what the wavering man had to say beyond that. However, the words Garfield expected yet again were not heard. Heinkel. Ah, Garfield. Oi. Still being clutched by the collar, Heinkel's eyes lost focus of Garfield once more. His gaze went past Garfield and directed themselves towards what lay behind him. Garfield thought that was frustrating and irritating, however, Heinkel. It's a horse carriage. Garfield could not help but turn around at the words that had been spoken. Garfield. Since he was grabbing Heinkel, Garfield's back was facing the south side of the city. From beyond that horizon, there was indeed a small contour that could be seen approaching their direction. Straining his eyes, even Garfield was unable to tell if it was a dragon carriage or a horse carriage. But if he believed Heinkel when he called it a horse carriage, that was Heinkel. Ha, so it's the honored return of the bunch who went out. Through different words, Heinkel affirmed the thoughts of Garfield, the latter catching his breath. The contour was still only the size of a fingernail, but its outline was becoming slightly more visible. That might be the carriage that the person whom Garfield was eagerly waiting and searching for was riding in. Heinkel. Oi, let go of me, brat. Garfield's eyes sparkled with anticipation and excitement, an air of liquor-reeking breaths hanging over him. A frown crossed his face as he looked in front of him and was greeted by Heinkel's sullen look. The profile of a man who was just about to speak from his heart was no longer there, and all that was left was the face of a hateful man, spewing disgusting and reckless remarks to those around him. The moment he realized that, Heinkel tilted his neck and broke free from Garfield's hands. Garfield felt that was both an escape physically and an escape emotionally. What should have been caught by the tips of his fingers had coldly slipped away. Heinkel, the person you're waiting for seems to be coming. Why don't you hurry up and go meet them? Garfield. Bastard you, Heinkel. I'll serve my duty as a lookout. My job is to report it if I see something after all. Even if I'm drunk, I can at least do that much, though it's probably not going to score me many points. With a wave of his hand, Heinkel drunkenly staggered as he turned his back to Garfield. For a moment, he hesitated if he should call out to that back to try to stop him, but in the end no words came out. Just as Heinkel had pointed out, Garfield's heart had already started to get impatient. As soon as possible, he wanted to rush over to the contour approaching from beyond the horizon. Heinkel, it'd be tragic to miss the opportunity, wouldn't it? Those final words, you'll end up chasing them endlessly. Leaving just those words behind, Heinkel jumped off of the ramparts before Garfield. Surprisingly landing safely inside the city, he headed for the center of the city. That final comment, the earnest emotion contained therein, Heinkel had asserted that they would stab into Garfield's heart like a thorn. However, Garfield now is. Shelving the existence of that thorn for now, Garfield jumped down the opposite side of the ramparts that Heinkel had. Landing outside of the city, Garfield stretched out his bent knees and broke out into a vigorous sprint. His legs kicking off the ground like explosions, faster than even the wind, he ran directly for the oncoming contour. Garfield, Captain. Through the crevices in his sharp fangs, Garfield's unbearably deep emotions leaked out. It was intimidating to consider the feelings of Emilia, Beatrice, Petra, and the others, but Garfield was also one of the people who had been earnestly awaiting a reunion with Subaru. That was why, transforming his feelings of excitement into running strength, he headed for the carriage at a breakneck pace. Just a little further, just a few dozen more seconds of running, he would be reunited with Subaru and Garfield. And so, those overflowing expectations turned to unexpected feelings of confusion. His speed, fast enough to leave the wind behind, came to slow down, and before long the wind overtook him. On the contrary, he became fast enough to leave everything except the wind behind, and finally came to a standstill. In Garfield's trembling emerald eyes, the single carriage that had come from beyond the horizon. No, the multitudes of carriages and ox carts that were approaching were reflected. Garfield, this is. Hoping that he would be able to meet Subaru without hesitation, Garfield blinked his eyes. Considering the purpose for which Subaru and the others had departed from the fortified city, the current view was indeed one of the possibilities, but at that time, Garfield had not thought that far ahead. In any case, stopping in its tracks before the overwhelmed Garfield, at the head of the convoy heading down the road towards the city, was the carriage drawn by an excellent gale-wind horse which he had brazenly arrived at. And then, what are you fooling about for? If you are a messenger of the city, surely there is something you ought to be doing. So, examining his expression, the man in the Oni mask caused Garfield to catch his breath. You must be exhausted, Miss Frederica. At the aroma of the tea being gently offered to her tired and thirsty self, Frederica looked at the person's face with faint surprise. A smile on his gentle face, he who showed appreciation for Frederica was a man whose point of view was close to the ground. By nature, Frederica, who was tall in stature, often surpassed men in height, but even disregarding that, the one in front of her was a short person of a small build, however. Over the course of several days, Frederica had recognized that in contrast to his height, he had a large heart and possessed good will. Frederica, Zika-sama, I accept your consideration with gratitude. At the top floor of the city hall, amidst the busy people, the man Zikr Osman had personally brewed her tea, and she accepted it with gratitude. As the soft, warmth-infused scent crept into her nostrils, Frederica could not help but smile. Originally, such a role should have been the responsibility of Frederica, who was a maid. However, Frederica's current position in the empire made her hesitant to engage in the work that had been ingrained in her over the years. Ostensibly, Frederica's role in the empire appeared to be as a guard of dignitaries in hindsight, since Otto and Garfield's roles were the same. There had been no need for Frederica to leave her role as maid, but it was too late to change things. That was why, accepting the goodwill offered by the commander who, despite being burdened with responsibilities in this place, had personally brewed her tea, she quietly concentrated on gently hydrating her tongue and throat. In fact, as might be expected of him for taking the initiative, Zicker's tea-brewing ability was quite magnificent. Frederica, for a general of the Empire, you seem to be very talented at this kind of thing. Zicker, haha, I am honored by your praise. However, I am unable to bear responsibility for the taste of the other general's tea. In my case, I was trained by the many older and younger sisters of my family. Frederica, well, if that is the case, I must thank Zicker-sama's esteemed elder and younger sisters. Even in such a hectic situation, we can still enjoy the taste of tea. Zicker, indeed, you never know what will be useful in this world, of course. My enthusiasm in being prepared is more for a beauty like you, Miss Frederica, than for my own family. There was no ulterior motive in Zicker's casual repartee, and Frederica naturally accepted his praise. Those words were not falsehoods. Perhaps it was the influence of having spent time with so many sisters. His admiration for women was so deep and reverential that it was almost embarrassing. At first, when told that the personage who took the name of the womanizer was the head representative of the city, Frederica had been quite nervous and wary of the situation. Frederica, I would be troubled should something happen to Emily, Lady Petra, or Lady Beatrice. However, that concern had been dispelled upon meeting with Zicker in person. The fact that they had been involved in life-saving efforts in the city, which had fallen into turmoil after the devastation of the Flying Dragon cataclysm, probably had some influence, but Zicker and the others had willingly taken in Frederica and her group. She was also grateful for Otto's decision to speak with city representatives the moment he arrived in the city. Frederica, I heard that he wooed Meiseldesen as soon as he met her. Otto-sama is truly reliable during times like these. If Otto himself had been listening, he would have said, I think that is somewhat misleading. As his voice quavered, while thinking this, Frederica nodded quietly. Although she thought of him that way, Frederica was helped considerably by Otto's presence. The responsibility of the two senior members of Emilia's group, Frederica and Otto, was quite heavy. After all, Roswell and Ram were off doing something separately. Frederica. In the search for the whereabouts of Subaru and Rem within the Empire, it had been decided that the groups smuggling themselves into the country would split up into two. The split groups consisted of Roswell and Ram, as well as the six including Frederica and the others. After separating from Emilia's group, which was searching for Subaru, and his group through steadily asking around, the pair of Roswell and Ram headed for an imperial noble with whom Roswell was acquainted. Frederica had never imagined that his reach extended to the Empire, although Roswell was originally unable to make contact with this person whom he was close with. In any case, with the choice to rely on his acquaintance, Roswell headed there for negotiations, while Frederica and the others began to search for the whereabouts of the two people in a different direction. As a result, the roles of Frederica and Otto had inevitably become more important. Frederica, although Emilia-sama seemed to be rousing herself up to do her best. Frederica's lips parted at the thought of Emilia's enthusiasm, overflowing with motivation and responsibility at the fact that she was the most senior member. If one strictly applied seniority to the Emilia camp, the utmost seniors would be Puck and Beatrice, followed by Emilia. Having been separated from Subaru, it had become difficult for Beatrice to replenish her mana, and she was thus in a state of eco mode to keep her usage within limits, spending most of the day sleeping. That was why Emilia, the next oldest, was inspired to do her best. Too, of course, the final decision had been left to Emilia, but the discussions leading up to that point had been carefully considered mainly between Frederica, Otto, and Petra. The reason they had traveled to the fortified city was because of a rumor so incredible that she had doubted her ears. Frederica, a rebel army rising against the Empire, and the black-haired maiden who is supporting its ringleader. When Frederica had heard her name was Natsumi Schwartz, she had been unable to grasp its meaning, and her thoughts had come to a complete halt. Frederica had also wondered if someone with the same name as the one she had previously heard of also unexpectedly existed in the Empire. Frederica, if Otto-sama had not recognized the true intention behind it, I wonder if I would have been able to realize it. Ultimately, it had been Otto who had explained that the name of the person being propagated through rumors was a message from Subaru. Otto, after all, that man has a tendency to think that cross-dressing is an all-purpose solution. In fact, I am afraid that it might encourage him to assume that it might be considerably useful. That had been Otto's response, with a face somewhere between exasperation and acceptance. The group had more or less concluded that since Subaru's position in the kingdom of Lugunica was known, he had taken measures to avoid having his name brought up within the Valatian Empire. By the end, only Emilia had been left tilting her head in confusion at the fact that the name of a woman she knew was being used. Why Natsume's name? In any case, Zika, it will not be long before Miss Natsumi will be back. Finally, Miss Emily and Miss Petra's wishes will be fulfilled. Frederica, yes, absolutely. Zika gave a nod to Frederica, who was engrossed in her thoughts while enjoying her tea's aroma. Just as he said, their reunion with the two people they were searching for, or at the very least, their reunion with Subaru was expected to come true in the not-too-distant future. Frederica and her friends had been correct in assuming that the name Natsumi Schwartz was a message, and Subaru had indeed been confirmed to have been present in this fortified city. The problem was that after he had left the city to resolve another matter, another situation had befallen Rem, the other person they were in search of, Zika. If only we had been able to protect Miss Rem, Frederica. That was the extent of the situation. There is no reason to blame you, Zika-sama, nor anybody else, though I certainly do regret the outcome. Frederica loosely shook her head at the words of Zika, whose eyes were downcast. When Frederica and the others had arrived at the city, it had not only been Subaru who had been missing, but also Rem on top of that. Rem had disappeared in the midst of the flying dragon cataclysm. It was said that, in order to make the divine general assailing the city withdraw, she had made herself a hostage. Frederica, as soon as you wake up, I would be convinced that you were Ram's younger sister. While she worried about Rem, Frederica lips spoke of such sentiments. Frederica did not remember Rem, whose name and memories were stolen by the authority of the Sin Archbishop of Gluttony. At least, she had no memories of her being awake. All Frederica knew was what Subaru had told her about Rem's personality, and that she looked exactly like her twin sister, Ram. However, it seemed that she was also bold and daring like Ram. Otherwise, she probably would never have been able to negotiate with one of the 9 divine generals and save a city which had its very existence in jeopardy. Frederica. Then, having accepted her negotiations, the other party had a reason to keep Rem alive. Having considered it logically, that belief had been their sole salvation. If it had not been for that, Frederica and the others would have immediately pursued the whereabouts of the now missing Rem. Of course, to tell the truth, she still could not help but to want to rush after her. Frederica, if Ram had been there, she would have. No, that girl is clever, she probably would not have done that. It was hard to judge which option Ram would have taken, in the opinion of Frederica, who was well acquainted with her. Ram was wise, but at the same time, she also had a deep love. Frederica knew that she had been visiting her younger sister's room as much, if not more, than Subaru, who had visited Rem every night. She had wanted to reunite them. After all, no matter how brash she was, Ram was her beloved protégé. Zika, Miss Frederica, please do not worry too much about it. Conditions in the city have calmed down for the time being. Finally, we can begin to talk about the future. As Frederica gently placed her hand on her chest, Zika spoke as such out of consideration for her. As he said, the scars left by the flying dragons that had attacked the fortified city had finally been patched up, and the conditions were now suitable for discussing what to do in the future. Of course, what happened next would depend on the direction of the discussions, but General second-class Zika. It was, at the moment, Frederica was about to reply to Zika's statement. A sharp voice strained with deep emotion that was something different to being cornered and reverberated through the city hall. Running up the staircase and rushing towards them was one of Zika's subordinates. Zika turned to him and said, "What is it?" As the man placed his fist in front of his chest, and subordinate, "We have a report. Numerous carriages are arriving on the south side of the city, all from the Demon City. Frederica, from the Demon City. Then, involuntarily, Frederica proactively reacted to the report to Zika. Normally, her embarrassment would have outweighed her reaction, but at this moment, that did not bother her in the slightest. Zika nodded deeply at Frederica's enthusiasm, and Zika, have they returned? As expected, you are an ally with impeccable timing. Call Miss Priscilla, Miss Petra, and the others at once. Subordinate. Yes, sir. Frederica's heart pounded at the good news that the person she had been waiting for had returned. Her somber feelings of concern for Rem's safety had considerably improved from just before. At least for the time being, she thought that with this, half of their objective should have been fulfilled. Zika, everything is well, Miss Frederica. Zika gently smiled at Frederica, who stroked her chest in relief. At his words, Frederica tried to thank him with an indeed. However, subordinate, general second class, the truth is about that. Frederica's words were interrupted by those of the imperial soldier. Furthermore, as he began to speak with a tinge of unease, Frederica held her breath. Zika seemed to feel the same concern and turned to his subordinate, who had spoken in a low voice, and questioned, "What's wrong?" as the tone of his voice lowered. In response, the subordinate slightly hesitated, and then, "Subordinate, the carriage has returned from the Demon City, but Miss Natsumi Schwartz is not present. They say that they lost track of her whereabouts in Chaos Flame." Indeed, it was a cruel declaration that the twists of fate would continue once more. Translation notes. 1. A bit of clarification here on why this is capitalized. The word dragon in Rei 0 is written in Japanese in two ways. For the first, the character Chinese letter is used to signify dragon, which is what is used for ground dragons, Chinese letter, water dragons, Chinese letter, and flying dragons, Chinese letter. For the second, the character Chinese letter is used, and this is employed for dragons taken as more powerful, such as the blight dragon Valgren and the divine dragon Volcanica. 2. Japanese letter is translated as eco mode. The original Japanese is closer to a corruption of the term used for energy conservation. Chinese letter, hence why the misspelling. Arc 7, Chapter 78, A Volatile Reunion. Machine translated by Archbishop, Punibaba, Archbishop, 297, Kiln proofread by Blade Alpha Dydra, MPS Devil, Spriton and Japanese, to English checking by Archbishop #500 Archbishop Vinikayan Art Sources. Punibaba Merihan 52,623,048. This an edited machine translation, which has been checked by at least one Japanese-English human translator for quality. This may have a quality dip in accuracy, therefore, if you read this chapter, you must take into consideration the trade-offs between speed and quality. Breathing deeply, she ran as if flying, doing her best to not shake the head of the girl held in her arms. A caravan of wagons had arrived on the south side of the city, and the moment Emilia had overheard that so many had arrived from the Demon City Chaos Flame, her silver hair had danced in anticipation of her long-awaited reunion. Emilia very soon will meet Subaru Beatrice, the girl she held in her arms, who had been asleep with closed eyelids. Beatrice. In order to wake up the girl, who had been sleeping for a long time to avoid exhausting her mana, it was absolutely necessary for her to make contact with Subaru, whom she had a contract with, so that she could receive her mana supply from him. Subaru also needed Beatrice to take his mana, or he would be in trouble, so the two were truly intertwined with the same fate. Their relationship, which usually appeared to be one in which they always got along endearingly, hand in hand, meant serious trouble now that Subaru had been flung off into the Empire and separated from them. Subaru and Beatrice had to be reunited as soon as possible, and in addition, Emilia, Subaru. Emilia herself wanted to make sure Subaru was safe as soon as possible, even if only by 1 second. She hadn't felt this restless since Puck unilaterally violated the contract and disappeared on his own accord. No, it was more than that. Puck may have been fine on his own, but Subaru was not. Someone who was able to understand Subaru should be there for him. Emilia, ugh, I'm sorry. Opening her eyes, Emilia took a shortcut to the front of the city hall. Although she should have entered through the doorway and then climbed the stairs to the top, her impatience was such that she instead formed a pillar made of ice. Riding atop the ice formation rising from the ground, Emilia, holding Beatrice, rose all at once to the top of the building. It startled the guards and the townspeople, but she couldn't resist. Now, finally, Emilia, Subaru. Ha, Emily. When the ice elevator reached the top floor's height, Emilia jumped from there to the building. When she landed and looked up, she saw that a decent number of people had already gathered in City Hall, and everyone seemed surprised by Emilia's sudden appearance. In the midst of all this, it was Maiselda, a girl with a prosthetic leg who left a strong visual impression, and also the one that brought together the people of Shadrach, who accepted Emilia's appearance with a sense of ease. She poked the floor with the tip of her wooden leg and looked at the icy pillar behind Emilia, then Maiselda. You use magic very conveniently. You are so different from us. Emilia, I was in a really big hurry, so I went to I'm sorry I startled you. I'll dispel it in a second. At Maiselda's impressed reaction, Emilia hurriedly dissolved the ice into mana. In the kingdom, it was rather common to do various things with magic, but in the Empire it seemed as if there were not so many magic users. Considering how many people were said to want to fight in the Empire, it felt weird. Maiselda, most of the time if you hit them before they use magic, it's the end for them. Emilia, I do know that, but that's only if you're close by, not far away. Maiselda, when you're far away, that's when my bow comes in. Tarita is better with the bow than I am, though. At the smiling Maiselda, Emilia returned a smile with a "that's right." The name Tarita, which she heard several times, must have been the name of Maiselda's little sister. Tarita, who was apparently Maiselda's pride and joy, had been with the group that left Geralt for the Demon City in the southeast. Emilia, that's right. The people who went south are back, right? For a moment, her mind drifted elsewhere, but that was the reason Emilia had rushed over in such a big hurry using her magic in the first place. Holding Beatrice closer to her chest, Emilia surveyed the hall on the top floor. The fact that there were people in unusual travel clothes amongst the crowd proved that the group who had arrived at the fortress city while traveling by horse and carriage were here. In the midst of it all, Emilia, Subaru, are you there? We're all here to pick you up. Arto and Petra-san. Lady Petra will be here soon. She looked around, searching for the long-awaited black-haired boy in the crowd. When Emilia heard at the house in which they had been staying that a carriage had arrived, she picked Beatrice up in her arms and hurried to the city hall ahead of Petra and Arto. They also would be running to the city hall to meet Subaru in a big hurry. Knowing she felt the same way as those two, but still running ahead while gasping for breath, Emilia knew she was unjust. Even so, she wanted to meet Subaru as soon as possible. Beatrice was the same too, but Emilia had her own reasons to see Subaru. Emilia, Subaru. Suddenly, her shoulder having been tapped from behind, Emilia reacted as if she had been flicked away. It was so sudden that the person who had tapped her on the shoulder became startled and widened their eyes. However, the surprised person in front of her was not Subaru. Emilia, Frederica, you got here first. Well. It was kind of awkward, and Emilia didn't know what expression to put on her face. Of course, Frederica was also worried about Subaru, so it was no surprise that she arrived at City Hall first. Emilia, well, did you get to talk to Subaru? Look, I want to take Beatrice to see him. I, too, would like to talk to Subaru, but Beatrice first. Frederica, there is something I must tell you. Emilia, ha! Frederica lowered the corners of her beautiful emerald green eyes and spoke in a somber voice to Emilia, who was sweating and talking as if looking for excuses. She did not know why Frederica had such an attitude. Emilia, Garfield. Upon looking, it was not only Frederica, but also Garfield who had arrived at City Hall earlier. When Petra and the others arrived a little later, all of Emilia's companions who had come to Geralt would be present. All of them would greet the previously separated Subaru. Or so Emilia was hoping, but Frederica, unfortunately, Subaru-sama has gone missing again. In the demon city of Chaos Flame, Subaru-sama was not among those who returned via carriage. Thus, Frederica painfully conveyed such a heartbreaking report. What do you mean? Big Bro and Remchan were taken away. Widening her big round eyes, the girl shouted as she stomped her feet with a pitter-patter. She was a golden-haired girl with a strange hairstyle of braids, ties, and various knots. The girl, who appeared 12 or 13 years old, was taking a look at the adults around her with a face filled with bewilderment. Gathered in the spacious room of the uppermost floor of the fortress city of Garrel City Hall were those who had been assigned various roles within the commotion of this city, or rather, this empire. In the middle of such turmoil, Arto Suan felt like hugging his head due to the fact that they had somehow been caught up in it. Although this was in front of the people who hoisted flags depicting a wolf pierced by swords. Believing that it would be unthinkable to show such a weak attitude, he kept his expression stiffened. Strain, Herr Girl. I've come back and now the city's a mess. The walls are missing as well. It's a disaster. Among other things, Big Bro and Remchan aren't here. I'm startled and I feel dizzy. Ah, ooh. Just as she said this, the girl's eyeballs and head spun round and round as she frustratedly stomped, and to her side was a separate girl of about the same age. In order to follow suit, this young girl with blonde hair began to groan. The adults looked puzzled and perplexed by the girl's two-person appeal. The situation called for someone to take the lead, but Arto was wondering whether he should step in as he felt overwhelmed by a mysterious unease that prevented him from moving. Arto, have I seen this groaning girl somewhere? Next to the girl who took the initiative to speak, Arto could not help but feel that the girl who did not utter a meaningful word was somehow familiar to him. Although Otto was generally careful not to forget people with whom he had exchanged words, his memory of times when he drank too much were vague. Since he started working in the Amelia camp, he tried to avoid getting so drunk that he would lose his memory, but he wondered whether this was a child he came across in an inebriated mood. Strange hair girl. Hey, how's Big Bro and Remchan doing? Does anyone know? Zika. Before I go any further, may I make one thing clear, young lady? Strange hair girl, What's that, Zika-chin? While Otto was lost in thought, it was Zika, the city's representative, who approached the girl. Otto had already exchanged words with him many times, and he regarded him as a trustworthy partner. Just the fact that he was someone he could communicate with in the Empire made him a rare find. Zika raised his thick eyebrows and looked at the girl from top to bottom. Zika, if there is no mistake in my perception, is this young lady definitely Miss Medium? Medium? Ha, of course, what's wrong? You can tell just by seeing. Louis. Ooh. The girl with her hands on her hips and her chest puffed out she was called Medium, and next to her, who nodded her head, the girl he could not remember had taken the same posture. At these words, Zika looked at the person next to Medium with a troubled countenance. And Zika, Abel Dono, this is, Abel, it is due to Albert Dunkelken's technique. The reason why her reply was off the mark was because of her original education, not because of this condition. Zika, I see. General First Class Albert's technique, I am very glad you are unharmed. Abel, if you are capable of calling this unharmed, that is. After hearing the explanation, Zika gently put his hand on his chin and looked as if pondering. Having clarified this for Zika, Abel calmly folded his arms and glanced at Medium. Abel, the ones that stayed behind are astonished. To see that you have shrunk, that is. Medium, me. Ah, I see. Sorry, everyone. I was so used to being shrunk, but now I'm tiny, together with Subaru-chin. With a small body, Medium raised her hand and explained her situation. Even having heard that, Otto couldn't come to grips with it at all, but the original Imperial group seemed somewhat convinced. This side, while confused and unable to deny that they did not know enough, thought that, more importantly, there was something in what she just said that Otto and his friends couldn't miss. Subaru Louis, yeah. And at the same time, a faint whisper was uttered, probably with the same meaning. It was the girl with a downcast face next to Medium who put a tone into the sound that was clearly differentiated from the groan that had come before. And the one who emitted the sound that had the same connotation as that of the girl was, Emilia. Are you worried about Subaru too? Yes, it was Emilia who lowered her eyebrows at the girl's appearance. Emilia, with Beatrice sleeping in her arms, was one of those who was particularly disappointed to hear that Subaru was not in the group returning from Demon City. Compared to her and Petra, it would be presumptuous to call Otto's feelings disappointment. But it wasn't because he had a premonition that it might not be so easy to meet again. In any case, Louis, ooh, ow. Emilia, no, I don't think it's your fault. I'm really disappointed that Subaru isn't here, but this is no time to mope around. Subaru has been through so much more. Louis, Ooh, Emilia, you're worried about me. Thank you. I know you've been through a lot, too. The depressed-looking girl and Emilia were communicating with each other in this way. The words spilling out of the girl's mouth had no clear meaning, but Emilia looked her in the eyes and exchanged words as if she understood what they meant. That in itself attested to the heartbroken Emilia's determination, and it was an exchange that Otto couldn't help but feel relieved about. However, Abel, I never expected that Natsuki Subaru's companions would come all the way here to visit. It was a voice that blew through the hall like a cold, dry wind. Emilia lifted her gaze and turned towards the person who had spoken with that voice, the man with the Oni mask on his face, who had just exchanged words with Zika and Medium. Emilia's amethyst eyes narrowed at the sight of the dark-haired man with the Oni mask covering his face. Emilia, are you a friend of Subaru too? Abel, I have no friends, nor does he think of me in that way. Our relationship is one where we are together while working towards a goal. Emilia, so you're a comrade. He called you Abel. Could you be the person Zika-san was talking about earlier? The man's response was stiff and sharp, but Emilia was unfazed and turned to Zika. In response to her question, Zika straightened his back while stating, Yes, Zika, this is the one who is in the position to lead us, Abel Dono. I was only entrusted with the city under his direction. Abel, speaking of which, there certainly has been a lot of wear and tear. Zika, for that I am truly ashamed. With a grimace, Zika bowed deeply to the man to Abel over the damage the city had suffered. Instead of dissatisfaction with unreasonable reprimands, Zika's bitter face was filled with remorse at his own inability to do his job. Otto, who was present at the actual scene, thought that Zika and everyone else in the city did their best to prevent it from being completely destroyed. But Medium, Abel Chin, don't say mean things like that. Everyone tried their hardest. Abel, even so, are you not angry as well, having had your brother taken away from you? Medium, Big Bro worked so hard he was taken. If Big Bro hadn't been taken away, we would have been in big trouble. That's my Big Bro. Even taken away, Big Bro is so cool. It was Medium who took a vigorous swipe at Abel's statement. Judging from the flow of the conversation, her brother was probably the male peddler who had been kidnapped alongside Rem Meiselder, had said that he was a gentle and friendly lady killer. According to other stories by Kuna and Harley, that man and Rem both being taken was the decisive factor causing the enemy, a member of the 9 divine generals, to withdraw the flying dragons. In other words, Medium's remarks about her brother were not far off the mark. Abel, who had just returned from Demon City, had no way of knowing about this situation. Abel, Zika. Zika, sir. Abel, disregard what I previously said. From the beginning, you were dealing with Madeline Eschott and a group of flying dragons. You deserve recognition for your work in a situation where the city may have needed to be abandoned. Zika, I am honored. The words that continued without hesitation were not the result of being struck by Medium's persuasion. From the start, these words were already prepared to be said to Zika. From the very beginning, he had no intention of blaming him for the damage suffered by Garrel. Medium. Abelchin, your personality is awful. Louis. Ooh, Abel, stop. Medium and the girl attacked Abel from both sides as he stood with his arms crossed. Abel gave a short rebuke as the two of them clung to him, pulling his sleeves and poking him in the waist. One could get a rough idea of their relationship over there. So, when are we going to progress on this? Meanwhile, the woman who had been quietly watching the developments finally moved her lips. It was a fox-eared beauty with a presence terribly out of place and an excessively glamorous personality in a sense. A person who, just by being there, one could not help but be aware of. Like Emilia, who had uncommon beauty in Abel, whose eccentric Oni mask was eye-catching. It was obvious even if not explicitly stated. She was the reason why Abel and Medium left the walled city for the demon city, Chaos Flame. General First Class Yorna Miss Higya, who muttered these words. Perhaps someone in the room called out the name. However, since no one voiced a correction, it was self-evident that it was correct. Yorna Miss Higya. She is the ruler of the Demon City, Chaos Flame, and a member of the 9 Divine Generals, the most powerful military officers in the Empire. Having her on their side will be a major boon that would shake up the state of this broad empire. The journey on which Subaru went missing was originally intended to recruit her. Zicker, General First Class Yorna, first of all, I would like to thank you for your visit. I am Zicker Osman, a General Second Class of the Valatian Empire. Yorna, I have heard your name along the way. In person, you seem to be a good-looking man, as Medium and Tarita said. Zicker, Miss Medium and Miss Tarita. Zicker, who had begun speaking sternly, blinked at Yorna's response. This was not the time for this, but his gaze turned to Medium and another tall woman. The brown-skinned woman in male attire, she was probably Tarita, the topic of discussion. The two responded to Zicker's gaze with a smile and a nod. Zicker, who was known as the womanizer for his gentle, manly behavior, may have been embarrassed, but he seemed very happy. With a cough, he cleared his throat as if to calm his emotions. Zicker. So, would General First Class Yorna be willing to fight alongside Abel Dono? Yorna, you may think of it that way. I have my own agenda, but my interests are aligned with Abel's. Abel, it is settled. There is no issue in the pact with Yorna Miss Higya. Yorna wore a luxurious kimono and held a golden kaisru in her hand. Although her previous reputation gave the impression that she was quite a worrisome woman, her demeanor was calm and collected. Otto's group had heard that Chaos Flame had been severely damaged. That is why a huge caravan of carriages arrived at Garrel, and why they had to accommodate such a large number of people at once. And in the midst of all the devastation that the demon city suffered, Subaru was sent somewhere. It was Emilia, with a voice that sounded like a silver bell, who broke into the conversation. Entering the story from a different angle, Abel's gaze through the Oni mask turned towards Emilia. Emilia didn't flinch, despite the obvious unwelcoming gaze. Beatrice was in her arms. Petra and Frederica stood quietly by her side, and Garfield had a stern look on his face. Otto may have contributed a little to that as well. Indeed, Emilia's statement may just be some noise to them. However, they had their own circumstances. It would be a problem if the conversation proceeded while ignoring them, who had rushed across the border to reach there. Emilia, once more, let's start over from the beginning. I am Emily, and you are Abel, right? Subaru's friend, no, his comrade. Abel, yes. Emilia, Subaru had gone to another city with you. Well, to Yorna-sans, and then something terrible happened and you got separated. Is that right? Yorna, yes, that's right. Something terrible doesn't quite cut it, though. Both Abel and Yorna nodded at Emilia, which raised her well-shaped eyebrows as she confirmed what had just been described. After receiving their reactions, especially Yorna's words, Emilia accepted them with an open heart and said, "That's right." From the perspective of the parties involved, the superficial words of an outsider could be offensive, and Emilia, too, was careful to choose her words with care, knowing that her words fell into that category. Emilia, you couldn't say where Subaru got whisked away to after getting separated from the rest of the group. Even though everyone searched, you could not find him, and there were many people without homes. So, that is why you came back to this city like this, and we are discussing this here, is that right? Abel, there is nothing to correct. Still, that was a tragedy of that magnitude. Considering the scale of it, it's hard to believe that the missing person is safe. Emilia, Subaru is fine, that's for sure. Emilia interrupted Abel, speaking up in a low but powerful voice. The trust in her voice made Abel's black eyes narrow through the Oni mask. Abel's eyes, tinged with deep thought, sought the basis of Emilia's remark. Sure enough, Abel took a pause and then asked Emilia, "What makes you so sure?" Abel, you do not know the details of what transpired within the demon city. Under such circumstances, disappearing when one wrong move could cost him his life. How can you be so sure that he would survive in that situation? Emilia. So far, all Arto and the others had heard were the news of the destruction of Chaos Flame and the rumor that it was caused by an unbelievable calamity. The genuineness of Abel's words was unknown, and it was impossible to gauge the extent to which he had dramatized the facts. But Arto could be sure that it was not a meaningless bluff. At the same time, there was a small hitch in the way he spoke. Abel's tone was cold, but he could sense his intention to learn more about them. No, it was more about finding out about Subaru through Arto and the others. He seemed to think that Subaru was hiding something from him. If it was about Subaru's position within the kingdom, they could not carelessly hand over that information. Otto, Emily, this is Emilia. I believe in Subaru, and I believe that Subaru is going to do his best until we get there to get him, no matter how hard things are. Fearing leading questions, Otto tried to control the conversation, but Emilia had answered ahead of him. However, it was a statement of trust based on idealism, not a concrete basis. It was not what Otto feared, nor was it what Abel wanted. So naturally, Abel was disappointed and lowered his gaze. Abel, this is all wishful thinking without any persuasive evidence. Disappointing that this is your rationale. Emilia, yeah, I think it's really nice and important for people to believe in me. I feel safe when I can trust someone, and it gives me strength when they trust me. Are you different? Abel, after all, feelings are just feelings. It can hardly be the deciding factor beyond that. Emilia's eyes wavered at Abel's answer, shaking his head and closing one eye. Otto missed the opportunity to interject, but that was enough for him to understand that the two were water and oil. That is to say, such was the difference between Emilia, who believed in the value of the heart, and Abel, who did not. This rift was likely to be a difference in outlook on life, and was not likely to be easily bridged. Therefore, Abel, no one can say for sure whether Natsuki Subaru is alive or dead. Just because he has always avoided death by a hair's breadth, there is no guarantee it will be the same this time. That affirmation seemed to have been Abel's conclusion in this conversation. As Emilia heard that, and her lips pursed together, Emilia, do you mean Subaru? She quickly looked at Abel and was about to say something. But one girl straightened up faster than she could proceed with her words. It was the little girl in Emilia's arms who had her eyes closed. Beatrice, if you need confirmation that Subaru is alive, Betty has it, in fact. Emilia, Beatrice, Frederica, Sama. Embraced within her chest, Beatrice opened her eyes, which had a characteristic pattern to them. Emilia, whose eyes widened, immediately called to her, to which Frederica hurriedly added the honorific title. Whether or not it was enough to disguise things, Beatrice's words had a certain effect in attracting Abel's attention and the attention of others who did not know what was going on. Abel, why is it that you have the certainty of Natsuki Subaru's being alive or dead? Beatrice, it's a simple matter, I suppose. It's because Betty and Subaru are connected by the soul, in fact. Yorna, so that's how it is. If this and that child are deeply connected, I can see the logic behind that. Emilia, yes, they are in a contractual relationship. That's why Abel. This girl is in her debilitated state. That makes sense. Despite the lack of a clear explanation, Abel and Yorna were able to figure out the situation. Revealing the fact that Beatrice was a spirit was not good for Otto and the others, who had entered the Empire under false identities, but the two in question had likely already realized it. It was hard to imagine, however, that Abel and his group, whose purpose was to rebel against the emperor in the imperial capital, would do anything about them on the grounds that they have violated the decree of the empire. Otto, if you are convinced, then you understand. Apart from Natsuki-san's comfort and location, we do have means to confirm whether he is alive or dead. Since Beatrice Sama says so, we can be certain that no matter where Natsuki-san is alive in the place where he was sent to. Yorna, is that so? Then perhaps Tanza will be a little better off. Yorna's eyebrows lowered slightly at Otto's additional words. She whispered these words, which seemed to be a person's name, someone who lost their life from the way they spoke. It would seem that this, too, was not unconnected with the destruction of the demon city. To delve into this, though, one would have had to be prepared to venture into Yorna's world. Petra, can we backtrack a bit? Emilia, Petra-chan. Frederica, Sama. Suddenly, not wanting to miss the momentary silence, Petra raised her hand and asked for the right to speak. Emilia carelessly called out to her again, and Frederica immediately came to her aid. With Petra standing proudly beside her, she drew the attention of a group of adults who were strangers to her. Petra, earlier, Medium Chan said that she was made tiny. Is that true? Medium, yes, it's true. I used to be really tall, about the same height as that blonde boy over there. No, it was about the same height as that woman. Garfield, first, why did you write off my amazing self? Frederica, I know what you mean. Although I am not too happy to hear about my height, either. Having been pointed out by Medium, Garfield and Frederica each responded in turn. However, Medium's story was probably true, as no one had refuted it. It's hard to believe, but apparently something mysterious happened to cause a person's body to shrink. Perhaps that meant Petra. Has Subaru been made tiny too? Petra asked in a serious, slightly firm voice. That was a big question that Otto and the others could not afford to ignore. It would have been difficult enough just to meet up with Subaru, who was sent to the Empire, but they were not expecting a situation in which his body would be shrunken. Arto, feeling like praying that he had heard wrong, was convinced, however, that his prayer had never been and would never be fully heard. Not knowing Otto's feelings, Medium nodded her head lightly and said, "That's right. Medium, Subaruchin is just like me, maybe a little smaller. Anyway, they made him so tiny. But I heard that Subaruchin and Yornachan beat up Gramps together, so Subaruchin is amazing. Emilia, yes, Subaru is amazing. Petra, yes, Medium-chan is right. Beatrice, naturally, I suppose. He's Betty's partner, in fact." While the content itself was difficult to welcome, Medium's unhesitating praise was music to the ears. In fact, Emilia, Petra, and Beatrice were in a good mood after hearing the praise for Subaru. Neither Garfield, Frederica, nor Otto felt bad. They did not, but as that praise was accompanied by unwelcome information, Otto became rather concerned. Otto, if Natsuki-san is also shrunken, I guess, he became a child. Not tired of just dressing up as a woman, now he's becoming a child. Infantilized. What a restless person, Frederica. Indeed, pestering Subaru-sama for having a partner is regrettable, but I'm worried. I can't let him meet with Clint. Otto, that's one thing, but I'm sure there are other concerns that are more important. By what means was such a phenomenon caused? Since this event was so far removed from reality, there were concerns about whether or not it could be reversed, and if so, whether or not there would be any after effects. In the worst-case scenario, there was even a possibility that Subaru would return to the kingdom of Lugunica as Emilia's knight, while remaining small. Otto. Well, in terms of ability, it's not much different anyway. Subaru would indeed be outraged were he to hear this, but if they could find him, then this would be acceptable as tolerable damage. If he could grow up properly from then on, he wouldn't have too many problems with his relationship with Emilia, a half-elf. She would be able to wait until he got older. Otto, I should not. Maybe I am a little out of my depth too. It seemed like the order of priorities for concern was in disarray. For the time being, it was a setback that they could not meet up with Subaru, but thanks to Beatrice, they were now certain about his survival. Now, with Zika and the others know, if the representative was able, they should decide if they wanted to continue this line of cooperation with them or not. Garfield, Beatrice-sama. Why do you look so outer it? Otto. With a hand on his chin, about to consider the options, Otto casually directed his attention to the words uttered by Garfield. Garfield's gaze turned to Beatrice in Emilia's arms. She woke up, but wanting to avoid exhaustion, she remained in Emilia's arms, with her good mood from the earlier praise of Subaru being short-lived, as her eyes widened. What her trembling eyes were looking at was not medium. There was another girl, snuggled up beside her as if they were sisters. Beatrice stared at her, not even having heard her name yet. Beatrice. Why are you here, I suppose? Louis. Ooh. Beatrice. Answer, in fact. No, do not do anything unnecessary, I suppose. Immediately after asking the question in a trembling voice, Beatrice's voice rose as her expression changed. At the sound, the little girl who had her head tilted jumped in surprise, and naturally, Otto and the others were surprised by Beatrice's reaction. Otto, be Beatrice. Sama, what's wrong? You suddenly yelled at that girl, Beatrice. Yelling is the reasonable thing to do, in fact. Otto, did you not realize it, I suppose? Otto, me. What do, Faced with that reprimand, something asserted itself in the back of the bewildered Otto's mind. At first, when he saw the girl, it was a nagging, nebulous feeling that had been there from the start, but that gradually became clearer and clearer because of Beatrice's attitude. Yes, Otto had recognized this girl. A sense of déjà vu that should not have cropped up in the Empire, a place he was visiting for the first time. Otto. Unbelievable, she is. Otto stared at the girl as a startling possibility surfaced in his mind. The possibility that drifted in the air was something that seemed to be placed in the corner of Otto's hazy memory. At that time, Otto's leg had been sliced open, and he was slipping in and out of consciousness from the pain and blood loss. So, although he didn't see clearly who it was that had done it, Emilia, Beatrice, Otto-kun, what is it? Both of you, just looking at that girl. Confused by the reaction of Otto and Beatrice, Emilia addresses her without honorifics, but no one complimented her words. And then that was no longer needed. That was because there was no reason for the confusion to stay as confusion any longer. Beatrice. It's gluttony, in fact. Emilia. Emilia's eyes widen as Beatrice speaks up in a calm but hard tone of voice. However, it was not only Emilia who froze, but everyone else who heard her voice, and it was at this moment that Beatrice's voice had the attention of everyone in the room. Therefore, everyone overheard the identity of this little girl. Beatrice, that girl is the Sin Archbishop of Gluttony, a girl named Louis Arneb, I suppose. The moment Beatrice's words were uttered, an atmosphere of volatility overtook the room. Garfield, you've got to be kidding me. A Sin Archbishop, what the hell do you think you're doing? Understandably, shock, horror, and confusion spread as Beatrice's words echoed. That was what the young girl had said. Ordinarily, no adult with sound judgment would accept a thing like that without hesitation. However, that was not the case for Otto and the others. Naturally, Otto, who vaguely recognized the girl's Louis's appearance, as well the members of the camp who believed Beatrice would not tell a lie, immediately accepted it as a fact. Accordingly, Garfield had stepped forward, cracking his knuckles and baring his fangs. Immediately, Garfield narrowed the pupils of his green eyes and glared at Louis. Garfield, on top of that, it's gluttony. Isn't that the one who's been hogging the top spot on our amazing selves, list of bastards to beat up? Is this the way of the Empire? Medium, W8, that's not right. Louis Chan isn't a bad girl. Blocking Garfield's view, Medium spread her arms to protect Louis. Her wish to protect the girl behind her was commendable, but it was exceedingly unlikely that she could stop Garfield's wrath. In the first place, Otto, you say she is not a bad girl, but are you being serious? Just so you know, both of my legs were painfully gouged by her. I still have some garish scars should I show them to you. Medium, that wasn't El Louis-chan, maybe it was a different girl. Otto, sorry, but she had clearly introduced herself as such. There were victims other than me, undoubtedly, an incalculable number of them. Some were our friends and the friends of our allies. Medium, B, but. With her eyes tearing up, Medium desperately searched for some words of rebuttal. However, whether her intelligence was as childlike as she looked, or even if it was only her appearance that had shrunk, Otto intended to shut down this war of words. In any case, it was impossible for anyone in the world to defend a Sin Archbishop. Sin Archbishops and witch cultists were abominations of such a degree. That's why Emilia, identical in appearance to the Witch of Envy who was the cause of it all, was unable to escape ridicule for her impossible dream. Medium, maybe Louis Chan was like that before, but Louis Chan is different now. Garfield, different from before. What the hell are you basing that on? Medium, because she was friends with Big Bro, Subaru-chan and Rem-chan. I've been with her this whole time, and she hasn't done a single bad thing. She didn't. Otto, with Natsuki-san. Medium's desperate, futile resistance, shouting as she frantically searched for words, had hit his ears with something strange that was too large to ignore. Subaru had acted together with Louis. Surely it was not because he had not known who Louis was. Subaru should have quickly guessed Louis's true identity. Petra, Otto-san, Subaru couldn't have gone as far as losing his memory or something right. Otto. For a moment, that fear washed over me, but from what I've heard from Maiselder-san and Zika-san, I think that is not much of a concern. To Petra's anxious words, Otto dismissed his anxieties due to the evidence put forth for consideration. If it were the case that he had worked together with the Sin Archbishop of Gluttony, Louis, who was here, a situation where Subaru had been robbed of his memories was certainly scary. Since he remembered Subaru, there was probably no concern that his name had been eaten, but whether his memories had been was a question of Subaru's own personal symptoms. However, Emilia, the stories of Subaru we've heard in this city are still of the Subaru we know, so there's no need to worry about that, Petra-chan. Petra-sama. Petra, thank you, Emily. At the words of Emilia, who had reached the same conclusion, Petra also finally showed an expression of relief. Though that was the reasoning for why they could say Subaru's memories had not been eaten, it was hard to say it was a basis for making a decision on how to deal with Louis, who was here now. Of course, there was no denying the question of why Subaru had not done anything about Louis one way or the other. But Otto, since it's Natsuki-san, it probably was not a matter of getting his hands on a young-looking girlfriend or something like that. Is it possible he was concerned about the authorities' nullification requirements? Frederica, we've talked about it before. Even if we defeat the Sin Archbishop of Gluttony, we don't have any definite proof that everything that was lost would come back. Otto, it is troublesome, but if that's the case, then it is understandable why he did not act rashly. As Garfield had said, crushing the Sin Archbishop of Gluttony was an ardent wish of theirs, as well as the royal candidates, and also for the world, that was hard to let go. However, this was not because of a simple desire for revenge. Their primary goal was the restoration of the damage gluttony had wrought. If taking Louis's life would return the victims of her authority to how they were before, there would not be a problem. However, what would they do if the victims were not restored? Subaru might have been wary that if they acted rashly, the way to return the victims to normal may be permanently lost. Garfield, I know what you're thinking, Artabro, but that doesn't mean we have to let the pipsqueak go free. Despite understanding Otto's thoughts, Garfield arrogantly declared that, in truth, he was right. Even though he was afraid that taking her life would eliminate the possibility, it was hard to believe taking her into custody would cause any problems. Rather, the danger of leaving a Sin Archbishop alone was likely far greater. Therefore, in times like these, Garfield, who tended to make snap decisions, was reliable. Bit by bit, Garfield closed the gap in order to pin down the dangerous Sin Archbishop. At Garfield's approach, Louis shrank her small body down with an ooh. Medium, able chin, say something. Protecting Louis behind her and facing off against Garfield, Medium called for Abel. Abel, who had not interjected during this course of events, turned his attention to Medium's appeal. Abel, what do you want me to say? Handling this is your business. Medium, but I can't persuade them well. Abel, don't foist the responsibility of your vice on me. After all, it is unneeded. Medium's eyes wavered as she was told it was unnecessary. Perhaps Abel's cruel way of speaking had given her the impression that he had forsaken Louis. However, in truth, that had not been the case. Abel had said there was no need for himself to get involved. Garfield, my amazing self's not going to go easy on you even if you're a woman. That's splendid, since otherwise you might end up using my beauty as an excuse for your shoddiness. In front of Garfield, who had paused, Yorna had stepped in directly between them and stood leisurely. Wearing thick soles on top of being tall to begin with, Yorna looked down on Garfield, Kaisru in hand. Returning her gaze head-on, Garfield fiercely bared his fangs. Yorna would defend Louis, and had declared her intention to do so. Since she had originally come to Garrel from the Demon City alongside Louis, they had known she had no intention of eliminating her, but that in itself was hard to believe. Otto, I will say it again, but she is a Sin Archbishop. Surely you're not saying that the horrors of the witch cult are not known in the Valatian Empire. Yorna, we know the deeds of those ruffians and their repulsiveness. Naturally, we also know the malice of those calling themselves Sin Archbishops. Otto, I hear the wounds of the fortified city of Garkla still have not healed. The large imperial city had been destroyed in a rampage of greed, a Sin Archbishop of the witch cult. The offender, Greed, was defeated in Prestella, but it was common knowledge throughout the world that there was no choice about where the witch cult would rampage. Naturally, in the Empire as well. In spite of that, the fact was that they had left Louis at large. Otto, do you think you can win them over? I have to say that is imprudent. Abel, if something is useful, I shall consider how to use it. It is you people that are severely mistaken in thinking that all would take your side. Otto. Abel dodged Otto's questioning and effortlessly pointed that out condescendingly. As he had said, the reaction of those gathered on the top floor of City Hall was mixed. Of course, there were those who appeared disgusted and hostile upon hearing that Louis was a Sin Archbishop. However, like Medium and Yorna, a considerable number of them showed reluctance towards eliminating Louis. In particular, Meiselder. I'll say this, Subaru and Rem are both our friends. Since they were the ones who brought Louis with them, they are the only two who have the right to decide Louis's fate. Frederica, Meiselder Sama, Meiselder. Of course, if the chieftain disagrees, then I will yield. With eyes conveying a strong sense of purpose, and having cast a piercing gaze that way, Meiselder would try to take the side protecting Louis. Frederica, who had had many opportunities to exchange words with her at City Hall, gasped under that strong gaze. Meiselder was the representative of the Shudrak, and the other Shudrakians would follow her. No, more accurately, they would follow the chieftain who had returned to the city. The target of Meiselder's words and gaze was the woman dressed formally in black, who had been entrusted with the decision. Tarita, the new chieftain of the Shudrak, was asked by her older sister, What should we do? Tarita, my opinion is the same as sister's. However, this decision wasn't because sister said so, as I am protecting Louis for my own reasons, since I owe Louis a debt of gratitude. Maiselda. Ha, I see. At Tarita's clear answer, Maiselda relaxed her lips and nodded. Otto's side did not know what these sisters' relationship was like, but it seemed like Maiselda had happily accepted Tarita's assertion. However, they did not have the luxury to consider that heartwarming. Beatrice, a sin archbishop, on top of that someone like Gluttony, turning a blind eye cannot be done, in fact. Will you all cool your heads, I suppose? From Emilia's arms, Beatrice's words were filled with strength. She had come this far by suppressing her exhaustion, but in an emergency it was necessary for her to display her abilities. Like Subaru, not hesitating in such situations was a bad habit of Beatrice's. Emilia, that's no good. Everyone calm down. Fighting like this, while the spirits of Beatrice and Garfield, alongside those of Yorna and the Shudrak, had risen in preparation for battle. Emilia tried to stop the dispute with a heartbroken look on her face. In fact, if it came to seriously stopping the dispute through brute force, Emilia was the one with the ability best suited for doing so. If she were to use her immense mana to freeze Garrel, Otto would aim to secure Louis in the meantime. At worst, they would cut ties with everyone in Garrel. Emilia is more dangerous than turning a blind eye to a sin archbishop. That was when Otto watched for an unguarded moment. What is the matter, you plebeians? Have you not yet fought enough? That is quite hot-blooded, is it not? Otto. Suddenly, a powerful new voice shook the atmosphere within the large chamber of City Hall. It belonged to a woman whose shoes clacked loudly as she leisurely came up the stairs. Some time ago, Otto had said that Emilia, Abel, and Yorna had presences that were impossible to ignore, but the owner of that voice, too, was cloaked in an air which did not match that impression. With the hem of her blood-red dress swaying, a beautiful woman leisurely appeared. She had fair skin and orange hair, and had boldly adorned herself with numerous ornaments, but even the glitter of those jewels lost out to her natural beauty, Priscilla Bariel. In the fortress city of Garrel, the final person who had an influential voice had appeared. Following behind her as she walked unhurriedly was her attendant Schult, whose small, humble movements drew attention, as well as Al, with his unforgettably eccentric appearance. Together with Abel, Medium, and the others, Al was also one of the people who had headed to Chaos Flame with Subaru. On his way back, he had gone to meet up with Priscilla, and now it seemed they were entering in together. Originally, there was supposed to be one more person, Heinkel, who was nowhere to be seen, but that was a minor detail. More importantly, from Otto's point of view, a being had joined in who seemed like she would make this volatile atmosphere even worse. Fickle and powerful, Priscilla carried such a presence that was impossible to predict as to which side she would choose. Rather, it almost seemed like it would be better if they could just conclude she was an enemy. Priscilla, I made my way here after hearing that Abel and the others had returned, but I had not expected this kind of atmosphere so soon. Even if the city is this devastated, it seems a starved dog cannot choose where it barks. Emilia, Priscilla, everyone is really tense right now. Don't say strange things. Priscilla, nonsense. If I had not come, you would have made it snow once again. Let me tell you, no matter how chilly you make it, I shall not stop bearing my shoulders. Still, it does get cold. Emilia, I'm sorry about that, but Emilia had an absurd exchange with Priscilla as she entered, then apologized. However, the reason the end of that sentence had lost its strength was not because of Emilia's remorse. It was because the high-pitched clatter of a hard object falling had reverberated throughout the large chamber. Medium, Yorna-chan. Suddenly, Medium turned her head and murmured, looking up at the woman standing just in front of her. Her blue eyes stared at the single kaisru that had fallen at Yorna's feet. Yorna had been fiddling with it in her hands, a fine item that did not seem cheap. Louis, ooh, with a groan, Louis, who was at the center of the conversation, picked up the fallen kaisru. However, Yorna did not accept the picked-up kaisru when it was offered to her. Instead, Yorna's gaze was solely on Priscilla, the presence that had just set foot into the large hall. Staring at Priscilla, Yorna's eyes widened. Yorna, who usually seemed imperturbable and unflappable, was astonished. Her painted crimson lips were wide open, trembling. Yorna, P.R. Priska. She called Priscilla that. A different name that didn't sound familiar. Frozen in shock, the wide-eyed Yorna addressed Priscilla by that similar but different name. 3 people present responded to that name. One was Zika, another was Abel, and the last one, needless to say, was Priscilla. Zika looked at Yorna speculatively, Abel contemplatively, and Priscilla scornfully. Priscilla, what you? Why do you behave like that towards me now? Priscilla looked back at Yorna with her crimson eyes, not concealing her displeasure. Without pause, her sharp tongue seemed ready to strike her, but right before, she stopped short. Priscilla again gazed intently at Yorna. Yorna's blue eyes and Priscilla's blood-red eyes had locked with one another, and a moment of silence passed. Then Priscilla let out an ah, like an exhale. Priscilla, if I think about it, you are indeed mine dear mother, aren't you? Like that, a remark which would give rise to an explosion distinct from the already volatile situation had been stated matter-of-factly. Translation notes. 1. Some of you might be confused as to why Beatrice recognizes Louis from Prestella in this scene. Putting it simply, this follows the light novel canon. Explaining more thoroughly then. In the web novel version, in Arc 5, Chapter 70, when Louis uses solar eclipse to take over Leigh's body, she transforms into a giant man with a grim countenance. All this takes place after Athos had his knees injured by Leigh. However, in the light novel version, Louis takes over after Leigh is hit by meteor, transforming into the same giant man with a grim countenance, injures Athos, and then transforms into her own appearance. Hence why Beatrice can recognize her near instantly, and Athos takes a while being that he was in a world of pain at the time. Arc 7, Chapter 79, A Roar of Scarlet Laughter. Machine translated by Archbishop Punibaba Kiln Archbishop 297, proofread by Blade Alpha Didra Spriton and Japanese to English checking by Ice Archbishop Vinikayan Art Sources, Punibaba. This an edited machine translation, which has been checked by at least one Japanese-English human translator for quality using feedback from the machine translators and proofreaders. This may have a quality dip in accuracy, therefore, if you read this chapter, you must take into consideration the trade-offs between speed and quality. Priscilla's sudden appearance had brought forth a whirlwind through the power of her words. But at that moment, a certain silence and blankness pervaded the hall, giving everyone the illusion that time had stopped. It was a statement that could not be misheard, but she didn't quite understand what it meant. She couldn't get the meaning correctly from the sound, that's the impression she had. Dear mother, it took some time for her to search her brain for the word that the sound means. However, Emilia, Yorna is Priscilla's mother. Emilia tilted her head curiously, and as soon as a different sound for mother came forth from her, dear mother and mother connected, and she understood the essence of dear mother and mother. 1. Controlling the fluttering sensation in his own head, Otto compared the two people who had his attention, Yorna and Priscilla. Yorna, who was staring at her, unable to move, and Priscilla, who was looking at the former with a calm expression. They had different hair and eye colors, and they were of different races to begin with. Of course, in the case of mixed blood, there were individual differences in which the blood of a parent was stronger, but Priscilla and Yorna had no similarities in appearance. If one could say so, they both had lustrous good looks, but Otto, if we treated people like family at that level, the world would be full of big families. Concluding this, Otto held his confusion in check. Still, hearing about Priscilla and Yorna's relationship made some sense. Priscilla's stern attitude and personality certainly gave off a strong sense of imperial style. Priscilla, I can feel the unpleasant eyes that are fixed on myself, but that is okay. Otto gasped at the warning look in Priscilla's eyes, reading the intent of her gaze. Leaving Otto aside, Priscilla looked at Emilia and said, Priscilla, half-devil, it is as you say. To think that she had become one of the 9 divine generals. Since I was a child I supposed so, but how strange it is. Emilia, well, I'm surprised. But now that you mention it, I guess you both look a lot alike. Priscilla supported her chin with the fan in her hand, and Emilia nodded in reply. Just before, Otto had denied to himself any similarities in external appearance between the two, so while Emilia's unexpected judgment worried him, he had set that aside for the time being. The problem was Yorna. Wait. Priscilla's words were deterred by Yorna herself, who had been unexpectedly singled out by her. She closed her eyes for a moment, and erased the apparent turmoil from her expression. Yorna, I was a little surprised, but that is an unacceptable statement. Why do you think I am your mother? Priscilla, stop making up trifling evasions. If you plan to trick me, you must change your soul. No matter how you change your appearance, you cannot deceive my scarlet eyes. Yorna, HK. Yorna's expression of feigned calm once again stiffened at Priscilla's decisive response. Priscilla's language was conceptual and, in addition, held no intention to compromise with others. This made it hard to take in the exact meaning of what was said, but it seemed to have been fatal to Yorna. Yorna was clearly flustered by Priscilla's gaze and the sharpness of her tongue. However, Yorna wasn't the only one who showed strong turmoil on this occasion. Absurd. Clearly, the amazement towards the situation at hand spilled over. It was faint, so faint that it could have been missed, but it was coming from the other party, and Otto did not miss the voice that spilled out from behind the Oni mask. Abel, a man who seemed cool-headed rather than calm and unperturbed, made that one comment. Priscilla, he called out while hiding the slight agitation behind his mask. Abel, are you serious? Yorna Miss Higure is Sandra Benedict. Priscilla, I see you did not know that either, Abel. I do not blame you. I have no way of knowing except by my own words. Emilia, but you notice that Priscilla isn't being told anything, right? Priscilla, do not interrupt me. Shut up, you half-devil. Emilia, you don't have to say it that way. Priscilla, who responded to Abel's question in a nonchalant manner, glared at Emilia, who had interrupted her, in order to silence her. Whatever the case may be, this was an exchange that left out those in the kingdom, including Otto, and those in the empire who did not know what was going on. Otto was especially interested in the content that delved into Priscilla's internal affairs, as she was also a royal candidate. But Garfield put off the unexpected reunion talk. Right now, the priority is this kid's story. Garfield snarled as he bared his fangs, undaunted by the change in the air. The opponent who those green eyes pierced was Louis, still protected by Yorna and Medium. Garfield was right. They could not move forward or backward until they decided what to do with her. Of course, the conclusion in Otto's mind that Louis should be restrained and deprived of her freedom was unassailable. Garfield, my amazing self isn't saying to kill her, but I'm saying to tie her up and roll her over. That's the one thing my amazing self won't compromise. Tino's limbs are going away. Al, that's probably going to be something Bro doesn't want to hear. Garfield, huh? Garfield, who concurred with Otto, bared his fangs at the remark. The person who interrupted them was Al, who had come up to the top level with Priscilla. He was still the same eccentric-looking guy, scratching the nape of his neck with his one-armed hand in a somewhat unenthusiastic manner. Al, first of all, let me apologize to you first. I'm sorry I couldn't bring Bro home after we went to Chaos Flame together. Emilia, Al, no, thanks for apologizing. But I'm not the only one disappointed that I didn't get to meet Subaru. Beatrice is the one disappointed the most. Al, oh, then I'm sorry to that child, and to the others as well. Al bowed his head as he uttered an apology for Subaru's absence. Al's usual frivolous attitude notwithstanding, his apology seemed genuine. However, a sincere apology does not necessarily lead to forgiveness or a good impression. Otto, if anything, an easy apology will only increase the number of people who will take advantage of you. In fact, if you're willing to apologize, I would prefer that you don't interfere. Al, that's harsh. But as I said earlier, doing such a thing to this lil girl is something that Bro Natsuki Subaru doesn't wish for. Garfield, so why the hell? You're just saying random things. Al, I too tried to kill the lil one and was stopped by Bro. Garfield's irritated words were drowned out by Al's dry words. At this response, that caused Garfield's breathing to hitch. Al shrugged his shoulders and nodded at Louis. Al, you guys are like that. Isn't it natural that I'd consider killing her? But even then, Otto, did Natsuki-san reject it? Al, to be honest, I couldn't believe my ears. Originally, I was thinking that he had some lil stranger girl with him, but then I found out that she was a Sin Archbishop. He was trying to protect her with his body. I thought I knew that Bro had a lot of crazy ideas, but he exceeded my imagination. As he said this, Al's gaze shot through his helmet at Louis. Under the gaze, Louis groaned, but instead of hiding behind Medium and the others, she looked straight back at him. The light in those blue eyes was neither dull nor feeble. Otto, as he watched, Otto examined Al's testimony. Otto himself believed that the reason Subaru was not able to get his hands on Louis was naivete. The naivete that Subaru and Emilia possessed was both a weakness and a strength. Once you let go of it, you can never get it back, and even though Otto felt like it was difficult to handle, he never wanted it to be gone. Otto, we, the people around us, can make decisions without such naivete. Al, I understand, bro, but it's hard now. After all, we're talking in front of all these people. There is no going back from that. Frederica, Otto-sama. Frederica stepped firmly and called out to Otto's profile. Her beautiful eyes flickered with concern and anxiety at the prospect of taking action here. Otto also felt that it was a mistake to mention the identity of Louis here. No, to start with, the problem was that Louis had already been accepted by the people involved. Tarita and Meiselder's resolution became prevalent in the fortress city. Therefore, Otto, so you are saying you are just going to let her roam free? Al, sure, I wouldn't have forgiven her if she'd done something wrong. But, medium, Louis-chan was always trying to protect Subaru-chin. She never misbehaved while she was with us. She never will. Medium raised a frantic voice, taking in Al's words. Her statement was just wishful thinking, and Louis's actions to date did not guarantee what Louis would do in the future. That was the biggest focal point of the issue. Petra, I watched Master do it, so maybe I can make a curse mark tied to an oath. Otto, we should not do that. I thought for a moment that was possible. Petra hesitantly suggested the idea, but Otto rejected it. Petra spoke of a curse mark, a binding of the soul to make the recipient keep their word, something Roswal has inscribed on his body that, if broken, would kill him. Roswal, as the mastermind behind the events that occurred in the sanctuary and at the former Roswal mansion, personally inscribed it to demonstrate his surrender to the camp. As the words suggested, a curse mark was clearly cursorcraft. Superstitious as it may seem, some say that curses would eventually rebound on the user. If one continued to bind others through curses, they would eventually burn one's soul as well. He had no intention of having Petra take on such a burden, and even if she were able to do so and inscribe a curse mark that would bind Louis' actions, it would be no more than insurance. Otto, because we do not have a full picture of what we can bind to buy us peace of mind. The authority of a Sin Archbishop, no one knew its full extent. As long as they did not know what hidden curveballs would be thrown out, ultimately, no matter how they were bound, Otto's wariness of Louis could never be lifted. That is, unless they took a life. If so, then not making use of anything like a curse mark, which could lead them to carelessness, was what would keep their vigilance steady. Otto, regrettably, that is my conclusion. Garfield, Artabro, you're sure about that? That's a Sin Archbishop. Hearing Otto's thoughts, Garfield raised his voice in a scream. Even though he was absolutely right, Otto understood the frustration of being forced into a situation where he felt he was being stifled, wanting to empathize with his younger brother's heartache. Otto, however, discussing it here will not get everyone's approval. With the current situation in which there is still a lot left to be heard, I do not wish for things to break down with all of you. Priscilla, therefore, if we are to use force, it should be after hearing what they have to say, correct? How obstinate. Otto, I do not intend to do such a rash thing, but I will take that in itself as a compliment, Priscilla-sama. When Priscilla brilliantly expressed Otto's sentiment, he at least attempted to put up a good front. Whatever the case to Garfield, the answer was a frustrating reality. Abel, who has considerable influence in the city, and the people of the Shadrach, who have shown their non-negotiable stance on the treatment of Louis, there was no way to dissuade them. There was no basis for eliminating Louis beyond her being a Sin Archbishop. Since that did not work, there would be no other recourse remaining on their side but to use force. However, killing Louis would not necessarily erase the effects of the authority of gluttony, and would it be worth it to have the disadvantage of turning all of the Empire against them thereafter? Emilia, fighting like that just makes all of us a little less anxious. That's how it is, right? Otto and Garfield. Garfield, fangs gnashing, and Otto with one eye closed. Emilia's amethyst eyes flashed as she traced the flow of the conversation and came to this conclusion. Beatrice, in her arms, called out her name, Emily. Emilia, I'm sorry, Lady Beatrice. You're worried a lot, I know you are. Beatrice, as long as you understand properly, good, I suppose. They exchanged glances and words very close to each other, and Beatrice's round eyes were downcast. Emilia nodded her head, understanding Beatrice's feelings, and turned her gaze toward Louis and Medium. The girl who leans on her like a sister returned her gaze. Emilia, that little girl, Louis might be really dangerous. That's just what Otto Kuhn and the others have said, and you know that, don't you? Medium, yeah, I know. Emilia, but you didn't see Louis do anything that was dangerous or bad. Did Louis do anything to you or Subaru? Medium, she tried to protect us. True, I'm not lying. Isn't that right? Abelchin, Alchin, Tarita-chan, and Yorna-chan. Staring directly at Emilia, Medium was trying her best to choose the right words. As she decided, she asked those who had returned from the Demon City with her to agree. Abel and Yorna, both still recovering from their earlier exchange with Priscilla, reacted sluggishly, but Al shrugged and Tarita nodded. Tarita. Yes, Louis certainly tried to protect everyone. She was very fond of Subaru, in my opinion. Otto, I would say, as expected of the Lalamancer, but the atmosphere is not one that can be joked about like that. Beatrice, that moniker, Betty does not like it very much, in fact. Be careful, I suppose. Beatrice's disgruntled, low voice slightly relaxed the hostilities that had been present just up till a moment ago. Perhaps Beatrice had decided to leave it to Emilia's judgment as to how to proceed with Louis. Even with the same conclusion, Emilia would softly adjust it to what Otto and Beatrice had presented. Then Emilia spoke, looking at Louis. Emilia, you were concerned about Subaru. I don't believe that's a lie. So I want to believe in you as much as this girl who is trying so hard to believe in you. Garfield, HK, Emilia Sama, she's. Emilia, even Garfield was so biting towards us at first. But now he's really good friends with us, isn't he? Emilia's discourse was a bit disingenuous, given that Garfield and Louis were in different positions and under different circumstances. However, when Emilia said it, it was true that it was hard to respond back. As the situation progressed, Garfield's cheeks hardened in bitterness. Emilia's response was a small apologetic sorry. Emilia, it might be difficult. But I think it's best to start there, if you can talk about it properly, instead of going all in and just being so hostile at the beginning. Of course, sometimes you have to be hostile from the start, Garfield. Emilia, I'm here with all of you, and I think it would be nice if everyone here could get along with me. I want to tell them that I want to be friends with them. For that, I have to open my clenched hand first. Saying this, Emilia looked down at Beatrice in her arms. Beatrice looked at her gently and then gave a small nod. Seeing Beatrice's nod, Emilia slowly stepped forward, right in front of Yorna, past the glaring Garfield, and in front of the small medium sheltering little Louis behind her back. And then, Emilia, this is really a roundabout way of saying this, but I believe in Zika-san and Maiselda-san and others who have been so kind to Subaru and Rem, and I want to believe Medium-chan and everyone else who believes in them. So please let me believe in you who Medium-chan believes in. Louis, Emilia, not us. But for these children that are being very nice to you, it's really nice to know that there are people who believe in you. As she said this, Emilia gently held out her right hand to Louis. With Beatrice being held with her left hand, Emilia lowered her waist, moving towards Louis. Emilia's action made even Medium, who was trying to protect Louis, suddenly move towards her. Emilia, Louis-chan. So she called out to them. Perhaps it was her appeal that prompted Louis to extend her hand, or perhaps Emilia's words had some meaning for the Sin Archbishop, bereft of a human heart. As Emilia held out her right hand, Louis placed her own right hand on top of hers. Otto was momentarily concerned about the possibility of the authority being activated on Emilia as a result of this, but Otto regretted this concern and felt that he should despise it with all his heart. Either way, Louis, you. Emilia, I'm worried about Subaru too. Embracing each other's hands, Emilia smiled in reply, and that was the resolution for both Otto and the Emilia camp. The conclusion was put on hold. However, Otto was proud of Emilia, because even though the pitfalls were the same, the way Emilia said it and the way he would have said it would have been different. Garfield, my amazing self won't take my eyes off of you, you know. Regarding the handling of Louis, it had been decided to be placed on hold. In response to that, Garfield, who until the very end had declared that he could not accept it, asserted his stance towards Emilia and the girl she had shaken hands with. Since Garfield's concerns and warnings were natural, Otto would not interject. Otto, a witch cultist, let alone a Sin archbishop, is not something I can imagine changing their ways. After all, Otto's dry, pragmatic thinking came to that conclusion, even if it had been a touching historic exchange between Emilia and Louis. However, while he thought that it was not like himself, Otto had also thought this. The defeats of the White Whale, the Great Rabbit, and the Sin archbishops of Sloth and Greed had also been unimaginable. It had been Natsuki Subaru who had, in little over a year, brought these things about many times. The world saw these as achievements of the Emilia camp, but everyone in the camp understood that Subaru's contributions were especially significant. Therefore, he had to thoroughly consider the possibility. It might have been that, once again, Natsuki Subaru had done something unthinkable. Otto, I do not like it. The question of how the people around them would evaluate Subaru when that actually happened had him feeling crestfallen. He thought that others should also get to know Subaru's true humanity quickly. Zika, once the discussion has settled down, if I may. In the large hall where the mood of the discussion had relaxed, Zika had raised his hand, and with those words began to speak. Having drawn attention to himself, he gave the preface of "with your permission" to his remarks. Zika, although I am very interested in the relationship between Miss Priscilla and General First Class Yorna, there are some things I want to first confirm with Abel Dono. Abel, you may speak. Zika, yes. Abel, who had been keeping his mouth shut, assented when this topic had arisen. Although he had not interjected regarding how Louis would be handled, it seemed he had put a brief pause to the shock from before. Having been addressed, he gazed at Zika, his black eyes urging him to continue speaking. Zika, I am aware that General First Class Yorna's cooperation has been acquired, and that the collapse of Demon City of Chaos Flame, that as a result, Miss Natsumi has fallen into danger. What I wanted to inquire additionally was about a rumor that has spread over the past few days. Abel. A rumor. Zika. Yes. The rumor that somewhere the child of His Excellency the Emperor, a crown prince of black hair, is present. Zika reverently bowed his head as he informed Abel. That rumor, one which alluded to the existence of the son of the Emperor Vincent Valatia, had been spread and had even reached Otto's ears. On top of that, the rumor said that the Emperor's son had a rebel army, that is to say, he was the leader of the group gathered at the fortress city of Garrel, and that he was flying the banner of revolt against the Emperor, or something of the like. However, he did not remember seeing anyone who had looked like that in the city. Zika. According to the reports, this rumor had spread from the east. It has already spread all over the empire, but its source. Abel, it is as you have guessed, it was spread from the demon city. It takes power to threaten the throne, and power will only gather under a great cause. With his arms crossed and shaking his head slowly, Abel answered dispassionately. That answer was convincing, but in the first place, an effort to threaten the emperor's throne was not an issue their camp really wanted to be involved with. As for Otto, his focus had turned to how to curb the possibility that Emilia would say she could not abandon these people, having met them once. Due to that, it could be said that he was late in noticing the possibilities he normally would have noticed. Therefore, a black-haired crown prince. Petra, who seemed to be pondering, was the one who had muttered that bit by bit. She had been brooding over something, forming a small crease on her pretty eyebrows. Then she timidly expressed her thoughts. Those were Petra. According to what Medium-san and the others had said earlier, Subaru became smaller, right? Like me or Beatrice Jan. Frederica, that is what has been said. I cannot really imagine it, but if it was Subaru, it is possible to have encountered such a misfortune. Arto. Nodding at Petra's words, Frederica's eyes widened as she sorted through the information. Almost simultaneously with Frederica's realization, Arto had also understood what Petra had been thinking. And now he had to curse how off the mark his own thinking had been. Petra, could it be that the rumored child of the Emperor is Subaru? In the place of Otto, who had cursed that possibility, Petra had directly cut to the heart of the matter. Unmoving, the girl's eyes were fixed on Abel, and through the Oni mask his black eyes met them. Without the slightest waver, Abel calmly nodded in assent to Petra's questioning. Abel, correct. Petra, HK, something like that. With the look in her eyes sharpening at that short answer, Petra had tried to raise her voice. However, faster than Petra could respond. Coo, ha ha ha. Like so, a wholeheartedly amused voice resounded. Laughter that had not paid heed to the circumstances shattered the mood in the large chamber. However, the reason no one could raise their voice immediately after that outburst was because that loud laughter was Priscilla's. She held a fan to her mouth, as if to not show her teeth while she laughed. Priscilla, of all things, that foolish commoner as the crown prince that makes me laugh. Ah, Abel, you do plan to kill myself with laughter. You have considerably changed your way of doing things, have you not? Princess, Priscilla, what is it? You should laugh as well, I'll know. Did you also take part in this conspiracy? If so, how skillfully have you made myself laugh? I must say you have performed the duties of a clown splendidly. Turning towards a surprised Al, Priscilla looked pleased while commending him. The unpredictability of Priscilla's reaction had temporarily taken away the zeal in the large chamber. Of course, that did not mean it had erased all the confusion. Emilia, what do you mean? There's no way that Subaru is the Emperor's child, right? After all, Subaru came from beyond the great waterfall. Frederica, Emily, that is one of Subaru-sama's jokes. Emilia, is that so, then, for real? Otto, as for the question of whether he is a child of the Emperor, it is not true, a fabrication. Emilia, a dizzied Emilia expressed that she did not understand a thing. In short, Subaru's infantilization and the goal of Abel's group had luckily aligned. Frederica, to be precise, I think it would be more proper to say they made use of it once it happened. Arto agreed with what Frederica had said, that this had been an effective use of the situation. When Abel and the others had raised a rebellion, they wanted a good pretext like that. To act as a figurehead for that purpose, there was no one more convincing than the Emperor's child. Of course, it was quite possible that using someone who did not exist as the leader would be a double-edged sword. Arto, since Natsuki-san does really exist, do you intend to use him as a double-edged sword? Abel, an insolent manner of speaking, but it is to my liking. In that case, you should also understand. Otto, though, it is frustrating. Rightfully, Otto and the others would be justified in resenting Subaru's circumstances being exploited. However, although his reply that it was frustrating was not a lie, it was true that there was a certain noticeable value in the course of events Abel had devised. That was because, Frederica, for Subaru-sama, whose whereabouts are unknown, it would cause the likelihood of him losing his life to be greatly reduced. Otto, yes. Otto nodded bitterly at Frederica's understanding. Emilia and Garfield were slow in comprehending Otto and Frederica's thoughts. With the two showing their confusion on their faces, they racked their brains and asked, "What does that mean?" Emilia, I have absolutely no idea what you're talking about, but, Garfield, my amazing self gets that captain's been given a weird title. But wouldn't Mackin, him the captain of the rebellion, be even more dangerous? Otto, no, it would draw attention, but the threats to his life would be lightened more or less, because the value of the Crown Prince can only be effectively demonstrated while he is alive. The Crown Prince, a dissident threatening the reign of Vincent Valatia. This existence within the rebel cause had utilizable value to both allies and enemies of the current emperor. It goes without saying for the rebelling side, but if he was kept alive, there were many ways to use him on the emperor's side as well. Executing him would dampen the spirits of the rebel army, while a living crown prince could be used to force them to give up their righteous cause. Otto, that is to say, no matter where Natsuki-san was hurled off to, and even if he was taken into custody, the likelihood of him avoiding being killed on the spot is high. Instead of that, Emilia, instead of that. Otto, the struggle for the Valetian throne, any way out of this rebellion has vanished. Receiving a blessing goes hand in hand with having to bear responsibilities. Regardless of whether he wished for it or not, Subaru was right in the middle of the rebellion of the Valetian Empire, at the highest position, placed as the figurehead. For that reason, Priscilla, well, how can you not help but laugh? And with those words, they could finally guess why Priscilla, who had gotten the answer well before, was cruelly laughing. One, what is happening here is that when the sound Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Kasama, mother, came out of Emilia's mouth, she made the connection between the word Priscilla had said Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Haho, dear mother, and Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Kasama, mother. In that moment, she understood the meaning of Chinese letter, dear mother, and Chinese letter, mother. Do notice how the katakana is used to refer to the sounds, whilst the kanji is used to refer to the meaning. Arc 7, Chapter 80, Iris and the King of Thorns. Machine translated by Archbishop Punibaba Kiln Archbishop 297, proofread by Blade Alpha Dydra Archbishop Japanese to English checking by Ice Archbishop Vinikayan Art Sources, Punibaba. This an edited machine translation, which has been checked by at least one Japanese-English human translator for quality using feedback from the machine translators and proofreaders. This may have a quality dip in accuracy, therefore, if you read this chapter, you must take into consideration the trade-offs between speed and quality. The complicated discussion in the large chamber was approaching a temporary conclusion. Zika. To be frank, the situation had been vastly different from what we had expected at the start. However, it can be said that averting the fall of the fortress city, as well as acquiring the cooperation of General First-Class Yorna, are certainly good results. It was Zika who promptly gathered the topics fluttering about and began summarizing them. The man with the fluffy hair looked over the faces of everyone in the large chamber with those wide eyes of his. At Zika's words, Emilia said, "Yes, that's right," with a nod. Emilia, some disheartening things also happened, but the fact that everyone is gathered here is because we did our best. This time, let's rely on that and fulfill everyone's goals. Zika, as expected, thank you for your beautiful response, Miss Emily. It is as you said, let us strive to fulfill the goals of everyone here. To that end, there is one more thing I must tell you. Arto, in the end, there is one more thing. Assuming it is a continuation from our discussion just before, I do not really have a good feeling about it. Seeing Zika's single raised finger as he nodded at Emilia's words, Otto grumbled as his cheeks stiffened. As if supporting Otto's unpleasant hunch, Zika continued with an indeed, Zika. This would be a continuation of the previous discussion. This discussion also involves Miss Natsumi, who is being treated like the black-haired crown prince. Emilia, Natsumi, huh? But isn't it Subaru who's being treated like the child of the Emperor, Frederica? Emily, we do not know how Subaru-sama is introducing himself in the Empire. Emilia, I see, that's right. I'm sorry, I got it all mixed up in my head. Having interrupted the discussion, Emilia placed her hand over her mouth. The alias, Natsumi Schwartz, that Subaru was introducing himself under in the Empire, was his plan for concealing his true identity, while informing Emilia and the others searching for him of his whereabouts. For that reason, Subaru was intentionally using the name of someone Emilia, and the others knew he was using the name of Emilia's friend, Natsumi Schwartz. When Zika met Subaru, it was when he had been using that alias. Therefore, Zika was using Natsumi to refer to Subaru. That was what had gotten mixed up inside Emilia. Emilia, but if that's the case, why is he being called Miss Natsumi? Beatrice, keep talking, in fact, Shaggyhead. It will soon be time for Betty to sleep again, I suppose. Emilia, I see, that's right. I'm sorry, I have to think about Beatrice right now. The question that had emerged within Emilia was sunk down by the voice of Beatrice in her arms. If it had anything to do with Subaru, it was natural that Beatrice would want to hear it even more than Emilia. For the sake of the girl who could not stay awake for very long, she had to set aside her present questions. Prompted by Beatrice's and Emilia's gazes, Zika started by saying, as a matter of fact, Zika, strictly speaking, it is not about Miss Natsumi herself. I am worried about her welfare as her whereabouts are unknown, but I believe that just as Abel Dono had thought, wherever she is found, she will be courteously protected. However, Emilia, is there something making you uncertain about Subaru being in danger? Zika, as I prefaced, it is not about Miss Natsumi herself. A separate situation that has extended from that. The existence of His Excellency, the Emperor's child, is now well known publicly, causing changes in the Empire's internal situation. In other words, even in other lands, the flames of war have begun to rise. Cutting off Zika's words, speaking so in a quiet voice had been Abel. Zika bowed his head reverently with a yes, and Abel ran his fingers along the cheek of his Oni mask without looking Zika's way, hiding the expression on his face. However, just before his hand could hide his expression, Emilia's eyes had surely grasped it. that Abel's lips had very slightly taken the shape of a sadistic smile. Emilia, though I don't think this is an amusing discussion at all. As the half-devil said, it is quite an unpleasant subject, that those who straddle the fence would take advantage of these convenient circumstances. Priscilla agreed to what Emilia had muttered as she looked at Abel, who had hidden his expression. While she declared that she would not wear a coat no matter how cold it was and shrugged her white shoulders, Priscilla, if you have a righteous cause and have acquired the chance to fulfill your own desires, all that is left is to decide under what timing you shall act. If too early, then even yourself shall be made to bleed, but if too late, even should you take part, you shall come home empty-handed. Even if it is a period for ascertainment, try to think about it. Arto, uprisings in various places. Although I had heard that Emperor Vincent Valesia's reign was stable and that people of the empire were enjoying the peace. Abel, in the end, peace and the like are nothing more than fleeting, ephemeral dreams. At Priscilla's and Arto's words, Abel lowered the hand he had placed on his face. Out of the lips, where any trace of the smile Emilia had seen had already disappeared, Abel continued speaking dispassionately. Abel, the true nature of the people of the empire know, the true nature of mankind lies in conflict, and as long as there is life, the blaze known as belligerence shall not be extinguished. Even if you try to put a lid on it, the heat therein shall continue to fester inside. Arto, and eventually, with no place left to go, it will be a huge explosion. Petra, that's really unfortunate. Arto and Petra each expressed their own impressions of Abel's manner of speaking. Emilia also thought she understood the intention of Abel's abstruse expression. Looking at the outcome that had occurred, it was not possible to deny that idea. However, she did not like the idea that fighting was natural for humans. Emilia, I don't really get it, but that sounds really lonely. Abel, lonely. On what grounds do you think as such, half-devil? Emilia, after all, even though the emperor of the empire must have worked as hard as he could. For all of that to get destroyed, to not be rewarded for that hard work, wouldn't that be lonely? Whether he wins or loses, I think it would be painful. The emperor of Valencia, whom she had never directly met, seemed extremely pitiful to Emilia. It was also true that Abel, Zika, and the others were raising a rebellion in this manner, and that once the people of the empire had joined in, they started to raise their voices together. In her studies, Emilia had also learned that the fact that the Valesian Empire had not had a large battle these past few years was Emperor Vincent Valesia's achievement. Setting aside what Vincent was thinking, at least he had been continuing to create a society without war. With that having been destroyed, if he lost, the country would be taken from him, and even if he won, he would have ended up having waged a war himself. Emilia, times like this, when somebody gets mad, it's like they've already decided for it to become painful. For that reason, Emilia could not help but find Vincent pitiable. If it were possible, she thought it would be good if they could properly discuss just what in the world he was thinking and what they could do to arrive at a good ending for everyone. Abel, I see, regardless of which came first, I understand that thing's way of being. Emilia, eh? Abel, without a doubt, you people are of the same kind as Natsuki Subaru. Emilia silently held her breath at Abel's brief comment, his arms crossed. Faced with the glint in Abel's black eyes, which could be seen behind his Oni mask, Emilia had realized it. Sure enough, with what had just been said, the impression she had felt was not wrong. Even though Subaru and Abel were comrades, and had been continuously working together until Emilia and the others had entered the Valesian Empire. Emilia, you is Subaru someone you really hate? Abel, Emilia, I'm sorry if I'm wrong. Still, I don't think I'm wrong. His black eyes narrowing, Abel went silent in response to Emilia's question. Seeing his reaction right in front of her, Emilia did not retract her opinion. Abel hated Subaru. Emilia felt that was so. It was not because Abel was quiet, or because he said haughty things in a manner that somewhat resembled Priscilla. When he spoke to Otto or Zika and the others, there was a definite difference. Emilia felt that it was the hatred Abel harbored regarding Subaru. Abel, Zika, coordinate with those who have begun raising their voices in revolt. Give rise to even stronger winds and fan the force of the flames, until the black smoke reaches the imperial capital. Zika, will that be all right? The original objective was the 9 divine generals, Abel. In the end, That is a secondary objective. The important thing is to enact upon the war situation. The standpoints of Groovy and Maguro are cause for concern, however. The situation has changed. Abruptly, Abel, who had taken his eyes off of Emilia, began to give instructions to Zicker beside him. Emilia thought she had been ignored, but that was Abel's declaration that he did not intend on continuing their current conversation any longer. Was the reason he did not respond because she had been off the mark, or was it something else? In any case, Abel, we may be ready to advance on the imperial capital sooner than expected. Do not lose even the slightest bit of focus. In order to reunite with Subaru and Rem, the choice to change paths and separate from Abel and his group was not one that Emilia and the others had. Beatrice, Emilia, you have to be careful, in fact. Betty and the others are the only people in this country who genuinely care only for Subaru, I suppose. Beatrice spoke again shortly before she fell back asleep after their discussion in the hall. The conversation veered off to the left and right, but if one focused solely on Subaru, it would be hard to say that it was the best situation for him, even if the threat to his life could be reduced, even if only a little. Emilia, Subaru is not someone who would be okay with that, with everyone arguing around him. Beatrice, in fact. Arto and Abel surmised that his life was guaranteed no matter on which side of the empire he was captured on. It was what the smart kids thought, and they may have been right. But when had Subaru ever behaved exactly the way Emilia and the others thought he would? If people around him were in danger, Subaru would move immediately, neglecting himself. She could not believe that she was the only one who would accept being safe in such a situation. That was why, Emilia, I want you to remember that we all still care about Subaru and Rem, so we're going to work with the intention of putting them first. Priscilla, and why are you bothering to proclaim this to me? Emilia, because if I did it on my own without telling anyone, everyone would get in trouble, right? It is important to communicate one's goals and principles properly. Not telling Frederica and Petra whether or not they would be back by dinner would be a waste of the meal that they had prepared for them. Emilia, Subaru also used to say that spinaching was important, but I am not sure what spinach is. Priscilla, on what haphazard foundation did you have the nerve to approach me with such vague knowledge? Was that courage you had cultivated from your experience of being persecuted as a half-devil? Emilia, no, I don't think so. When I was in my home forest and everyone hated me, I didn't feel like I was getting used to it or getting stronger. When she was living in the great forest of Elior, she was hurt no matter what anyone said to her. Expecting the slightest thing, being betrayed, and not learning anything, despite repeating it over and over again. So, given that Emilia now looked a little bit stronger, Emilia, that's thanks to Subaru and everyone else. I left the forest, participated in the royal selection, went through a lot of hard times, and became the person I am today. Priscilla, isn't it the same for you? Priscilla, do not compare yourself with me. I was born perfect. Emilia, yes, but I won't lose to you either. Priscilla, you can attest for yourself whether you are worthy of the words that have passed your lips. Whether or not it catches the corner of my eye depends on that. Priscilla responded to Emilia's tightly clenched fist with a shrug of her shoulders. After the discussion in the hall was over and Beatrice was returned to the inn, now having fallen asleep, Emilia was looking for Priscilla to tell her about the previously mentioned plans. Perhaps she was busy, she thought, but fortunately, she was listening to her. Emilia, when I think back, Priscilla always gets things right, doesn't she? Priscilla, oh, it appears that some unpleasantness is about to ensue for me. Emilia, should I stop? Priscilla, fine, you are forgiven. You may continue. Emilia responded with a nod to Priscilla, closing one eye and urging her to proceed. Leaving the city hall, they walked alongside one another down the street. Emilia, not seeing her companions Schult and Al, looked around for the two of them. Emilia, it's been that way since the beginning of the royal selection. Priscilla says nasty things and interrupts her opponents in mid-sentence, and yet she does a good job of listening to what they have to say while also lending an ear. Priscilla, even I have not the ability to surmise everything in the world. Shall I not be curious to see what kind of drivel will come out of the mouth of someone other than myself? Emilia, well. But I remember Anastasia said to me, I'm not going to talk to you. Priscilla, that she fox. Emilia, yeah. Oh, I'm not saying I'm holding a grudge, okay? With Priscilla walking leisurely by her side, Emilia thinks back to her exchange with Anastasia. Initially, at the royal selection, Anastasia tried to snub Emilia from the discussions. That in itself was not an unusual treatment, and she did not hold it against Anastasia. However, the point she wanted to make was Emilia. I'm friends with Anastasia-san. Priscilla, Emilia, to put it correctly, I promised that we would be friends. I said we would after the royal selection. I felt like we could do that, no matter where we started off. That's why. Priscilla, surely you do not wish to form a friendship with me as well. Emilia, is that no good? Because of her successful experience with Anastasia, Emilia mustered up the courage to try. Most people, if it were Anastasia and Priscilla, would have had the impression and assessment that Priscilla was more difficult to deal with. However, Emilia was different. For Emilia, who had few relationships, Anastasia and Priscilla were valued nearly equally. Therefore, it could be concluded that this was what led to this kind of offer. Then, in response to Emilia's offer, Priscilla pulled her fan out of her cleavage, and Priscilla, behold, more drivel that even I could not have predicted suddenly sprang forth. Opening her fan with a sound, she cut Emilia's words off abruptly. At Priscilla's response, Emilia's eyes widened, and she let out a tiny giggle. Seeing her smile, Priscilla's eyes narrowed. Priscilla, and what follows drivel must be absolute japes. Either way, you are provoking my displeasure. Emilia, oh no, no, sorry. However, I felt that you might say no, Priscilla, so I just knew that. I'll ask again tomorrow. Priscilla, tomorrow or not, my answer shall remain the same. Emilia, but you never know what tomorrow will bring. For the time being, Emilia believed that it was not wrong to take up the challenge boldly. Of course, there was the worry that she would think it was harassment and hate her even more. But if Emilia thought so, then Priscilla was Priscilla. Do as you please. Emilia, yeah, I'll do that. Even if she dismissed it as futile, she will not use force to keep her from doing so. Emilia also felt like she was taking advantage of the situation, though, because she was in a difficult position to do so. In any case, Priscilla, well, was that the conclusion of your ambush on me? Emilia, no, that was only the first one, not the second one, because of what happened with Subaru. There's something else I still want to talk about. Priscilla, now, what is the purpose of discussing the first matter with me? As long as your proposed plan does not interfere with my course of action, I will have nothing to do with it. Emilia, but Priscilla is good friends with Abel and Zika, right? You seem to be discussing a lot of things, and I was wondering if you could tell everyone. Priscilla, I withdraw my previous statement. Your drivel dances beyond my imagination. It is not often that I change my words. Emilia, is that something I should be happy about? Is that bad? Her crimson eyes looked to the side toward Emilia, who bent her lips when she didn't get an answer. It was probably not very welcome, but if one did not know what exactly was wrong, there was no way to fix it, even if one thought it should be fixed. Priscilla should be good friends with Abel and Zika, so would it be a mistake to want to convey to everyone what Emilia and her group's policy was aside from that? However, Emilia and her group would be much better off going to talk to them in person. Anyhow, Emilia, I don't know if I can get along very well with Abel, Priscilla, coo. Emilia, Priscilla. Holding her open fan to her mouth, Priscilla let out a small chuckle. When Emilia looked over to her face in profile, Priscilla slightly relaxed the corners of her eyes and said, Priscilla, being hated by you, who even tried to talk to me, would truly be the epitome of his tactlessness. Emilia, I don't hate him. I just thought he might not quite be my cup of tea to deal with. Priscilla, your being aware that someone is hard to deal with, as well as your aversion, are accumulations of the main factors behind those things, called your likes and dislikes. However, it is probably natural for you people to evaluate Abel in such a manner. Mineself wonders if your judgment is correct. Emilia, Priscilla, do you feel the same way? To Emilia's question, Priscilla remained silent and did not respond. However, to Emilia, it felt as if that silence was saying that she shared Emilia's opinion that Abel hated Subaru. Emilia, Priscilla, do you know why? Up until a little while ago, you were talking to Abel and the others, weren't you? Priscilla, unfortunately, the discussion that had kept myself back had no relation to your foolish commoner. Those like him do not even become an ounce of the subject of conversation. No, having heard the tale of the great disaster which destroyed the demon city, mineself will not say it was completely unrelated to that foolish commoner. Emilia, Demon City. Ah, then, you were talking to Yorna, to Priscilla's mother. In the middle of the discussion in the large chamber, the topic of the parent-child relationship between Priscilla and Yorna came up. In the end, it had been washed away by the matter of how Louis should be handled after that, but that probably was not the case for the people involved. Naturally, the reunited mother and child should have discussed it. Emilia, still, I was also surprised. That Priscilla also has half demi-human blood. Priscilla, nonsense. Do not acquaint myself with you. I think it surely must not be the case, but did you draw close to me because you had felt an affinity over that? Emilia, that wasn't it at all, but is it not true? Then is Yornasan Priscilla's foster parent? If that were so, that would also be surprising. After all, I also, Priscilla. Nonsense, do not make me repeat myself, you fool. That too is your impulsiveness. Emilia, then, what do you mean? If Yorna and her were biologically parent and child, her foxskin blood should have flown inside Priscilla, but that had been denied. If you were to then think that meant a foster parent, that had also been flatly denied. Emilia, being a half-elf raised by her mother and aunt by blood Fortuna, had thought Priscilla was the same in some ways. Emilia, not blood-related and not a foster parent in that case, how is she your mother? Priscilla, is there any reason why myself must explain everything to you? Emilia, no, I don't think so. But if you don't tell me, I'll be really curious. Knowing it was selfish, Emilia had tried asking Priscilla for the truth. Of course, the possibility that just as she had rejected a friendly relationship, she would refuse to give her an answer had been high. However, Priscilla was silent for a moment, and then Priscilla, Iris, and the King of Thorns. Emilia, Priscilla, it is an old story. Do you know it? Emilia, well, I do know it. Lady Petra likes that kind of thing. The words that had abruptly left Priscilla's lips. Emilia's eyes widened as she nodded. She had been taught that Iris and the King of Thorns was an old story that had been passed down from long, long ago, and was a historical account that originated from the Valatian Empire. Emilia, too, had also heard no more than a brief outline, but from the story she heard from Petra, it seemed like it was a love story between an emperor of Valatia from long ago called the King of Thorns, and a girl named Iris. Unfortunately, Emilia had said that she still did not understand what was so interesting about it. But Emilia, what about that story? Is it a story that Priscilla likes? Priscilla, it seems you are a half-devil who cannot put two and two together. Naturally, it is bound to be related to the course of the conversation thus far. Emilia, thus far, Priscilla and Yorna's parent-child relationship and this old story. Priscilla, Iris, and the King of Thorns had joined hands to bring about an end to the civil war that had swallowed up many races in the empire. However, right before the pair that were linked heart to heart could be wedded, they were betrayed, and the story ends. Emilia, a sad story, isn't it? At the gist of the story Priscilla had told, Emilia muttered this as the corners of her eyebrows dropped. It was very disheartening when people who had worked their hardest were not rewarded. Now, just as she despaired at the situation the Emperor of Valatia was placed in, she held the same feelings for the end of the couple that had long ago been made into a story. At Emilia's reaction, Priscilla exhaled with a "Ha, Priscilla." However, the story and the historical facts differ. Historically, having lost Iris to betrayal, the King of Thorns descended into madness and decided to eradicate the wolfmen and molemen that had raised their blades. For the few that had escaped, even now, as soon as they are found in the Empire, they are burned at the stake. Emilia, it's understandable to be angry about that, but still, the people in this day and age, Priscilla, have no relation with that. You are no stranger to that yourself, having been persecuted as a half-devil. Emilia, the sharpness of Priscilla's phrasing had stung, but Emilia's skin was hard as iron against that kind of insult. However, even if she did not bleed, the pain of being struck remained the same. Deciding she would properly complain about that later, Emilia was more curious about where things went from there in the rest of Priscilla's story. What had the King of Thorns done after losing Iris and taking revenge on the traitor? Emilia, with that, is the story of the King of Thorns over. Priscilla, with having merely given in to anger, it could not possibly be said that he had only descended into madness. Thus, after that, the King of Thorns had directed his madness towards Iris, who he had lost. Emilia, towards Iris. Raising her eyebrows at the story's unexpected turn of events, Emilia repeated back the words she had heard. Priscilla nodded at those words and turned her crimson eyes to the sky. Frustrated, Emilia's lips trembled as she sought Priscilla's next words. Emilia, the King of Thorns, what did he do to Iris? Priscilla, he laid a curse upon her. Emilia, a curse. Was that something you would put on someone precious to you, much less someone whose loss caused you suffering? Indifferent to those doubts of Emilia's, Priscilla spoke of the curse's details. That was Priscilla, the secret art of dragging a lost soul back without handing it over to Ard Lagna. Emilia, a dead person's soul. Priscilla, it is said that there is a secret art called the Sacrament of the Immortal King which can even revive the dead, but its existence is considered questionable. However, this commandment of thorns is a curse born of insatiable yearning. The dead coming back to life was astounding, but more important than that now was that which was called a curse. The subject of the souls of the dead and their fate was also discussed at the Pleiades watchtower through the books of the dead, in which the memories of the deceased were imprinted within them. The existence of the books of the dead convinced them of the existence of the soul within humans. Emilia, but what does it mean to drag down a soul? Does it mean they come back to life? Priscilla, it does not work that way. Iris' body was torn apart after her death, and even if her soul returned, it would not bring her back to life. In the first place, the commandment of thorns has no such power. Emilia, then what would happen? If there was no body, if there were no place for the returning soul to enter, where would the soul go? In response to Emilia's question, Priscilla quietly lowered her gaze. Instead of looking at the sky, her crimson eyes looked into Emilia's amethyst ones, and Priscilla, the usual. If the soul does not return to Ard Lagna, it will return to the earth, and without receiving the proper treatment, it will enter its next vessel. You could call it resurrection, or even reincarnation. Emilia, Priscilla, so long as the curse is not undone, so long as the commandment of thorns that entangles them is not undone, the departed soul shall continue to rise again. Again and again it will repeat itself, pilling up the lives and deaths over and over again. One of these lives, the life before Yorna Mishigia, was that of mine dear mother. Abel, Sandra Benedict, that caught me by surprise. Yorna, you are the one who is far too ill-natured, for you hid the matter of Prisca. With firm, cold voices colliding, a quiet heat intermingled in a stone room. Exchanging their gazes, choosing their words in order to search for what lay in each other's hearts, were Abel, displaying his true face with the only mask that covered his face removed, and Yorna, puffing the purple smoke from her kaisru. Until just now, there had also been a third person present in this place, Priscilla. For as soon as she deemed that the essential discussions had concluded, she immediately excused herself from this place. Abel accepted this attitude, but it did not cause Yorna's turmoil to vanish. That was a matter of course, for even the mistress of the demon city could not easily come to grips with the change within her own child. Yorna, how about we both honestly admit that our secrecy has had harmful results? Abel, I had my reasons for keeping it a secret. Even you should be able to guess. Yorna, that's indeed. Casting her eyes down at Abel's answer, Yorna ruminated while her long eyelashes quivered. Her unexpected encounter with Priscilla brought about an enormous ripple through Yorna's heart. That was a reality that she had never expected, nor harbored even a fragment of hope for, as it had been an absolute impossibility. In negation of that, a healthy Priscilla appeared before her in such a way, and while it filled Yorna with joy, there was no doubt it had been a tremendous gamble for Abel. The situation of Priscilla equals Prisca still being alive was one that should not have been possible. Behind the scenes of that impossible event, there was no doubt that Abel was involved. Yorna, just what are you? Abel, that which I promised you was a means to dispel that commandment of thorns. Perchance, if you desire the answer to that question, I have no reason to grant you any other reward. Yorna, straight to her face, Abel rejected Yorna's query. Abel refused to speak of that answer, forcing Yorna to weigh it against her greatest desire. For so long already, piling up lives and deaths time after time, this soul continued to view the world. Even though she could barely remember the face of that person anymore, that was why. Abel, Yorna Mishigia, no, thou who the King of Thorns fell in love with at first sight, Iris. Indeed, using the name that long ago, Yorna's beloved person had used many times to call out to her, The man at the front of however many generations had piled up with the blood of her beloved person, called out to Yorna, "Abel, muster up more of your courage. For your dearest wish, and above all to keep Prisca Benedict, the daughter who you should have lost, alive in the future." In a voice so cold that it was incomparable to that of her beloved person, he imposed so. 1. Pun. https://n. Wikipedia. Org wiki ho renso. The word for spinach, horensu, and ho renso sound the same. Arc 7, Chapter 81. The Fierce Lady and the Clown. Machine translated by Archbishop, Archbishop, 297, proofread by Alpha Dydra Japanese to English checking by Ice Archbishop Maskbook Art Sources, Lapatusia. This an edited machine translation, which has been checked by at least one Japanese-English human translator for quality using feedback from the machine translators and proofreaders. This may have a quality dip in accuracy, therefore. If you read this chapter, you must take into consideration the trade-offs between speed and quality. The sacred Valetian Empire, under the reign of its current emperor, Vincent Valetia, was enjoying an era of peace and tranquility unprecedented since its founding. There had been small skirmishes, but other than the rebellion of Yorna Mishigia, there was no situation where thousands of people were involved in a conflict. As long as the relationship with the kingdom of Lugunica, which had been in a standoff for many years, remained stagnant, no civil war or even a situation of falling into territorial disputes with other countries could happen. It was easy to say that the times were on their side, but that did not bring peace of mind to all the hard work that had gone into maintaining this peace. To begin with, was this a feat that could be accomplished simply by having the times on one side? To continue to take the very fact of wars away from the Valetian Empire, which had been a constant source of strife and reason for conflict for 9 years of its reign, was a contradictory act of kindling a bonfire on thin ice. It was due to the skill of Vincent Valetia, the current emperor, who had even been called a pacifist. However, though I'm sure His Excellency would never be happy about being called a pacifist himself. Really, Tilda. You don't feel bad about being recognized for your deeds, regardless of whether they were right or wrong to you. In fact, the stability of the country is what His Excellency the Emperor wants, isn't it? So you're proud to be called a demi-human lover. Undeniably. I'm the one who popularized the name in the first place. Good grief, this looks to be the wrong person to make an example of. These days, my old friends who visit me are an odd lot. It keeps me occupied, though. The woman donned a wild smile on her beautiful face and narrowed her green eyes as she brushed her bangs back from her forehead. She was tall and slender with a supple, well-trained body. Her long, smooth-skinned arms and legs and feminine curves were enclosed in a merchant marine-like garb, and she carried a curved sword in its scabbard beside the fine chair on which she sat. Her whole body was filled with the high spirits characteristic of a warrior, as if to prove that it was not an ornament but a practical weapon. Above all, on her left cheek, there was a long, large, white scar that ran from her forehead to her chin. It was an eye-catching scar, and once you saw it, it was burned into your mind and difficult to forget. However, even the scar was nothing more than an ornament to the person who gave others the impression that she was beautiful, the Scorching Lady, as she was called. The Scorching Lady, High Countess Serena Dracray. That was the name and title of the fierce lady before them, one of the greatest nobles in the Valetian Empire. To Roswal, her counterpart, she was a friend with whom he had been in contact from across the country since before this all happened. Roswal, of course, as long as you are serious when you call me an old friend. Serena, friends or not, I'm not going to play such trivial games with you. First of all, when you are a high countess, all anyone wants to do is to talk about profit and loss. Sometimes I want to have luxurious small talk without such things. Is that too much to hope for? Roswal, I'm not saying it's too much to hope for, but I'm heartbroken Tilda by that sorrowful plea. With a small chuckle, Roswal reached for a cup from the table in front of him and sipped his tea, enjoying the warm aroma. The aromatic warmth danced on his tongue. Unfortunately, Roswal could not glean much more than that from the food and drink. The lack of taste in anything he eats or drinks is part of the burden Roswal had to bear, and the price he had to pay in order to get to where he is today. At any rate, There was no way he could not thank her for the hospitality she had extended to him as a guest. There, Roswell glanced at the petite figure sitting next to him, the one who had probably enjoyed the taste of the tea on Roswell's behalf, who had let out a small sigh. These tea leaves have lost their potency. It's recommended that you change the waitstaff. Her sharp crimson eyes narrowed, and she commented on the tea with an even sharper statement. Roswell closed one eye at her relentless and dismissive tone, while its recipient laughed in amusement with a "Ha, Serena," something so clearly stated. Should the waitstaff be changed? Yes, they are being disrespectful to the tea leaves. Serena, in fact, with everything in the household being so busy, I was the one who brewed this tea. Is that so? Then it would be for the best if you did not make it at all. Serena, a girl who doesn't know how to show due consideration, I like that. You have a fine wife. With teeth showing in response, Serena looked at Roswell mischievously. As usual, she was a woman of great magnanimity, or perhaps a woman who showed a forgiving attitude toward rudeness and impoliteness. Despite her position as a prominent noblewoman, she did not have the usual personality of being obsessed with authority. This way of thinking and being had not changed since the first time they met. Roswell. However, I'm not the kind of person who can't, Tilda, tell the difference between rudeness and an insult. Please watch what you say, Ram, because this is only marginally humorous. Ram, that is understood, dear. Roswell. Serena, I must correct you. She is my servant, not Tilda, my wife. Serena, I see. I guess it wasn't like your demi-human tastes were finally caught. The relationship between our two countries was tense, but I had thought not having an invitation to the ceremony was rather standoffish. Roswell sighed at Ram, who had calmly accepted what he had pointed out, and then unconcernedly moved closer. Serena's response as she chuckled to herself also seemed slightly off from Roswell's intentions. However, from experience, Roswell had known for a while now that the deeper he dug into this subject, the more detrimental it would be. Therefore, he would not delve any further. In any case, Ram. Even so, Ram was surprised when she heard it. That is, that Roswell Sama and Countess Drakroy had such a close relationship. Serena, I doubt I could unscrupulously call a relationship without contact in years close. When I think about it, to come visit me without contacting me in this hectic situation, if you were to be that overtly rude, I would surely end up wanting to burn you to death like my father. Roswell, Serena, that joke isn't very funny if you're not from the Empire. Serena, is that so? In high society, it's usually a sure bet at making people laugh. That statement, which had unintentionally made Ram be taken aback, was a joke which poked fun at one event from a succession conflict. In fact, it had come from the true story of how she had burned her father to death and seized control of the Drakroy household. Since she had said that the sword wound on her cheek was also inflicted by her father before she killed him, it had made Ram reflect on her courage in having ended up deciding it was a funny anecdote, and on the attitude of the Empire that laughed it off. When Roswell had gotten to know her, she had still been a teenager. Serena had visited the kingdom of Lugunica on business, and had endeavored to resolve a dispute that had occurred there. To put it simply, since he saved Serena's life when she had been targeted by assassins, and moreover revealed that the attempt was orchestrated by her father who had shunned her, his ties to the Drakroy family were unexpectedly deep. However, Serena's personality had not changed before or after that fierce experience, so she must have been born with her fortitudinous, fiery demeanor. Roswell, it's true that I want to reminisce over old stories and behavior in your high society, but, as you might have guessed, there was a reason why we suddenly visited without contacting Yao Tilda. A pleasant chat with an old friend was also enticing, but there was nothing important to Roswell other than the fulfillment of his long-cherished wish. Everything in Roswell's life was for the sake of a wish that had sunk to the deepest recesses of his heart. Therefore, his visit to the Empire, and even his blinking and breathing, were all contributions for the sake of his dearest wish. Roswell. Currently, Roswell and Ram had parted ways with Emilia and the others, visited the territory of High Countess Drakroy in the northwestern part of the Empire, and were having an audience with Serena Drakroy, the Lord. Needless to say, the purpose of the visit was to secure Subaru and Rem, who had disappeared from the Pleiades watchtower, and were believed to have been hurled to the distant land of the empire. For Raswal, it would have been enough if he could secure Subaru, but he had not done a foolish thing like saying that aloud. In any case, they would bring their missing friends back to the kingdom. That was the purpose of this journey. However, even if they were to say that their goal was to merely bring them home, the matter was not that easy or straightforward. For the four major countries other than the Kingdom of Lugunica, they all had their own reasons for why coming and going was difficult. The Kararagi city-states, which required connections and a lot of money, were relatively preferable, and one could say that the Holy Kingdom of Gustico was excusable in its ease of understanding, as long as one didn't err in their timing and approach to their faith. From that point of view, the empire, which did not get along with the kingdom, surpassed the rest in difficulty. Relations between Lugunica and Wallachia had historically been bad for a long time, and although they had now miraculously confirmed a non-aggression pact, that too was doubtful in how far they could freely trust in it. Rather than being proof or a sign of friendly relations, the confirmed non-aggression pact gave the strong feeling of a warning that, since it was time for both countries to shift their focus inwards, they should be careful not to interfere with each other unnecessarily. It appeared likely that there was a connection between the matter of the national border now being blocked and the backing for the non-aggression pact, or possibly Serena. This major incident shaking the imperial capital was also a plot by a faction that wants to annul the non-aggression pact or something. There's a limit to how suspicious you can be. It's an idea unbecoming of a man of the kingdom. Serena's green eyes suddenly narrowed as she guessed exactly what was on Roswell's mind. This fierce lady was rather sociable, though had catastrophic tea-brewing abilities. However, she was one of the very few in the empire entrusted with the role of High Countess, with powers of observation that were genuine. Imperialism, unlike the way things were done in the kingdom, did not question age or origin if one had ability. Inevitably, the more capable one was, the higher the position one obtained. Accordingly, Serena Drakroy had earned and continued to hold the position of High Countess. The point she just made was another possibility that Raswal had considered and taken to heart. By the time Raswal and his group had entered the empire, the fuel of the rebellion was already bearing smoke. Until now, the efforts to quench the fires, which had been done at the first sign of trouble, had not borne fruit. If the high probability that this would lead to full-scale rebellion was seen, then naturally there must have been some cause present there. That was why Ram. A war for territory with the Kingdom of Lugunica, that is what they are looking for. When Serena pointed out that she was skeptical, Ram placed her hands on her lap and spoke in a quiet voice. The eyes of the fierce lady turned to Ram, and she stared straight back at them with her light crimson eyes. Ram, above the reign of Emperor Vincent Wallachia being threatened, there are those who do not desire the peace that has been created. If that is the case, then after destroying the peace and quiet, what would those people want? It is natural to wonder if that is the kingdom of Lugunica. Serena, is that so? There are people who revolt just because they don't like the idea of anyone being superior to them. Such was the case last year with the leader of a band who raised their swords against me. Ram, let's leave those peculiar instances out of the discussion. Serena, I wouldn't go as far as to call it peculiar, but you certainly missed the point. With a finger running along her shapely chin, Serena scrutinized Ram's opinion. Roswell did not interject during the discussion because he saw nothing in Ram's opinion that needed correction. He had never discussed these impending issues with Ram, but he was not surprised that she was also concerned about the same possibilities as he was. In any case, Roswell, Serena, surely you don't wish to go to war with the Kingdom of Lugunica either. Of course, it's a different story if you're so outraged that you want to rebel against the Emperor. Serena, fortunately, I've never been dissatisfied with His Excellency's meritocracy. The behavior of General First-Class Yorna, whose tantrums from time to time are also a stranger to me as someone who possesses territory far away from the Demon City. It's just, Roswell, it's just. Serena, that I don't wish for war with the kingdom, what kind of speculation did that view arise from? Supposing you say that our side will stand little chance, my heart will also start to waver with the wind. Serena's lips relaxed while she looked at her, her gaze infused with a tingling sensation. It was her way of expressing her own pride in Raswal's words. She was called the Scorching Lady, and as a woman who held the position of High Countess with her prowess, it was inexcusable for her to be looked down upon. That was not the basis on which to compare Ram's remarks about tea. Serena did not pour her heart and soul into tea, but she did pour her heart and soul into her family name. Serena, how about it, Raswal? Am I mistaken, or was it your slip of the tongue? Raswal, Serena questioned him in order to block off his escape routes, and as he looked back into the green eyes of his old friend, Raswal noticed Ram next to him, peering at his side. From the change in the atmosphere, she could probably sense that the result would be poor depending on how he answered. In addition, if Serena's good mood were to be soured, it would make it very difficult for Raswal and the others to move around in the Empire. Not simply because they would lose their backer or supporter, but also because Serena knew of Raswal's background. Taking all of that into account, and adding Serena's personality and humanity into the mix, the best answer that Raswal could give in this situation was, Raswal, indeed, sorry about the misunderstanding. Let's rectify that. If it comes to war with the kingdom, a large amount of blood shall be shed in futility. That of the Empire, too. That's why I don't recommend it. Serena, oh, Serena's eyebrows twitched and lifted at Raswal's matter-of-fact response. The pale sword-inflicted scar on her face trembled, and the pupils of her eyes narrowed slightly. It had not yet connected to an outburst of emotion, but depending on the words that followed, such an outcome may arise. But he had already decided on the words that would follow. Neither did he intend to attempt any lies nor pretense on her. Were the kingdom and the empire to battle, a great deal of imperial blood would be spilled. The heart of the matter was Raswal. After all, the kingdom has the sword saint, Reinhard van Astria. Every imperial soldier who comes across the border will amass into a great river of blood. Serena, oh come on, that's an illegal move. Raswal, even if you call it an illegal move, as long as it exists, there is no choice buat tilde to place it on the table for discussion. Though, as you say, it's a trump card that destroys the discussion. However, at that point, Raswal cut off his words and closed one of eyes, which differed in color between left and right, leaving only blue side open. Raswal, there will be no hesitation whatsoever to play this trump card at the outset. Normally, trump cards and secret weapons are meant to be saved if at all possible, but this was not the case with the Sword Saint. To draw that card at the outset would be the most effective, and the results would also be stupendous. Above all, the person in question would accept the duty with pleasure. Serena, good grief, not even having the decency to let me do a thought experiment, you'll make me cry, military strategist. Suddenly, the atmosphere from just before dissipated, and Serena flumped her weight against the back of her chair. She pouted her lips as if she were a sulking little girl. Serena, in the Empire, I have only been able to hear rumors, but, from your point of view, is that which is called the Sword Saint a supernatural monster? Raswal. Up until the previous generation, the Sword Saints also had tilde a certain charm to them, but the current generation's Sword Saint is more appropriate for that expression. If you do not know the real thing, you won't be able to actually feel that, though. Serena, the way you speak, it's just as if you have seen all Sword Saints up until now. However, I see. Raising a wry smile at Raswal's response, Serena frowned with her shapely eyebrows. Due to their long relationship, Serena believed that there was no way Raswal was going to speak words without much thought put into them, and was thoroughly scrutinizing him. However, for all Imperials other than her, whether they would be reasonable had yet to be decided. Raswal, if you overestimate your own power, or underestimate the power of the Sword Saint, you will be unable to escape the tragedy. So I shall blow an adverse wind into your mind. You shall tilde not go to war. Serena, Raswal, and tilde well, supposing you choose to wage war against the kingdom, then at that time I'll become your opponent. Shall I show you? The ruthlessness of the relentless onslaught of magic from an altitude so high that you would not be able to do a thing. Although he shrugged his shoulders and jested about showing her, Raswal was also quite the strategic force to be reckoned with. Although not as powerful as the Sword Saint, he could still suppress thousands of common soldiers by simply flying through the air and wielding magic. If he chose battlegrounds he had a strong compatibility with, it was also possible that he could overcome the war front by his lonesome. Serena, in that regard, I can easily believe it, unlike the hearsay about the Sword Saint. After all, I have seen a glimpse of that with my own eyes. Raswal, that was also over a decade ago. Currently, I can show you far more developed magic now than I did back then, Tilda. Serena, you're an unfathomable man. Be that as it may, outstanding power comes with its own set of shackles. I guess that's the reason why you are unable to wield it freely in the Empire. Raswal, correct. This time, having been cornered, it was Raswal's turn to put his hands where she could see them. In fact, if the tactics they had just discussed were to be put into action, Raswal would continuously rain magic from high in the sky, out of reach of people, and would be able to reduce the Empire into naught but scorched earth until his mana was exhausted. However, even when speaking in terms of the wide world, there was no one except Raswal in the world today who was capable of doing such a thing with magic. It would be more or less the same in the places he used discretion. Showing his preeminent magical talent within the Valatian Empire was similar to exposing his true identity. Therefore, Raswal had to refrain from any flamboyant behavior after having entered the Empire. The same reasoning and restrictions had been imposed on Emilia during their time apart. Ram, though in the situation over there, there's a chance that she'll forget about that and flare up right away. Raswal, I'm going to have to rely on the children she has with her overseer Tilda. Well, if I take the circumstances into account, Garfield should also be able to keep her in check, so I shouldn't worry too much. Or rather, if he was unable to place trust in them, he would not have gone separate ways in the first place. That it would be okay to entrust decisions over there to them, because he had trust in that, the current state resulted. Such a way of putting it like trust. He thought that if Otto and Petra were to hear it, then they would certainly make a disagreeable face. Serena, let me guess, you were not the only ones who entered the Empire under these circumstances, were you? While Raswal and Ram exchanged words, Serena, who raised her posture from the back of her chair, continued. As she met their gazes, she traced the sword-inflicted wound on her cheek with her finger, and Serena, something you're looking for. No, someone you're looking for. It appears to be someone greatly important to you guys. Raswal, even in the relationship between you and I, your way of asking sure makes it difficult to nod a luang, Serena. Nevertheless, your actions serve as proof for that. Otherwise, one would not go through the trouble of crossing the locked-down border to come into Valatia, unless it is destiny. Narrowing her eyes just slightly, Serena muttered in a quiet voice. Unable to understand what she meant, Raswal frowned with a feeling of unease. However, before he could question the true meaning of those words, Ram was quick to nod and say, "Yes, Ram, there is someone I must bring back at all costs, someone equivalent to Ram's very life. Raswal, Ram. No amount of hiding it or deception is going to work with her." Although he chided Ram, who easily disclosed information that was not unlikely to become a weak point, Ram retorted, and Raswal was instead unable to offer a rebuttal. If the action itself could be said to be the answer, then the truth was just that. Raswal, however, even if you're going to show weakness, then you should have some presentation techniques. Serena, don't condemn Ram like that. Isn't it a commendable thing? What surprises me more is that you went to such lengths for the sake of what's important to her. She appears to be very important to you. Ram. Yes, because there is no replacement for Ram. Raswal, that is an undeniable fact, but I'm somewhere at tilde concerned about the way you put it. Raswal and Ram claimed that there is someone they wanted to bring back, although that someone differed between the two of them. This in turn seemed to have caused a misunderstanding for Serena, who did not know that this was the case. Since they wanted to secure assistance, they would share detailed information about the people they were searching for afterwards. Serena, whatever the case, I understand why you warned us not to start a war. With the conversation having returned to Raswal's warning, the discussion before this last one, Serena's expression had suddenly stiffened. She looked at the naturally tense faces of Raswal and Ram, and with a mindful gaze she continued, "But, Serena, I'll listen to your advice, but I can't vouch for the attitude of the other citizens of the Empire. Most of them would go into a frenzy, even if they were to be told they had no chance of winning a fight against the Sword Saint. Raswal, that is a point of difference with the kingdom, where there is no need to explain the true power of the Sword Saint Tilda. Ram. Yes, that is correct. In the kingdom, if you had the chance to get a glimpse of the sword saint, Reinhard, there would be no need for any further explanation. Since the four great countries shared a treaty prohibiting Reinhard from leaving the country of Lugunica, the people of other countries had almost no chance of ever seeing him. If they could have gotten that chance, there also would not have been any need to bother with this kind of roundabout persuasion. One look at the sword saint, Reinhard van Astria, and anyone could have sensed right away just how foolish it would be to oppose him. Only lunatics living in a world completely detached from reason would not understand that. Serena, if it is really as grave as it sounds, I guess I can only hope that His Excellency will suppress the rebellion without incident, or that the rebel side taking his place is reasonable. The rebellion had already broken out and caused the public to take interest in what really their objective was. If the rebel side had concrete ideas and no unreasonable ambitions like fighting the kingdom, the war between the two countries and the massive bloodshed Roswal had spoken of could be avoided. Of course, there would be nothing better than if the Emperor's side could suppress the rebellion properly. Roswal, no matter how this civil war is resolved, it would be troubling if an attack is aimed at Lugunica afterwards, because a quarrel with the Empire would be an incident I have not planned for. All of Roswal's actions were a path leading towards a dearest wish that must be granted. Thus, the fact that he had acquired the opportunity to have an audience with Serena in the Empire was also no exception. It wasn't any different in regards to desiring assistance for the sake of bringing Subaru back, or persuading her, an influential person within the Empire, of the futility of going to war with the kingdom. For Roswal's dearest wish, Subaru's presence was indispensable. Furthermore, a fight with the Valatian Empire, or something of that sort, was not included in the path Roswal had to follow. So this was not the time for a war between the kingdom and the Empire. There must be no interference until the day of the dragon-kindling ceremony, when the covenant between the kingdom and the dragon will be renewed. Issues that hinder the royal selection must be removed. And for that, Roswal, we must have His Excellency the Emperor quickly suppress the rebellion and far extend this first time of peace and tranquility since the founding of the Valatian Empire, Serena. I haven't seen that evil look in a long time. Some kind of sinister plot. Hearing Roswal's words, Serena raised her eyebrows in amusement. He himself was not aware of the evil face that had been pointed out, but from what she said, he must have had such an expression. Nevertheless, Roswal's plans should not run counter to Serena's expectations either. She was also a member of the imperial nobility, and as long as she did not take part in the rebellion herself, she should naturally side with the emperor. Ram, Countess Drakrai. Suddenly, next to Roswal, as he was thinking that, Ram started her own conversation with Serena. At that call, Serena looked at Ram and Ram. May Ram have a moment? Serena, sure, I don't mind. Though please don't call me Countess Drakrai. I just want to chat with a friend, Serena. Please, Ram. Then Serena-sama. It seems you are really close with Roswal-sama, correct? Serena, yes. Serena's eyes widened when Ram, who had changed on what to call her, focused her gaze on her. However, her face instantly turned into a mischievous one, and she nodded and said, I see, I see. Roswal had a bad presentiment about what it was she had just realized. Serena, you're curious about how I met this guy, right? From the looks of it, you guys also seem to have known each other for a long time, but, Ram, it's been exactly 10 years. Serena, in that case, we've been acquainted just a little longer. Ram, can you drink? Ram, it is not at the same level as with tea, but Ram is pretty picky if it comes to alcohol. Serena, all right. Serena slapped her knees with her palms and gave Ram a smile of her own. It seemed like it would come to them having a good drink with reminiscent talks serving as a snack. Moreover, if they were going to talk about when he had met Serena, Roswal also had a few youthful indiscretions. Roswal, Serena, I appreciate the invitation, but we have some urgent business to attend to. About those matters, Serena, you want my help for that, don't you? If that's the case, all the more reason you shouldn't spoil my mood. If you haven't seen me in a while, then at least have a drink with me, Roswal. Ram. Giving up on trying to dissuade Serena from her unheeding attitude, Roswal looked at Ram. Just as Roswal wanted to bring Subaru back, Ram had come to the Empire to bring back her other half, Rem. She thought since she had sincerely answered Serena's earlier questioning, she might be able to bring her mind from wine glasses back to a constructive discussion. However, Barusu aside, Ram does not think it would be wise to refuse Serena Sama's offer for Rem's sake. Raswal, really, is that the only Rias and Tilda? Ram, of course, if Ram could also hear stories about Raswal Sama before he met Ram and the others, then even if we end up in the same stalemate, Ram could say it was an excellent plan. Ram was not ashamed if it could serve her goals and have real benefits at the same time. And much to Raswal's regret, Ram and Serena were exceedingly compatible. There was no doubt that their drunk talk would also be lively and that they would get along well. That would very well be the beginning of a headache for Raswal. Raswal, in a sense, I should perhaps see this as a necessary price to pay, all so that they could reach their goal, then leave the empire and return to the kingdom. When he called on an old friend and asked for help, he was prepared to pay some kind of price. However, he had by no means thought it would turn out like this. Serena, just now, another guest left right before you guys arrived. She sure was a merry one, so I was about to feel lonely. Ram, because they were also close to you. Serena, technically, it was the husband of the guest with whom I had been close, but yes, she should be back soon, so I'll introduce them then. Right now, rather than that having stood up, Serena headed to the display cabinet in the corner of the room. When the door opened, lined up inside were a variety of bottles of alcohol, large and small, and they could see she had great taste. Serena chose one of them, and while she was returning with 3 glasses from the shelf, it was when I was serving as an emissary representing my father that I happened to meet Raswal. I was targeted by assassins while heading to the kingdom. They were sent by my father, but Raswal saved me there. Ram, so that is how it was. Continue. Then, alcohol was poured into the glasses on the table, and the old stories began. The conversation between the curious Ram and the talkative Serena was lively, and while Raswal felt uncomfortable, he decided that this was a necessary moment and surrendered himself. Raswal, all for the fulfillment of his dearest wish, and to regain the pieces necessary for that. Raswal's predictions had missed their mark, and he was compelled to prevent getting even more deeply involved in the Empire's civil war. When 2 days later, the name of the black-haired maiden siding with the rebel army, Natsumi Schwartz, reached Countess Drakroy's manor, and Ram seized control of High Countess Serena Drakroy. Arc 7, Chapter 82, The Rebel's Intent. Machine translated by Archbishop Archbishop 297 proofread by Alpha Dydra Archbishop Japanese to English checking by Archbishop Senkel Art Sources Punibaba. This an edited machine translation, which has been checked by at least one Japanese-English human translator for quality using feedback from the machine translators and proofreaders. This may have a quality dip in accuracy, therefore, if you read this chapter, you must take into consideration the trade-offs between speed and quality. Serena, ultimately, subduing my person will keep the Drakroy domain from making a move. As I thought, you've got yourself a fine wife, haven't you, Raswal? Raswal, it's troublesome that I have had to correct you countless times already, but Ram is my attendant. Met with Serena's comment, who was unusually brave considering the circumstances placed upon her, Raswal unpleasantly replied, while feeling like he was at his wit's end. Visiting Serena's territory, the Drakroy domain, he was searching for someone in the Valatian Empire in order to secure the missing persons of Subaru and Rem. He had requested assistance 2 days earlier. Holding the position of High Countess, Serena was widely known throughout the Empire. It was hoped that she would be able to obtain highly accurate information, with the condition that it was about a boy with black hair, black eyes, who would stand out whether he wanted to or not. No matter where he was whisked off to, it was hard to believe that Subaru would keep quiet, so the degree of their expectations were high in that sense as well. Therefore, it was inevitable that this would happen, and at the same time it was unexpected. Raswal, Ram, let me ask just in case, but the reason for this reckless action is, Ram, it is Natsumi Schwartz. Raswal, isn't that right? The sound spun by Ram's lips. It held the meaning of a name that was difficult for Raswal to disregard. Having been sent off to the Empire, Natsuki Subaru, isolated without support, directed a distress signal to those who understood the meaning of that name. Raswal and Ram also immediately picked up on its intent. In indicating that he was here, Subaru's judgment was unusually praiseworthy. Indeed, Subaru's actions themselves were without fault. If there was a problem, it was the side from which the beacon of that distress signal had been raised. Therefore, Ram resorted to what could be called a surprise attack or reckless action. The result yielded a scene of Ram holding her wand thrust forward, forcing Serena to keep seated on the sofa. However, this could not be blamed solely on Ram's reckless behavior. The reason was Serena. The black-haired maiden leading the rebellion, Natsumi Schwartz, is the person you're searching for. Ram. To be precise, that person is an added bonus for Ram. Serena, though that is not the case for Raswal. Thus, what is not so for Raswal must be extraordinarily important to you. At the words of Serena, whose movements were being restrained by the wand pointed at her, Ram held her tongue. Even while Ram prevented her from moving about, Serena's thinking remained sharp. In these circumstances, she did not lose her composure and had a general understanding of Raswal and Ram's situation. Natsumi Schwartz was something like a pseudonym that Natsuki Subaru had been using. Although the exact meaning of the name was more complicated than that, if one considered the reasoning behind Subaru's deliberate use of it in the Empire, his intention in using the pseudonym was clear. Raswal, too, would like to respect that intention if possible, but Raswal, of all the things, to be on the side of the rebel army is, even though he could pick up on the intention of using a pseudonym, the direction from which the beacon had been raised had been unexpected. The rebellion that had occurred in the midst of them, smuggling themselves into the Empire, was already cause for concern. It was no exaggeration to say that not only had it sprouted, but had also blossomed into a poisonous flower. For better or for worse, it was truly Subaru-like to not proceed as they had expected. Raswal, Ram, have you also received any of Subaru-kun's bad Tilda influence? Ram, that is unthinkable. There is not a single breath of Barusu's influence on Ram's behavior. Serena, even though you have been put into this situation as the result of his actions in the first place. Ram, Raswal-sama, the discussion with Serena-sama. As soon as the situation deteriorated, she changed the subject and pushed for the initiative. Closing one eye at Ram's boldness in speaking, Raswal turned to face Serena once again. Currently, Raswal and Ram had been summoned to her office and had just heard about the black-haired maiden from none other than Serena's lips. Having been told about the features of Subaru and Rem, the people being searched for, she probably had the impression that it was just to the extent of a conversation topic with the detail of black hair. However, it was something holding a meaning which Raswal and Ram could not miss. Serena, regarding the problems that have occurred in the fortress city, as a high countess, I must make some sort of declaration of my intentions. It happened directly after Serena had declared this. That Ram moved to suppress her. The bold nature of Serena and the fact that she did not have guards stationed in her office would be the ruin of her. Her personal guards were standing by in the hallway outside the office, oblivious to the high tension in the room. Of course, as soon as Serena raised her voice, they would storm into the office. Ram, in that case, I will tear Serena-sama apart. Serena, oh, how frightening. I like it when I can tell you're serious and not just making threats. Raswal, you are. Raswal, she is not my spouse, but my servant. That discussion is already settled. I'd rather make an effort to return to a peaceful rapport between the three of us without changing the nature of our relationship, Tilda. Serena, us, what a terribly laudable way of putting it. For you, who always deems everything as the matters of other people, to harbor the problem as your own is refreshing. At the chuckling Serena, Raswal sighed with one eye closed. It was certainly just as she said, as because of what Ram had done, it could not be the matters of other people. It was not about the master-servant relationship or responsibility, but it was also an emotional issue. Besides, while Ram's action was certainly hasty, it could simultaneously be said that the haste was the value of the reckless action. After all, if Ram was not suppressing Serena, Raswal, your pride, the Flying Dragon Squadron, will burn the rebels to nothing in the blink of an eye. Serena. At Raswal's words, Serena Drakray slightly narrowed her eyes. The Flying Dragon Squadron owned by Countess Drakray that was, commanding the numerous flying dragons that inhabited the Valatian Empire, the attack force that flew around the empire's tallest summits freely. Originally, flying dragon riders, who possessed the technique of taming flying dragons, allowing them to command the flying dragons that bore no thought for people, would display overwhelming fighting strength on the battlefield. Because Roswell could take flight, and thereby had the capability to completely defeat most opponents, he understood. He understood that mastery of the air was the ultimate move to dominate the battlefield. Therefore, in the Valatian Empire, it was easy for the houses with excellent flying dragon riders to elevate their military gains, surpassing the trend that has been going since before the previous generation Count Dracroy. Serena Dracroy's era is considered to have the strongest flying dragon squadron. If she truly wanted to mobilize the Flying Dragon Squadron, an ordinary rebellion would be no problem whatsoever. Serena, unexpectedly the person you are looking for is now in the rebel army, and you are troubled that I will deploy my troops. But you can't just stand here and stare at me forever, can you? How will you proceed? Ram. Serena Sama, what about your family? Serena, it's pointless if you're looking for a relative. I haven't found a good partner since Roswell dumped me. Ram, Roswell Sama. Roswell, don't take jokes to be the truth. In general, such a thing as fellow aristocrats of the kingdom and the empire, the relationship between both countries makes it impossible. Serena, this is not the time to be making jokes. Even when disregarding Roswell and Serena's relationship, Ram could not be said to be very patient right now. Although it was hard to tell from a quick glance, Ram strongly regretted the events at the Pleiades watchtower. She blamed herself for losing Subaru and Rem and being separated from them. There was no doubt that her impatience was behind her extreme actions this time as well. Roswell, let's not provoke Ram unnecessarily. Shall we not try to aim for a good landing together? Serena, a good landing together, huh? If that's the case, what exactly do you guys specifically want? Roswell, Serena, there are no fools who would fly on a flying dragon without a destination. In such a case, the mileage would be bad, and my riders are also precious. If you're going to call anything here unnecessary, it would be just that. You should understand my concerns. Right. Resting her chin upon a single one of her hands, Serena gazed at Roswell as if testing him. Considering that Subaru had joined the rebel army, since it was highly likely that Rem was also there, it was not unreasonable for Ram to have made a quick decision. Blaming him for that in itself was meaningless as long as time could not be turned back. If they wanted to, there was the means of harming Serena, then taking advantage of the chaos to flee from the territory. However, that would be nothing more than a foolish act which abandons their original goal and creates needless enemies. Even in an empire where strength meant everything, soldiers were not so foolish as to gratefully accept when their masters were defeated by foul play. To dampen the power of the Flying Dragon Squadron under Countess Dracroy's possession, such a thing may have been welcomed by the rebel army. Roswell held doubts about if that action was worth his old friend's head. Of course, if it was a necessary sacrifice for his dearest wish, Roswell would not hesitate to take Serena's life. Though if the sacrifice was not needed, then he did not think he would go out of his way to make it. Therefore, the words that Roswell offered here to Serena were, Roswell, in this situation, would you like to join the rebellion together with us? Serena, ha, Roswell, if you do that, then the discord between you and us will be buried. If our goals become the same, Ram will lose her reason to point her wand at you. Essentially, we'll be able to settle things between us peacefully. Serena's eyes widened at Roswell, who said this bluntly with his hands folded in front of his chest. Shock and astonishment flashed in those eyes of hers, and so did a little bit of inquisitiveness. With the meaning of her interest being piqued, she did not give a remark that was completely off base. Relying on that, Roswell began to work on his relationship with her. Serena, settle things peacefully, you say, but it seems that would only be about here. What awaits at the end of your invitation is an insurrection. My territory has received relief from His Excellency the Emperor. What gain would there be unnecessarily aggravating the situation, Roswell? You have no dissatisfaction with His Excellency the Emperor. Is that truly the case? Serena spoke logically about the security of her foothold. However, interrupting her mid-sentence, Roswell looked her straight in the eye. As a high countess of the empire, She was a talented person who appeared to be broad-minded and good at actualizing her intentions. For this reason, he had to look her firmly in the eye when he told her this. Emilia, when somebody is speaking with you, you should look at their face. Suddenly, those words flashed through Raswal's mind. Unexpectedly, he felt like he had received a push from those words. And Raswal, it's not like I spent the last 2 days passing the time quietly. While you were busy, I've been pricking up my ears as much as I could. Serena, so instead of keeping my alcohol company until morning, you've been hard at work eavesdropping. Raswal, with the workload you have, I recommend you change your lifestyle of drinking until morning every day. It would naturally be different with the conditions that guests were being welcomed at a time of peace. But even then, his earnest wish as her old friend was for her to curb the amount she drinks. In any case, putting his concerns over Serena's liver aside, Raswal would present the fruits of his attentive listening. The secret circumstances that this Drakri domain held, that was Raswal. I heard a rumor that the incident from the year before last, in which a divine general conspired in an attempted assassination, has had quite the lasting impact. Serena, Raswal. I heard that the perpetrator of that incident, the divine general who lost his life, was a flying dragon rider. And in addition, that person was also one of your subordinates. His name was Serena, Balaroy Temiglyph. Saying that in a low, quiet voice, Serena interrupted Raswal. She was still resting her chin against her hand. However, the heat housed within eyes had changed from before. In some way, the hue of enjoying this situation had disappeared into a silence resembling the surface of a lake bereft of wind. With those quiet eyes, she looked over to Ram, who was behind and to the side of Raswal, and Serena, lower your wand, Ram. I'll talk even if you don't point it at me. Ram, but Raswal, Ram, do as she says. Serena doesn't go back on her word. Raswal held her back through those means, and Ram reluctantly lowered her wand. Of course, she immediately repaired her readiness, but Serena could not find fault with that vigilance either. Only she turned her face towards the window, to the scenery extending out there. No, she looked up to the sky. To the sky where flying dragons flapped their wings and flew about freely. Serena, do you think it is freedom, this sky? Raswal, from your way of speaking, that doesn't seem so Tilda. Serena, in the empire, the water, the soil, the air, even the flesh and blood of its people, all of it belongs to His Excellency the Emperor. Even the sky is no exception to this. Who do you think's been claiming that? Raswal. I wonder, Tilda, limiting it to who makes it quite difficult, doesn't it? After all, that is something everyone's been thinking. At Raswal, who shrugged, Serena gave a short reply of is that so? The name she mentioned, Balaroy Temiglyph, was a former member of the 9 divine generals and the perpetrator of the assassination attempt on the emperor that took place in the imperial capital the year before last. Originally, he was a capable person appointed to an important position in the Drakri domain by Serena, and because of his remarkable strength and excellence as a flying dragon rider, there seemed to be good prospects that he would work his way up and advance to the rank of General First Class. As a matter of course, Balaroy turning his blade on the Emperor had also put Serena, who had recommended him, in a bad position. Although the position of High Countess was not even taken away, the imperial capital's feelings were poor, the expectations they held in her flying dragon squadron were lost, and she was also never given an opportunity to recover. And to top it all off, the person who had been installed as Balaroy's replacement in the 9 divine generals was Raswal. The flying dragon general, Madeline Eshart, is a selection akin to a snide Ramaak Tilda, isn't it? Serena, with no military experience, a being that suddenly rose to the position of General First Class on the Prime Minister's recommendation, it seems her lineage is surprisingly that of a dragonkin. With a dragonkin who can control flying dragons without the secret technique of taming flying dragons, taking the time and effort to train flying dragon riders would be useless, wouldn't it? Ram. That's not the position of Serena Sama, who has a flying dragon squadron. Serena, whoa, don't look down on my flying dragon squadron. Not needing riders has both advantages and disadvantages. It's true that the time needed for training is eliminated, but a flying dragon without a rider can only rely on its instincts for tactics. On that point, a flying dragon rider can understand and apply tactics. Ram, Raswal. Most importantly, the dragonkin in question seems to crush them with force in numbers. Valesha's secret of taming flying dragons, even Raswal did not know the details of the technique to employ the ferocious flying dragons that bore no thought for people. However, he had heard even though a talented flying dragon rider could discipline a single flying dragon, they would need to stay with them at all times. In other words, flying dragon riding had to consist of one flying dragon and one person. In contrast, the existence of the flying dragon general, who could command countless flying dragons without putting in all that time, was the natural enemy of Serena, whose strength lay in the flying dragon squadron, as well as a thorn in her side. Serena. Balleroy was a trusted friend who was at my place for a long time. If he went against his excellency and even pointed a spear at him, it could be said to be inevitable that the fault would turn towards me. But Ram, whether you are willing to resign yourself to that disgrace is a different story, isn't it? Serena, each and everything you say appeals to the depths of my heart. Ram is obliged. Responding to Ram's bland expression of gratitude, Serena sighed deeply. Serena did not deny what Raswal and Ram had pointed out when being pressed by their respective voices. By the time she had Ram lower her wand, she had already resolved herself. That was a sign of her willingness to talk on an equal footing, rather than divulge the circumstances under threat. In other words, Serena, even with all this, I didn't mean to cause trouble while you were here, okay? With those words, Serena Drakray touched the white scar on her face and smiled fiercely. Her strikingly ferocious smile was the same one Raswal had seen in his younger days when he met her, the ambitious one she had shown before she stole the position of head of the family from her father. However, now her smile was directed not at her father, whose eyes had clouded when his daughter began to steal the trust of his retainers from him, but at the fearsome being who ruled this vast empire. Raswal. I see, Serena. You seeing that smile, Raswal belatedly realized his misunderstanding. In an attempt to prevent the situation caused by Ram's snap decision from getting worse, he had tried to guide Serena's thinking by clarifying the position the Drakray territory had been placed in, but that was a mistake. There was no need to steer her in the direction of supporting the rebellion. Even the rise of the rebel army with the black-haired maiden was nothing more than a chance for her. Serena had already decided where she would stand, and in her own way had shown consideration for Raswal and the others. She showed consideration in her own way by not dragging in an old friend that had come to find a missing person and did not know anything. However, Raswal and the others had thoughtlessly stepped into the opposing camp. Without realizing the magic stones had already ignited, they had poured additional mana in. In other words, Serena, I was as careful as I could be. Only this once would it be all right to regret meeting a clever wife, or maybe that you went out of your way and turned down my marriage proposal. Raswal, Serena, don't worry. If I were to reveal your identity, I'd be suspected of having colluded with the kingdom. In that case, a war on two fronts would be pure insanity. If I'm going to do it, I'll fight a battle where there's a chance of winning. Control of the discussion was stolen, and the situation with Serena had reversed. Since their positions overlapped, there was no reason for Raswal and the others to harm Serena. On the other hand, Serena had the leeway to make full use of Raswal and the others' circumstances. Raswal Sama, could it be? Raswal. We've stepped straight into the hunting grounds of a Bias Tilda. Serena, if we hadn't broached the subject. Serena, in that case, I would have given you the appropriate hospitality for a few days, and then let you escape before the civil war was in full swing. But if I'm invited to fight together by an old friend, then there's no helping it, right? Raswal, so barefaced. It was unclear whether she had intended to act in concert with this rebellion or take action independently. Nevertheless, Serena had already decided to rebel. They did not know whether that was anger at the Emperor's cruel behavior or connected to the fact that her confidant lost his life. If only one thing was certain, Serena, His Excellency the Emperor Vincent Valesha, there is an exceedingly great amount of people who have accumulated discontent with his peaceful reign. If great flames of war rise once, those flames will spread in one swoop. Raswal, those flames of war, might you have any idea Abuat tilde them? Serena, I wonder what it could be. You're the one with an idea, aren't you? Chuckling, Serena seemed to have an ace up her sleeve that Raswal did not know about. Raswal, on the other hand, also had an idea of a singularity that would be no matter to be trifled with if left unchecked, although he was unsure how it would affect this unfamiliar land. If it was him, no matter what predicament he fell into, he would get through it one way or the other. All that remained was who he met in that predicament, how much he wished to save them, and how his influence would spread. Or perhaps, Raswal, have you also gone and set the whole empire ablaze, Subaru-kun? If that were to happen, how should Raswal act? Of course, for his long-cherished wish that must be fulfilled, it was necessary to return to the kingdom with his reputation intact. Even if that was not the case, there were the promises he exchanged with Subaru. It was unilaterally imposed on him, but unlike Subaru, he could not revoke it. The future that someone else lacks was something that was difficult for him to accept, as he had decided to pick up the pieces. Even without his promise to Raswal, he would probably struggle as much as he reached out. At the very least, Raswal would only act to reduce the number of his attempts. Then it becomes just a matter of not letting Subaru realize things had turned out in an undesirable way. Serena, well, thanks to Ram endangering my life, my ill wills have ended up vanishing. I'll forget about my duties for today and open a celebratory drink. Ram, having pointed the wand, it might not be Ram's place to say this, but are you sure about that? Serena, we both needed to cultivate stronger unity toward the same goal. That's why we should drink and get to know each other. Considering who we're going to challenge, it's a very natural activity. Serena nonchalantly invited Ram to have a drink with her, with a face that blithely forgot her previous outburst. Ram was unusually perplexed by Serena's big-heartedness, as she seemed to be relieved that she no longer had to hide things from Raswal and Ram. That said, it was unthinkable that Serena would eloquently trick Raswal and the others and catch them off guard with a shallow move like that. In doing so, Serena would risk her own strength and even her own life in exchange for Raswal's freedom in the Empire. Raswal, so are you going to wait for the flames of war to rise, or will you become them yourself? Serena, I at least know where I stand. No need to rush, it's not far off. Or is it your idea to stay put quietly? Raswal, that's not it. Serena, right, it's the same for me. Although both parties may have had different ideas of these flames of war, they seem to have had a similar perception of what they had in mind. Raswal crossed his arms thoughtfully as he noted that fact. Serena, meanwhile, had nonchalantly gone to her display cabinet and started looking for a drink to loosen their tongues. Ram, Raswal Sama, in the fortress city of Geril. Raswal. In terms of position, Emilia Sama and the others are closer to us, attacking from the east. The same rumors will be heard over there, so if they can join us, they will. Of course, it would be frustrating for you. Ram, no. Shaking her head, Ram replied with a bottled frustration. She would like to be reunited with Rem as soon as possible. With rumors of Subaru all over the fortress city of Garel, Rem was most likely to be there. On the other hand, even with Raswal's flight magic, a vain attempt would be a heavy setback. Finding people in a wide empire required a certain mind-numbing rationality. Raswal, for that reason, let's wait and see. As she says, the flames of war that will rise. Ram, yes. With some hesitation in her wavering voice, Ram nodded her head in a healthy manner. A few days later, the flames of war that Serena Drakroy had spoken of rose. The momentum of the rebellion, led by the son of Emperor Vincent Varlatia, spread throughout the empire and also to rebel groups in various regions. Among them, it was said that the first to declare their intention to join the rebel army was the High Countess Drakroy, and it was said that the brave lady had a handsome stranger and a lovely servant at her side. Arc 7, Chapter 83, Warfare and War Zones. Machine translated by Archbishop Kiln Archbishop 297, proofread by Alpha Dydra Japanese to English checking by Senkel Archbishop Art Sources. Punibaba. This an edited machine translation, which has been checked by at least one Japanese-English human translator for quality using feedback from the machine translators and proofreaders. This may have a quality dip in accuracy, therefore. If you read this chapter, you must take into consideration the trade-offs between speed and quality. Steadily, the rebellion's flames of war spread throughout the Valetian Empire. Over the past few days, the empire had been bustling as if the tranquility of the past few years was nothing but a fabrication, stirring up the thirst for blood built up within it until it had turned to sludge. The history of the Valetian imperial family had been a river of blood for generations, and the current emperor was expected to put an end to this horrifying tradition. In fact, during the reign of the emperor, although there were some skirmishes, the situation that was considered a major upheaval was avoided. The people were supposed to be enjoying peace for the first time since the founding of the country. However, when you look at it from the outside, the people of the empire didn't want a peaceful and safe life. On his knees, sitting in his chair while looking at a map showing the state of the war, he muttered in a compassionate mood, "Vincent Valencia, the emperor. It wasn't known what principles he used to run the country, but it is not like he maintained peace by chance either. Exhausted physically and mentally on a year-by-year basis, he built an unprecedented era of peace in the empire." One could only imagine the disappointment in their hearts when they found out so easily that they were not wanted. The people were stupid, and the emperor was pathetic. From my point of view, I don't know why they bother to increase the possibility that they might die. I don't know what goes through the minds of those insane people. That guy, yeah, and Jamal, and others. He remembered how he used to advocate for the pride of the imperial people in his spare time. Tad Fang braced himself as he tried to remember the man whose face was no longer blurred. It would be troublesome if he made a careless remark and was found to have forgotten Jamal. At the very least, Jamal still has to live within his heart and mind in front of a woman who should be treated with care and respect. Todd, are you tired? Suddenly, at the edge of Todd's vision as he unfolded the map, he saw the face of a woman leaning over. Frankly, it was heart-wrenching. She must have been on the roof of the carriage just before. Todd's perception could not grasp when she had arrived next to him. However, there were countless such masters in the world. The world would be a very difficult place to live if they were frightened by the existence of opponents whom we could not beat in a fair fight. Most people faltered because they confused not being able to win with not being able to kill. Even if one could never win, there were some people who they could easily kill. Todd did not consider such an opponent a threat. Hence, neither did the woman next to him, Arakia. Arakia, Todd. Sliding in through the open window, Arakia sat on the carriage bench, or rather, squatted on the seat with her knees bent, unceremoniously. Even though she had been living in the imperial capital for a long time, she had not mastered the manners of the city at all. This was either because the person in question did not have that kind of education, or the people around her did not raise her right. It was commonplace to leave strong people like her to their own devices because they were strong. In Valencia, the strong took precedence over all qualifications. Hence, a vicious cycle was established in which no one could blame the strong Arakia for any unseemly or disrespectful behavior. Of course, if one was stronger than she was, one would be allowed to complain about her manners. Because the Blue Lightning is a name worthy of an even greater weirdo than Arakia. If one was in the Valetian Empire, one would have plenty of opportunities to hear rumors about the empire's most powerful, the first. For better or worse, each and every rumor about the first were considered bad even by the esoteric values of the empire. Above all, they were ill-suited for someone with Arakia's upbringing. As a result, this behavior of Arakia's had probably not been enforced. Of course, Todd had no reason to correct that, but he did anyways. Todd, Arakia, sit down properly. It's unsightly. Arakia, sit me, in the chair. Todd, what else is there? What do you think a chair is for? Hearing the inquiry with a strange look on her face, Todd replied with a grimace. In response, Arakia wondered, but obediently assumed the correct way to sit in the chair. However, since her legs were spread, he hit her knees to make her put them together. Todd, people down there see how the strong behave. In the Empire, anything goes as long as you're strong, but that's the thing, soldiers have hearts too. Even you don't have to think about whether it's easier to fight a superior officer with good or ill will, do you? Arakia, is there a point in doing that? Anyway, I'm going to fight alone. Todd, after you ravage the battlefield, what about hunting down the survivors? Who's going to clean up the corpses? Who will negotiate with those who surrendered? Arakia, Todd, In fact, if you want to be alone, why am I here? Your words are full of contradictions. After a mild argument, Arakia, who made a difficult face, fell silent. Fortunately, he now knew that this was not the face of the vigilant second most powerful person in the empire with pent-up frustration, but rather a face of acceptance that he had a point. In the beginning, he was careful about pointing things out, but now he did not hold back. Once he got the hang of it, Arakia was like training a sheepdog. What makes it different from a sheepdog was that the dog itself was also a wolf with tremendous strength. He laughed at himself for thinking like that, though. Arakia, Tard, are you tired? I knew it. Tard, if I'm tired, it's because of the long journey. You are a hard worker. I can see why His Excellency the Emperor and the Prime Minister and others find you useful. Arakia, necessary so. Arakia again expressed her concern for Tard, who had fallen silent. After Tard lashed out to dismiss her concerns, Arakia's eyes dropped to the floor. Arakia was probably aware that she was being used as a convenience. She was not the type to indulge in life stories, and since Tard was not interested, she did not delve into the topic, but considering future treatment it might be worth asking. If people who know Tard can feel closer to him on their own accord, it was a worthwhile deal. Tard, you Arakia, the map, what were you looking at? However, his attempt to speak was completely squashed by Arakia, who changed the subject. Tard choked on his words and tilted the map so that Arakia could see it. The map showed the entirety of Valencia, but it was a simplified version that only showed the major cities and topography on which Tard had drawn this, and that according to his own senses. Arakia stared at it, her well-shaped eyebrows risen a great deal. Arakia, I don't get it. Tard, no doubt. Arakia spoke of incomprehension, but Tard did not blame her for being ignorant of it. In fact, it was not due to Arakia's learning shortcomings, but simply because the map was written in such a way that no one but Tard could decipher it. No special words or symbols were used, but the meanings were reworded, or intentionally incorrect symbols were used, so that information could not be extracted by others. Even if the map was inadvertently dropped, Tard's actions would not be exposed from it. Also, in the unlikely event that he was captured, he may be kept alive for the purpose of deciphering the map. It was worthwhile since this move called the third hand avoids suffering setbacks. Tard. Significant notes record the location and scale of the battle. Nonsensical notes are just a distraction. I won't tell you which is which. Arakia. I don't know, so even if you tell me, do you have a lot? Tard. Yeah, I've never seen a situation this out of hand since His Excellency had acceded to the throne. Although a subjectless question, Arakia's question referred to the rebellions that had taken place throughout the empire. Not only was it an expression of rebellion against the emperor, but there had been frequent clashes between actual imperial soldiers and rebels, and the call for rebellion was high and widespread throughout the region. However, this was just a catalyst. What became the symbol of the righteous cause of the rebel army planning to usurp the imperial throne was Tard, the illegitimate child of His Excellency the Emperor, the black-haired crown prince. Arakia, His Excellency's child for real. Tard. Well, what's important is not whether it's true or not, but rather that such a rumor is being spread, and that the force of the flames is continuing to grow stronger without being extinguished. Arakia, Tard. That's why hardworking people are being recruited all over the place. Incidentally, I was as well. As one of the 9 divine generals personally selected by the Emperor, it was natural that Arakia was in a position allowing her to speak with Emperor Vincent Valencia, who supposedly resides on an unreachable plane of existence. It was a mystery to what extent Arakia's sense of values could be trusted, but even from her perspective, it seemed the existence of the Emperor's illegitimate child being held up by the rebel army was questionable. However, as Tard himself had said, whether it was correct or not was not important. Tard. If they didn't want people to think this rumor was important, they should have extinguished the fire while it was still small. Because this fuddled uproar is the result of having fallen behind there. Arakia. Is it connected? The thing with Gladiator Island. Tard. That was. Having closed one eye, Tard was interrupted by the muttering Arakia next to him. She had mentioned the matter of the Gladiator Island Jinnenhive, which was the first task for Tard's group as well as a secret order by Bastet's. the prime minister of the empire, and they had failed it spectacularly. It had happened just a few days prior, but having been ordered to kill all the gladiators on Gladiator Island, Tard and Arakia had proudly headed there in high spirits and retreated just before they went ashore, ending the matter without anything happening. Naturally, Bastet's reprimanded him for failing to fulfill his duty, but Tard's instincts for sniffing out danger led to him firmly refusing to land on that island. He had sensed that there was a threat over there that he absolutely should not confront. Tard, who placed absolute faith in that feeling, did not regret not landing on the island. The fact that after that, the Gladiator Island was taken over by the gladiators and was contributing to the spreading flames of war as a part of the rebellion happening all over could not possibly compare to endangering his own life. Even if Tard were to regret that decision, it would be, Tard, ridiculous. That's not like me at all. Arakia, Tard, it's nothing, you worry too much. Rebellions are happening all over the place, but none of them will last long. They're just dreaming. Tard took the time to deny the question Arakia had begun to ask earlier, and then shrugged. He had not intended to mislead her or play her for a fool. Truly, the rebel army was dreaming. It was the kind of nightmare that felt good while in that dreamlike state of mind, but the self-hatred when they woke up would make them want to die. Or perhaps it had been a nightmare unfolding to its end before they could wake up. General First Class Arakia, Private First Class Fang, we are arriving. It was right after Tard spat that out that the sharp voice from the coachman's seat of the horse carriage had reached them. The shaking spreading from beneath their seats gradually subsided, and the speed of horse carriage heading towards their destination had decreased. Then the carriage slowly stopped, and Tard and Arakia exited out the door. Tard. The two had lined up on a small hill, and the weather was dark and overcast with thick clouds, which seemed to Tard as if the sky was apprehensive about the future of the empire as it plunged into an unending civil war. If he lowered his sight to capture this poetic impression, what could be seen was a battlefield on a sprawling wide plain with a group of familiar uniforms fiercely clashing with another unfamiliar group of uniforms. With the Western Plains as the battlefield, the clash between the Imperial and rebel armies had already begun. Tard, who is the opponent? With the Imperial soldiers having already set up an encampment, one of them came over to the pair on top of the hill. That person looked daunted, having received Tard's question as soon as they opened their mouth. Judging from his cloak, he was probably a general. To his bewilderment, Tard, who was nothing more than a private first class, started speaking to him quite overbearingly. However, upon noticing Arakia next to Tard, they straightened up. General, the citizens of Kunohelment are in high spirits after killing their consul. It seems the consul had just arrived after being appointed. Tard seems like an ill-timed move. That consul was also unlucky, so is that pest with that group who are burning with enthusiasm. General, it has not been confirmed. We believe he is not here. Tard, if he was, he should have shown his face at the beginning. General First Class Arakia. Arakia, MM. Nodding after receiving the report from the general, Tard called for Arakia. Turning around with a sigh-like reply, she was ready for this opportunity to fully demonstrate her abilities as ranked second within the empire. With that out of the way, all that remained was for Tard to make sure that no unnecessary obstacles were introduced. Tard, give the signal and let your troops retreat. I recommend completely focusing on withdrawing. Otherwise, General, otherwise. Tard, General First Class Arakia's flames do not choose who they incinerate. Was not a statement particularly intended to threaten, but it seemed to have had the same effect on the general who heard it. They gasped slightly and glanced at Arakia. Arakia, with her usual stoic expression, noticed that gaze and looked at the general. Faced with the crimson eye not covered by her eye patch, the general's cheeks stiffened. General, sound the drums, pull back the troops. The general immediately switched gears and issued directions to the subordinates in the camp in a sharp voice. Unlike the unreasonable common soldiers, a battlefield with a proper general thankfully meant a conclusion could be reached more quickly. However, that did not make the battlefield pleasant, so they should finish their unpleasant duties quickly. Tard, Arakia, don't hit the soldiers who withdraw after hearing the drums. Arakia, and the others. Tard, do as you please. Arakia's eye flickered with a slight bewilderment at having been told to do as she pleased. Todd immediately reflected that the way he said it had been poor. She was a woman with the power to do unthinkable things, but Arakia did not seem to particularly like fighting. So it was not appropriate to tell her to do as she pleased on the battlefield. Todd, kill anyone who opposes you. That was the best possible way to issue commands. Arakia. As soon as the sound of drums echoed through the air, the battlefield they could look down upon from the hill transformed. The audible sounds of steel and steel exchanging blows in a sword fight faded away, and in its place, angry roars and battle cries, the great volume of the pursuers and the pursued, began to sweep over the battlefield. However, that would not last long either. The raining explosive flames turned those wannabe hunters pursuing fleeing backs to ash. It was when the ally in front of them, the compatriot beside them, or even one of their own limbs was engulfed in flames, that they were freed from their crazed pursuit and noticed that they were not the hunters, but merely the hunted. Todd, gripping a branch in one hand like a child playing and lighting the lower part of her legs on flames, Arakia rose above the hill, higher and higher, high up in the sky, and then made flames rain down from the sky incessantly. Terrifying tactical weapon that seemed to change the color of the world, that was an appropriate description for this spectacle. Flames headed full speed at the ground, burning enemies in accordance with the commands Todd had issued. Those who stopped upon seeing their enemies being burnt, these lecherous bystanders thought twice about stopping to stare. If they stopped, Arakia's flames would not be able to choose who to scorch. General, sound them, sound them, sound them. Sound the drums. Everyone, fall back HK. Witnessing the war situation being rewritten, the general raised his voice with all his might. Although all imperial soldiers faced the battlefield with the readiness to die, that was not the same as not being afraid of dying in vain. Even if they remained there, they would not obtain any more prestige than a stray dog that burned to death. Therefore, Private First Class Fang stopped General First Class Arakia. While he watched as the flame devil engulfed the battlefield, collapsing the battle formation of the rebels, an angry roar hit Todd's eardrums, who felt like he had already accomplished his job. When he turned around, a different imperial soldier, from the general, who ordered the soldiers to withdraw, was shouting with his soot-black stained face making a desperate expression. As Todd frowned, wondering what the meaning of this was, the soldier's face illuminated red from the flames. Soldier, the other side has come forth to surrender. The battle is over. Todd, can we allow such a convenient offer? I don't like saying this, but unlike the situation where if we didn't pull back, we would also suffer damage, we can now unilaterally annihilate them all. It's better to cut off any unnecessary sources of the trouble and make an example out of them. If Arakia's ability was used well, their side could secure victory without losing a single soldier. Todd thought that it would be more appropriate to make an example of them and make them regret their decision to join the rebellion, rather than allowing them to surrender and get the upper hand. However, Todd's opinion was overturned by the soldier's appeal that followed. Soldier, we can't. Those who have surrendered are accompanied by the Crown Prince. Todd, what did you just say? At the Imperial soldier's report, Todd reflexively grabbed him by the collar. The soldier choked out a gah, but Todd did not care as he brought his face closer. Todd, why has the Crown Prince turned up here? I thought you said he wasn't here. Soldier, they hid him, and now he's emerged. Todd, was their intention to use a trump card. Those guys don't even know the value of their hand. Releasing the soldier whom he had grabbed by the collar, Todd gave a deep exhale. He then looked up at Arakia circling overhead and hesitated on whether to call out to her. And then, after careful consideration, Todd dragged the messenger here. Soldier, but, Todd, bring him here. If they don't want to get annihilated, make him run desperately. The soldier began to argue with Todd's nonchalant instructions, then quickly realized that it was pointless and turned away. Todd also did not want to wield Arakia's brute power either, but he had no choice but to do so while it helped the discussions move forward quickly, especially in the worst-case scenario, when the other party had the Crown Prince. Soldier, Private First Class Fang. Not long after, the soldier from earlier returned to Todd. Beside him was a ragged-looking young man, and in contrast to the bravery of the armor he was wearing, His face appeared dismal and depressed as he realized his defeat. There was no helping it. Even Todd felt the same way when he saw Erakia's violence against the other side. Although he felt pity for him, there was something he needed to confirm. Todd, I hear you guys have the Crown Prince. Is that the justification for your revolt? Messenger, yeah. The Crown Prince desires the imperial throne. We sympathize with that aspiration, and in order to pave the way for that ally, Todd, that's a lie. Messenger, ah. Staring intently into the face of the person who was saying something significant, Todd interrupted. Hearing that, the man's expression was one of bewilderment, and a shiver ran through him. That reaction convinced Todd. They were all talk, but no show. Messenger, ack. The next moment, Todd swung the axe at his waist and smashed the upright standing man's head open. The man with the axe thrust into the top of his head, grunted softly, and fell to the ground with his eyes rolled back in his head. In response to Todd's immediate action of slaying the messenger, the soldier slightly widened his eyes. Soldier, private first class. Such arbitrary actions are, Todd, this guy lied. The opponent doesn't have such a thing like the Crown Prince on their side. These people chose the low road when it came to surrender. General First Class Erakia will continue to do as she has been doing. Soldier, gah, if the Crown Prince is truly here then, Todd, he's not. At Todd's declaration, the soldier was unable to continue with any further words and kept silent. As Todd then gave a nod, he dragged the corpse of the fallen enemy at his feet. Todd scraped the flesh and blood from the axe with his fingers and let out a long sigh. Together with Erakia, he traveled around the country crushing the seeds of rebellion, but each time he did so, the presence of the Crown Prince stood in his way. The illegitimate son of Vincent Valatia, the only possibility to give legitimacy to the rebellions that erupted across the empire, how many would attempt to revolt under the guise of that illegitimate child. Even worse was Prime Minister Bestetz's order to capture the Crown Prince unharmed if at all possible and bring him back to the imperial capital. Todd. Ah, good grief. I can't help but say it. How long until we can go back to the imperial capital? Every attempt to return to the imperial capital was unsuccessful. Somehow it became a journey that took them all over the empire. Todd bit his lip as he thought of his fiancée, who even now was still waiting for him to return to the imperial capital. The flames engulfed everything on the battlefield, and those who chose to resist were regretfully burned to nothing. He pitied those who had failed to see this future and ended up choosing to stand on the wrong side, but at the same time he scorned them. The uprising was crushed. No matter how much they raised their spirits, they would never be able to gain victory over the weight of the empire. While he was thinking that there was absolutely no doubt about this, Todd suddenly had a thought. Todd, the beginning of a genuine uprising, and the rebellion's flames of war spreading in every place. Just as if it was by somebody's design, beyond the blaze of warfare spreading throughout, somebody was present. Endlessly, Todd's survival instincts were being made to throb by somebody. Todd, with warfare spreading its flames and the literal burning battlefield coming to a close before his eyes, Todd came to a standstill. This warfare engulfing the Valatian Empire, just who in the world desires it? Whatever the case, Todd would read through it and obtain what he wished for no matter what. For that purpose, he would spare no effort, no consideration, and nothing whatsoever. If there was one thing that concerned him, Erakia, is it connected? The thing with Gladiator Island. Flashing through the back of his mind was Erakia's question, posed just before arriving at the battlefield. Fundamentally, Todd did not look back to the past. No matter what he did, it would be made correct by the future. Nevertheless, that incident was the only thing that continued to bring him unease. Without stepping ashore, Todd had abandoned the Gladiator Island, withdrawing. That decision was sure to have been the right one. He was supposed to hold no regrets. However, possibly, by some chance, if there was some reason to have regrets, that was. Todd. The retreat on that day, it was the only time my life had been in checkmate. Arc 7, Chapter 84, T Chamber. Machine translated by Archbishop Kiln Archbishop 297 Archbishop proofread by Alpha Didra Spriten Archbishop Japanese to English checking by Senkel Archbishop Ice Art Sources Raw Kumama. This an edited machine translation. which has been checked by at least one Japanese-English human translator for quality using feedback from the machine translators and proofreaders. This may have a quality dip in accuracy, therefore. If you read this chapter, you must take into consideration the trade-offs between speed and quality. As the flames of rebellion spread throughout the Valetian Empire, signs of unrest were growing with each day. More than 9 years had passed since Vincent Valencia ascended to the throne as the emperor, but this was the first time domestic affairs were burnt to a crisp, and people's hearts have been in turmoil. The history of the Valetian Empire was a history of war. Even if a historically unprecedented era of peace had arrived, conflicts occurring in places beyond the reach of the eyes and ears of the imperial capital could not be completely prevented. As a result, people were never truly at ease. But even so, the people living in the imperial capital of Lupugana had had a semblance of peace. As the imperial capital was under the emperor's heel, it was only in that magnificent city that conflicts did not occur. In a way, this safety rested upon Emperor Vincent Valesia's authority, however. That was a thing of the past. The year before last, an attempt to assassinate the emperor had occurred in none other than the imperial capital. The emperor had been so severely wounded as to nearly lose his life, the perpetrator a divine general. Since that incident, the people learned that they were never truly safe within the empire. After they learned it, they also anticipated this. Therefore the emperor's status remained unshaken by the spirit of rebellion of the 9 divine generals at the peak of the empire's military might, and the Valetian Empire would not collapse no matter how much it was shaken to the core. The safety and expectations of the people have been greatly shaken as of late. A report acknowledging the cracks in the basic principles laid out in the empire. When this report echoed through the majestic throne room, every person trying to close their ears to these unpleasant words could have been mercilessly beheaded on the spot, so it was not surprising everyone was so hesitant. The civil officials and military officers, lined up here in the imperial capital's Crystal Palace, even if their respective battlefields differed, all the people gathered here at the very core of the Valetian Empire were doubtlessly warriors. Even those people could not help but hesitate, because to be seen here as a cowardly warrior was directly linked to nothing but death. It was not death that any of them feared. What they feared was dying in vain. They feared they would meet a death unbefitting a brave warrior of Valencia. Therefore, the generals paid respect to the white-haired wise old man who proposed it, Prime Minister Bastet's Fondalfin. And then they awaited the response of Vincent, to whom the Prime Minister issued his report. Vincent, the large throne, enclosing the entirety of his slender body, had been continually passed down as a symbol of authority since the era of the first emperor of Valencia. With the national flag hoisted behind the throne, the national emblem of a wolf pierced by swords looked down upon the troops. With the sword wolf behind him, Vincent sat calm and composed. Leisurely leaning back against the throne, Vincent showed no sign of military might. In fact, no one had ever heard a rumor that this emperor, endowed with unfathomable wisdom, would excel at martial arts. It was unlikely that anyone had seen him wield a sword or express an interest in hunting. As long as an emperor resided on the imperial throne, he was expected to rule the entirety of the empire without exception. Even though the empire valued strength above all, martial arts skill was not a requirement for the emperor at its top. That was because the emperor's sword was none other than his peerlessly powerful followers. However, a large part of the troops were pressured by the emperor, who did nothing but sit there silently. Not only would they lose nothing from trying to cut him down, the throne was merely a few seconds' worth of distance away. If it was natural for the strong to oppress the weak, then the imperial troops did not have the slightest reason to fear this emperor. Nevertheless, the distance and the unopposable presence of the emperor were unassailable. Vincent, the safety of the people. Suddenly, breaking the silence till then, these words left the emperor's lips. Just as it seemed that the tension pervading the throne room would subside, it grew heavier instead, constricting the hearts of the troops. Vincent narrowed his almond-black eyes and gazed at Bastet, who had continued to pledge his fealty with his palm and fist put together in front of his chest. Vincent, since when had the emperors of my country begun to take notice of its people's anguish? Bastet, I understand what you are saying, Your Excellency. However, the reality is that the people's rumors have raised concerns about Your Excellency's reign. If this is neglected, this poisonous blood will spread like a disease throughout the empire. Vincent, are you advising to spill all this poisonous blood? Bastetts, most humbly, even Your Excellency the Emperor would lose his life if he were decapitated. Would it not be imprudent to lose one's head to spare a limb? Vincent, Bastetts, of course, it would be ideal if this matter could be repressed with just fingers, ears, and nails. Concluding his final remark with a bow, Bastetts thus stated his own opinion. That frank, or in other words, inconsiderate proposal made the other troops shudder. But at the same time, they admired him for speaking for them and saying what needed to be said. After all, Bastetts expressed the collective opinion of all the troops about the rebellion spreading throughout the empire. The imperial soldiers were furious at the people resigning to Vincent's reign, bandwagoning with the ones occasionally raising their voices and rising up in rebellion all over the place. If one were to be a part of that first group, they would also be qualified to take the stage as a valiant adversary. But what of the shamefulness of those that followed? Fighting, winning, and securing were the fundamental principles of the people of the empire. The people of the empire must be strong. Too many people misinterpreted the intent of that saying and used it for their own gain. Wouldn't exterminating them be the only way that the intent of the people of the empire must be strong could be truly embodied? However, Vincent had not taken proactive countermeasures against these rebellions and relied on the spread-out garrisons to fend them off. Although, Bastetts, dispatching all the generals of the first class just to nip the rebellions in the bud will not fundamentally resolve the situation. Vincent, quite eloquent, Bastetts, facing me directly with all the troops in formation behind you makes it look as if you were the head of the rebellion. Bastetts, you jest. I am not prepared to lead a rebellion and drive Your Excellency away from the throne. Vincent, HMPH. With a small snort, Vincent paid no mind to Bastetts's refutation. Nevertheless, it was understandable why Vincent would say such a thing. After all of Bastetts's words had been spoken on behalf of the hearts of the imperial troops for quite a while, including the point where he mentioned the anticipated deployment of the generals of the first class and advised against it as being insufficient. Setting aside the blood-soaked, sharp-tongued exchange that followed, Bastetts, Your Excellency, this rebellion is, Vincent, I have heeded your counsel. However, Bastetts, Vincent, I too have a plan. Vincent's gaze swept over Bastetts and the assembled generals and troops, erasing any lingering distrust they might have had of the emperor. When the meeting was called, and they were initially assembled in the throne room, each of the troops had their own feelings about Vincent's reluctance to take a stand against this rebellion. In fact, it was Bastetts who advocated on behalf of the troops, but the feelings of the troops were shared by all of them, which became all the more amplified when they heard what he had to say. Those feelings, which in a sense were about to spread like the flames of rebellion, were extinguished. Like a great fire being doused by wind and water, they were slowed, weakened, and drowned out. And then Vincent, or do you doubt my words? Bastetts's eyebrows quivered as he was asked by the emperor, the owner of such profound wisdom. What kind of emotions were flickering behind those thread-like narrow eyes, uninferable by the rest, was unknown to anyone in attendance. Only one thing was certain. Troops? No, absolutely not. It was that the troops were in unison with their voices, and they answered the emperor's question in a gallant manner. Stamping their feet, the military officers drew and raised the swords from their waists. The civilian officials clasped their palms and fists together in front of their chests, each making the most respectful bow appropriate for their position and responding as such to the emperor's question. No one could decipher the thoughts of Emperor Vincent Valatia. However, if the question being imposed here was whether to dismiss that which they could not comprehend as being something untrustworthy, then that was a no. If what was needed for trust was words and accomplishments, Vincent had demonstrated a proven record. His achievements were worthy of note, beginning with his imperial selection ceremony to become emperor, which was followed by a reign free of major turmoils. Having demonstrated his performance, the emperor had also spoken the words necessary for trust. Do you doubt my words? He had asked. Vincent, have given this rebellion a great deal of thought. So unless I tell you everything from beginning to end about this, is it the case that you cannot even satisfactorily obey? Troops? No, absolutely not. Vincent. Then if that is so, prick up your ears and do what needs to be done before your eyes wander about. I have no intention of sugarcoating the veneers of your position for those who fail to do what needs to be done. The Emperor's speech was both cold and sharp, which was why he seemed so familiar to the troops. Vincent's gaze and tone of voice had the power to manipulate the zeal of others' souls. His devilishness, which was capable of being hot or cold, made the hearts of the troops burn at that moment. The troops' eyes glazed over with anxiety and suspicion as they wondered what he was thinking. No concrete answer was given, but the clouded eyes of the troops cleared, because their emperor made it clear to them that he was working his deepest machinations. Only then could the many imperial soldiers trust in victory and fight on. Bastetts, what would you like to divulge to me and the troops, if only a little? Vincent, for what purpose? If I reveal it, it will cast a shadow over my strategy. Instead, what would be gained? Peace of mind for you and those troops who are frightened of what lies ahead. Vincent brushed Bastetts off with a harsh tone, as if to say there's no merit to comparing these. But the troops supported Vincent's answer. They no longer had the feeling in their hearts from earlier that Bastetts's words spoke for them. Rather, they even felt angry and frustrated at Bastetts's proposal. Vincent made it clear that he had his own thinking. That should be enough. Vincent, you may disagree. I, however, do not intend to offer an explanation based solely on the prestige of the Empire. Looking at the silent Bastetts, Vincent added to his words. At the sound of the Emperor's voice persuading his unconvinced opponents, many of the troops inwardly shook their heads. No further words were needed, and yet the Emperor continued. Vincent, but as I stated, I have no desire to reveal my intentions to you. Instead, I have only one word for you. Bastetts, Your Excellency, Vincent, the people of the Empire must be strong. Bastetts, Vincent, I shall prepare a battlefield befitting the way of the sword wolf. Nodding deeply, Vincent promised the assembled troops over Bastetts. A beat later, a scorching passion burned through the troops' bodies. The inferno that clad them was no less ferocious than the fires of rebellion spreading throughout the empire. If the rebellion was a flame of distrust of the emperor, then the burning within the troops became a flame of confidence in the emperor. Vincent and Bastetts. Vincent and Bastetts looked at each other silently as the heat quietly built among the troops. The Emperor and the Prime Minister, both of whom occupy the highest positions in the Empire thanks to their ingenuity. The surrounding troops could not guess the intent of the glances exchanged by the two. However, Bastetts did not make any further statements that would undermine the Emperor's intentions. But instead, Bastetts, Your Excellency, with all due respect, I have one more question. Vincent, more questions and suspicions. Unlike the first time, those behind you do not appear to be on your side. Bastetts, it is very difficult for one in the position of Prime Minister to decide whether or not to make a recommendation based on the presence or absence of allies. Vincent, your mouth works. Speak. Vincent urged him to do so, giving a jerk of his thin jaw. In response, Bastetts prefaced his remarks with the words, then, and then continued. That was Bastetts, the crown prince with the black hair. Vincent, Bastetts, the ones who rebel throughout the land, have championed him as their leader. He is a black-haired, black-eyed boy, and his origins are that of being an undisclosed son of His Excellency. Like fire magic stones infused with mana, Bastetts's act of throwing them in, for better or for worse, once again made the troops around him, who couldn't grasp their surroundings clearly, speechless. The troops had heard the rumors about this. Even for them, it would be a lie to say that they did not care about the truth of the rumors, but they did not have the courage to confirm them. Bastetts questioned this directly, and yet again there was anticipation, as the troops, who should have been overcome with animosity, seemed to do an about-face. The existence of the Crown Prince was now the sole focus of attention of all the people of the Empire. How it appeared to Vincent's eyes, how his ears heard it, and how his mouth spoke of it. After a short pause, Vincent called out to the Prime Minister with a Bastetts. And then, Vincent, do not be swayed by such frivolous rumors. I have no children. If necessary, find out where these rumors come from and bring the heir to the throne before me. I will keep him as a clown for my amusement. and with a wicked smile on his face, the black-haired emperor assured them so. Bastet, is the crown prince truly not your excellency's son? It was the same question that was posed a few minutes ago in the presence of a large crowd. However, the tone of emotion in his voice was slightly different and carried more weight. It was a serious question, and a voice that only those who heard it would understand. After all, it was a matter of life and death for the old man who asked the question. The location was neither the throne room nor the Crystal Palace, but the Prime Minister's residence within the imperial capital. Although they were both in charge of the government of the empire, the tension between Vincent and Bastet was always on edge, and the perception around them was that they did not get along, to put it politely. For that reason, their dialogue was sure to be a great shock to those who witnessed it. Vincent Valacia secretly visited Bastet's Fondalfin's mansion, and they faced each other in a room in this way. Of course, if you went by the meaning of the word shock, it would be far more on the side of reality. Vincent. Vincent narrowed his black eyes at the question, fixed his eyes on his partner, and remained silent. Rather than simply deliberating, the emperor took pauses in order to drive his opponents into a corner, so Bastet was in no hurry. He was an old man who knew the effects of both silence and pauses. In fact, although it was called a matter of life and death, there was not a trace of anxiety, agitation, or self-preservation in Bastet's appearance as he posed the question and waited for an answer. Indeed, there was not the slightest hint of self-preservation. That was what was most alarming about this old man. Vincent, obviously. Bastet, Vincent, the answer changes not. I have no heirs. All of that is nonsense. Bastet, as I told you before, the discussion here will not leak out. Even if it were General First Class Albert, his strained ears will not pick up anything. You know this. After a long pause, Bastet responded to Vincent's answer. The tea chamber in Bastet's mansion was a small fortress with all the necessities for the sole purpose of holding secret talks. There was talk that within Valacia, the mystical barriers that used rare magic were employing things like mysterious curse arts or meteors. It was rumored that this tea chamber alone cost enough to buy an entire city. Bastet, I have received the necessary stipend. I will offer it to you after my death, so you may put it to good use. Vincent, do you think a room named Tea Chamber would suit the Crystal Palace? Bastet, the name and interior are not important, so you can redecorate it as you like. What's important is its function here. You don't need to wear a false skin. Rather than using implied meanings, Bastet spoke in a frank register to strip him of his mask. At that, Vincent closed one eye. It was not contemplation. The answer was obvious. This was just another pause, another period of silence. Even though he knew it would have no effect on the old man before him, he would not cut corners. He was not going to deviate from what he had already decided. He had been told bluntly by easygoing old acquaintances that it was not a game, but it was in his nature. Vincent, I have no reason to follow your lead. You and I are in a relationship of mutual struggle based on our mutual interests. Do not misunderstand that. Bastet, I see. If that is the case, I would like you to dispel my doubts. Vincent, Bastet, I will ask again. You do not have a son, do you, Your Excellency the Emperor? Vincent, the answer remains the same. Vincent repeated the same answer over and over again. Bastet responded with a short, I see, without a trace of disappointment or relief on his face. If he considered the goal of this old man, he understood just what he had to respond with, but as Vincent was connected to the matter at hand, he asked a question in return. Vincent, for the sake of argument, if I had a child, what would you do? Bastet, if His Excellency had a son, it means that His Excellency was willing to fulfill the duties of the Emperor. The son would be secured as soon as possible, and we would have the real His Excellency return to the throne. Vincent, Then what about me? Bastet, as to how traitors meet their end, we both know, don't we? Bastet was thorough in his response, which was matter of fact and calm. It was refreshing to see a man who had come all this way to the extremes of selflessness in order to serve the Empire's way of being. The fact that there was not a speck of uncertainty in his appearance made the abnormality stand out even more. With that, despite Bastet's thoughts, Vincent, the rumors about the crown prince must have been spread by the man himself, who keeps on getting away. Bastet, do you think it will provoke rebellion in various places? Is it possible that there were children of whom even you and General First Class Cecilus weren't informed? Vincent, it is not possible. Bastetts, even you don't know everything about His Excellency. Vincent, it is not possible. Vincent shook his head at Bastetts, who liked to iron out the finest details. This was not wishful thinking, a desire, or pretending to understand. It could not have happened. He could assure him without a shred of doubt. Regardless of authenticity, Vincent Valacia did not have a child. The man must have been very thorough to leave no room for such suspicions or even a glimmer of possibility. To eliminate any doubt, he had never even shared a bedchamber with a woman. A steel will to never close his eyes in front of others, that was what made him stick to his way of being. Therefore, Vincent Valacia does not have a child. Your actions were just. Bastetts just. If this can be called just, then I ought to usurp the throne with my own hands. When that cannot happen, it is not just. To begin with, Vincent. Bastetts, with these arms that feel like the withered branches of an old tree, I am unable to protect the might of the Empire. The old man's flat tone of voice seemed to be more of a frenzied obsession than anything else. Many people believed that they were doing the right thing and acted accordingly. Otherwise, they would not be able to fully demonstrate their abilities, and of course, they would not be able to validate themselves. Just how many people in this world could remain unwavering while they were realizing that they were making mistakes? Unwavering, they returned with only these results. So then, Vincent. So then, as they moved forward while making mistakes, just what awaited on the path ahead. Bastetts, if all doubt has been dispelled, what I ought to do shall remain unchanged. While Vincent was contemplating, Bastetts was speaking in an unconcerned voice. Perhaps he did not anticipate the existence of a crown prince in the first place. If he was told by his closest confidant that there was no such possibility, he could withdraw his doubts for the time being. Consequently, Bastetts's attention and topic of interest also quickly moved to the next subject. Bastetts, then, how do we deal with the rebels who turn their blades against you? Vincent, were you unsatisfied with the exchange from the throne room? Bastetts, I dared to represent the troops, but I am ultimately in a different position from them since they have complete trust in your wisdom and authority. We have sent General First Class Arakia and General First Class Madeline to various parts of the country to crush the seeds of rebellion, but that alone is not enough to compensate. Vincent, while propping up his chin in his chair, Vincent listened silently to Bastetts's report. In fact, Bastetts's behavior in the throne room was not arranged, but given the situation within the Empire and Vincent's position, it was the best tactic possible. With that, the troops' frustration and suspicion were redirected. However, Bastetts, who had knowledge of the fact that Vincent was merely sitting on a vacant throne, was doubtful about his authority. Bastetts, normally, this is the point in the plan where the commanding ability of either General First Class Keisha or General First Class Gars is required. Since it is difficult to mobilize both of them, an alternative plan, how about bringing General First Class Groovy back? Vincent, the movements of the Northwest are awfully suspicious. Whether it is Kararagi or another party, we have no option of moving them away from that border at this time. The original duties of a general first class was to uphold domestic security and keep external threats in check. This situation was caused by Vincent and Bastetts's collaboration, but if it jeopardized the Empire's footing, it would be like putting carriage before Galewind horse, strangling it to death because of self-centered leadership. Groovy Gumlet's deployment was also an indispensable linchpin in the defense of the Empire. Bastetts. Then, how about General First Class Albart? Vincent, we do not want to carelessly move him away from the imperial capital and unnecessarily expose him to the rebel forces. It is essential to keep him in the capital and deploy him at strategically important points. At least, for now, as long as he is willing to follow us. Bastetts, there is also the recuperation for the arm that was lost in the incident in the Demon City. Given the circumstances, it will not be too difficult to keep him in the imperial capital. If that is the case, then General First Class Meguro. Vincent, for him, there is a duty that only he can fulfill. Tapping the floor with the toe of his shoe, Vincent dismissed Bastetts's suggestions one after another. The 9 divine generals had all been given critical assignments. There were only a few of the 9 divine generals that did not fall into this category. Bastet's. Is General First Class Cecilus still an unknown? Vincent, it is extremely difficult for him to distinguish between friend and foe. His beliefs do not change no matter what principles or great causes one has. Therefore, I have removed him from the board. They had known each other for a long time, suffice it to say, but not once had they felt like they understood one another. Perhaps no one but Cecilus could understand Cecilus. His ability with the sword was undisputed, but there was no room they could afford to leave for the uncertainty in his standpoint. Though for Cecilus, who desired to stand on the grand stage, it seemed to be quite a regrettable story. Vincent, in any case, there is no chance of him returning. More than ones that cannot be used, pawns that are troublesome when used will only derail the calculations. In general, the rebels should be looked at in a similar manner. Bastet, if he is not returned to the board, I have no objections. If so, what war potential do you have in mind to engage the Crown Prince, insolently presenting himself as His Excellency's son, the rebels gaining momentum, and General First Class Yorna? Vincent, Arakia, Albert Dunkelken, and Madeline Eschart. Bastet, Vincent, if you think it insufficient, add in Keisha Gold and Maguro Hagging. At the word insufficient, Bastet shook his head and just said, "Not at all." Although it was doubtful how open-minded one could be about this, it was an extraordinary situation to have 5 of the 9 divine generals face off against an adversary. In addition, there were also the generals of the second class, with Kafma Urulux at the front, who could virtually be called a general first class in terms of strength, and were not few in number. Therefore, Vincent, in the imperial capital of Lupugana, we shall engage the rebels. Bastet, perhaps the rebels will change their war strategy once they assemble all their forces. Vincent, a black-haired crown prince to gather forces, and a bunch of collaborators using him as a symbol of deception. How can such a group of people be so united in their insistence on the authenticity of a non-existent crown prince? In the short term, this might be a clever move to light the fire of rebellion, but discrepancies will inevitably build up over time. The rebels took advantage of this opportunity to raise their voices, many of them under the banner of a fake crown prince. Even if all the rebel forces from all over the country were to gather in the capital, they would not be able to coordinate with each other. However, Vincent Valacia certainly had not failed to consider such a possibility. With that in mind, it left some element of unease. And speaking of unease, Bastet, a decisive battle in the imperial capital, HM, ever since the founding of the sacred Valacian Empire, for a group of rebels to march on the imperial capital, it's just like in Magraz's guillotine. Vincent, Bastet. Bastet, yes. Vincent, you certainly seem to be enjoying yourself. At Vincent's remark, Bastet gave an unusually confused ha. However, when he pinched his cheek with his fingers, he became aware of these feelings for the first time. Thoroughly probing for the joy that had slightly spread and for its true origin, Bastet, I am terribly sorry. I know it's me of all people, but I offer my heartfelt apology. Vincent, apologies are unnecessary. Why do you smile? Bastet, a smile, it's just, I thought it was as expected. Vincent, as expected. Bastet, as expected, the depiction of a maelstrom of war, that very thing is the Valacian Empire itself. To anyone outside the empire, it would have sounded like a silly thing for an old man to say. However, this was probably a sentiment held by almost everyone in the Valacian Empire, young and old, and Bastet's was not unique in this regard. No, of course, it was rare for anyone to say such a thing, even in this position. Vincent, is the existence of the Valacian Empire entirely determined by that? Bastet, we each have our own picture of the future we envision. Your Excellency, no, I'm sure you do too. Vincent, in the tea chamber, there was no margin for eavesdropping. Nonetheless, he had said a bit too much. This kind of talkativeness was uncharacteristic for Bastet, and perhaps it was proof that human blood flowed through his veins. If that was the case, then perhaps Vincent may not have human blood in him after all. The reason was, Vincent, you said too much, Bastet. Just who do you take me for? Indeed, in the quiet words of his response, the elation and lamentation that should have been there had not been present whatsoever. Arc 7, Chapter 85, F.H. Rend. Machine translated by Archbishop Kiln, Archbishop proofread by Alpha Dydra, Japanese to English checking by Senkel, Archbishop Art Sources, Pune. This an edited machine translation, which has been checked by at least one Japanese-English human translator for quality using feedback from the machine translators and proofreaders. This may have a quality dip in accuracy, therefore, if you read this chapter, you must take into consideration the trade-offs between speed and quality. A rather gloomy atmosphere has spread within the mansion over the past few days, don't you think? Rem quietly muttered at the tingling sense of tension in the air. The dry air and cold winds brought in from outside seemed to be mixed with faint human anxiety and irritation surging up on the battlefield. Although it was only for a short time, Rem had roughly experienced what it means to be on a battlefield on a few occasions. If one yielded to that feeling, the tension they experienced on their skin would increase day by day, waiting for the moment to collapse. Even the soldiers guarding the mansion appeared to be gradually losing their composure. That being said, that too was probably due to the influence of the current circumstances. Rem. I heard that the rebel army has the upper hand now. Rebellions are taking place in various parts of the empire. The Imperial Army has been so busy dealing with them that they haven't been able to respond proactively. Ironically, what had ended up triggering those rebels' simultaneous uprisings was the battle at the fortress city of Geralt, which also caused the abduction of Rem and many others. The Imperial Army's all-out offensive, with even a divine general having been dispatched, had been narrowly staved off by the hodgepodge rebel army. The rebel army, it was a conflicting way of referring to them for Rem, who knew the fact that Abel, the one leading them, was the real emperor, but she had heard that the resistance forces were continuing to grow. There even was a rumor praising an indomitable city, which splendidly repelled the merciless attack led by the flying dragon general, further boosting the belief that there was naught to fear from an imperial army helplessly driven away. Rem. It could perhaps be said that they're not lying, but from Rem's perspective as someone involved, the commander of the Flying Dragons, Madeline, did not retreat for strategic reasons, and it was questionable to conclude that a city damaged to such an extent was the winner. Of course, from the rebel army's point of view, a victory was still a victory, and there was also no reason to pass up the perfect opportunity to spread their agenda. Because of it, insurgents from all over the place have been joining the surging rebellion. Strategically, there was nothing strange about it. Indeed, nothing strange at all. There were also other reasons why the rebels have been in high spirits. Rem. One other reason besides the narrow victory of the fortress city that explains the unprecedented success of the rebels' uprising, being that the ruler of the demon city of Chaos Flame, General First Class Yorna Mishigya, has joined the cause. The defection of this capricious General First Class, known for her exceptional capabilities, had sparked the rebels' momentum, and that in particular was Abel's plan from the start, as well as the plan of Natsuki Subaru, who went with him. Rem. He could be just been following along, and there's the possibility he wasn't useful at all. What proportion of these events have been set in motion by Subaru? After mentioning the possibility that he had not been useful for anything, Rem herself admitted how unconvincing those words were. Hypothetically, if he had actually been useless, then it was only because all of Subaru's words and actions had been blocked off. And since she could not imagine Subaru keeping his mouth shut and not acting in the slightest, he probably accomplished at least something. Or even convince a general first class to change sides. Then again, she is probably overthinking it. Rem, do I? An undeniable premonition made her ask herself that question. The rebels had risen up simultaneously, and the foundations of the empire were shaking unlike ever before. Winds filled with the scent of blood and steel were blowing in the imperial capital as well, even reaching Rem and the others who had been taken captive. To what extent had Abel possibly foreseen this situation? Rem. Was even the initial self-directed hostility part of his calculations? He had probably even calculated the spread of the rebellion and that the fake emperor would assemble his forces in the imperial capital following the successive outcry of the rebels. Even Subaru was simply used as a pawn by Abel to realize his greater plan. Subaru probably had not been told the full details of the plan to begin with. In the end, Subaru was nothing more than a pawn to be used for Abel's goals. Not that she was not aware of the reason for it. She was shameless to feign ignorance of such a deception. Rem, at this rate, would the small rebellion sparked off in the village of the people of Shadrach engulf the entirety of the empire and turn into a political upheaval for the history books? If so, how would Abel and Subaru, who were at the center of it, end up being spoken of? And in the midst of it all, just what exactly should she accomplish? Hey, Rem. Ah, what are you spacing off for? Why are the one that said you wanted to do it? Properly, yes, properly take responsibility and do so until the end. With those words, Rem snapped back to reality from being lost in thoughts with wide open eyes. At her first glance, Rem noticed a woman playing with her dark brown hair Katia. She had been staring sternly at Rem through the mirror on the dressing table in front of her. Her unruly hair was tangled around Rem's fingertips. That was only natural, as Rem had been right in the middle of doing Katia's hair. Rem, sorry, I was thinking about something. Katia, you don't need to tell me. Of course, everyone always has something on their mind, haven't they? Don't report every single thing like it is an excuse. Rem, Katia, not that I am saying you shouldn't, but thinking she might have gone too far, Katia awkwardly corrected herself. The apologetic Rem inadvertently ended up feeling delighted at the attitude of the puppy-eyed girl. Katia, orally a woman held captive in Prime Minister Bostets's mansion, and just like Rem, was under house arrest. Unlike Rem, who had been brought along as a healer for a wounded flop and put under house arrest by a concerned Bostets, it seemed she was here because of different circumstances. It was not like they exchanged the details of their respective circumstances, but compared to their meeting, even being able to talk like this meant they considerably warmed up to each other. Katia was the kind of person that would snap at the slightest remark and double the distance to someone going through the trouble of getting close to her. Katia, what's with that expression? It is quite irritating. Rem, sorry. Even now, I also haven't properly gotten used to seeing it either. It's almost like it's from a stranger. Katia, see, could you not say scary things? After hearing the story about you losing your memories, I can no longer tell when you are serious. It's scary. Staring in a gloomy manner towards the mirror, Katia brought her own finger to her mouth and bit at it. Whenever something went awry, Katia had the habit of biting her nails like that. Rem had only known her for a short while, but for better or worse, she would often resort to that when feeling on the edge. Biting her nails, Katia's reproachful gaze was reflected in the mirror as she glared at herself and Rem standing behind her. Behind the woman sitting in the wheelchair, Rem was still staring at her reflection in the mirror on the dressing table. After all, what she had told Katia was an exaggeration. Even Rem, without her memories, had long since accepted that this was not the expression of a stranger, but her own. She could ill afford to snap at everything she sees and touches. If she starts doubting the kindness of Louis, the people of Shadrach, Medium, Flop, Priscilla, or Schult, wouldn't nothing be left of her but an empty self? Since she knew that, wasn't it about time for the very first person to lend her a helping hand to? Katia, you're good at doing hair. Rem, Katia, like I said, you're quite good at doing hair. Maybe before you forgot everything, you were doing this as your job, but there's no way, right? I said something stupid. Forget about it. Just forget it. Forget it. Looking away from her reflection in the mirror, Katia blushed at the sight of Rem absent-mindedly doing her hair. Before she even noticed, Rem had finished doing her hair and her skill was clearly worthy of praise. Using both hands to softly hold the pigtails steady, hanging down on either side of her head, Katia glared at Rem, her lips trembling. Katia, you're spacing off again, if I'm such a boring person to talk to. Then. Please don't, and look to someone else. Rem, no, everyone else in the mansion is in the middle of working. Katia, then, am I just the only one loafing around? And then, coming to me of all people, Rem, it's not like that. Please don't put me in the spot like that. Katia, which one of us? Turning the wheels of her wheelchair, Katia fled to the back of the room. There, biting her nails and glaring upward, she was as ferocious as a cat whose territory had been violated. Rem's unclear attitude made Katia uneasy. Rem, Katia-san, I am sorry for the misunderstanding. I didn't come to Katia-san's room because she was the only one free in the mansion. Katia, then, what are you saying? Why did you come to me? Rem, that is. asked for an appropriate reason, Rem thought for a moment. Just as she had answered to Katia, Rem did not take her position lightly enough to seek out someone to kill time in this situation. However, after a little contact, she realized that Katia was not a particularly important person, nor did she hold any of the Empire's secrets. From Rem's point of view, who was in a hurry to do something, there was no doubt that there was little to be gained by interacting with her. Still, Rem actively tried to get involved with Katia because Katia, why, tell me. If you won't say, Rem, I think it's because Katia-san and I are friends. Katia, Rem, Katia-san. She seriously tried to look inwards and search for words that seemed to fit, but all that came out were hazy thoughts. Rem did not have any sort of shrewd thoughts when it came to Katia, so she could not give Katia a reason why she wanted to be there. Rem would be in trouble if she could not convince Katia. Katia, F8 friend, who the hell is F8 friend? 1. Rem. Ha! Ah, that's not someone's name. Friend means something like a companion. Katia, F8 friend, a companion. Katia looked wide-eyed in astonishment, as if she had heard an unbelievable word. Katia's reaction made Rem suddenly think that referring to her as a friend was too familiar. To begin with, the relationship with Katia was one that Rem was forcing on her. It may have been a bit thoughtless to call two people friends when they got to know each other while being unwillingly placed under house arrest in Bustetz's mansion. Rem, I'm sorry, that was self-serving. It'd be better to say fellow house arrestee or house arrest companions. Katia, our friend. Rem, yes, Katia, I said we're friends. Yeah, I said it, we're not particularly good friends, but still, putting both hands on her face, Katia said so while looking away. When Rem blinked at those words, Katia exhaled, ah, Katia, but if you don't like it, you can stop any time. Rem, I understand. Then, Katia, you want to stop. Rem, I don't want to stop. No, I mean that Katia-san and I are friends. Unexpectedly, Rem nodded, hoping that the person in question agreed. Katia's eyes widened, then she pulled her hair down, bit her nails, and muttered, yes. Rem had analyzed that she bit her nails when feeling anxious, but since she just did it right in front of her just now, Rem was wondering whether she offended or scared her. However, she didn't look upset, so Rem decided to reconsider why she was biting her nails. Including that hard-to-understand part, Rem felt that Katia was someone who could not be left alone. Rem did not know much either. However, this would be enough to meet the requirements of a friend. Katia, despite that, that is. Rem, that is. Katia, yes, that. You seem to know a lot about the rebellion out there. Katia, who had been biting her nails and closing her eyes, changed the subject as if she suddenly remembered. For a moment, Rem was confused as to what she was saying, but quickly realized that she had just been lost in thought while doing Katia's hair. Rem, I'm not sure if I know enough about it to say I'm well informed, but I have an interest in it because I was originally brought in from a battleground. Is it different for you, Katia-san? Katia, not exactly, no. However, I don't want to think about it too much. My older brother, my stupid brother, died, and I hate war. Rem, oh. Dropping her gaze, Katia muttered while intertwining the fingers of both hands in her lap. The death of Katia's brother was not news to Rem. He must have been very important to Katia. She often spoke of her dead brother like this. The most recent part of Abel's rebellion resulted in the death of Katia's brother. Perhaps his death was not unrelated to the battle in which Rem was involved. Rem would also hate fighting if someone close to her died. Even now, she wished that there was no conflict. Rem, still, even if I block my ears, it won't go away. I was told that Katia-sen's fiancé is also on the battlefield. I'm sure you're worried. Katia, not him. He won't die no matter what. However, Rem, you thought the same of your brother, right? Katia. Perhaps it was something that could not be avoided if you were born into this empire, especially if you were born into an aristocratic family. Her brother died in battle, and her fiancé also went off to war. Rem had mixed feelings about going into battle as an imperial soldier. Abel would show no mercy to his enemies. The same was true even if the soldiers were formerly supposed to be his subordinates. Rem, it's strange. To begin with, Rem was not inspired by, nor in agreement with, Abel's philosophy. Originally, she was taken prisoner in the imperial camp, and Subaru enlisted the help of Abel and the people of Shudrak to take her out of there. In order to pay off that debt, Subaru cooperated with them. Rem also acted with them in an effort to make amends, but there should have been no obligation to do so. Yes, it should not have happened, but it was already in the past. Rem, for Louis Chan, Priscilla-san, Meiseldesen's group, Flop-san, and so on. One could say that the people related to Rem were either taking care of or looking after each other. Such people shared the same path as Abel. Before she knew it, Rem had a hard time closing off her heart from it. But such things did not concern either the hostile imperial soldiers or Katia. If Katia knew the reality of Rem's situation, would she forgive Rem? Katia. Due to Katia grieving the loss of her dear brother, Rem did not have the courage to open her heart to her. Katia. You. Rem. Ah, no, it's nothing. If I seem to know the details of what's going on outside, I think it's because of the people who have been assembled somewhere else in the mansion grounds as of late. Katia, somewhere else in the mansion grounds. Ah, those guys. Hearing Rem's story, Katia's voice lowered a notch and her eyes grew stern. That unsettled reaction by Katia was understandable. To begin with, Katia was shy and distrustful of people, and it took a lot of effort for Rem to approach her. From her point of view, it was unwelcome to have more and more people in the mansion, and even more so with the flags of rebellion gathering from all over the country. Katia, there are so many of them. Do you really think he's there among them, His Excellency the Emperor's? Rem, illegitimate child, Katia. I've already been found out, so I have nothing to hide. Cutting off Rem's reply, Katia made an uncomfortable face. Another redundant word, she seemed to think, but Rem paid it no mind. More than that, the meaning of the word was far too captivating. In Bastet's Fondalfin's mansion, in a separate part of the mansion where Rem had also been under house arrest, a large number of youths from the battlefields throughout the empire had been assembled. All of them were teenage boys, a trait shared by the black-haired crown prince. Katia. There were all these stories about how strange it was that His Excellency doesn't have a son. Well, there was. Muttering this in a hushed voice, Katia reminded Rem of the time when she met Bastet's one-on-one right after she was brought to the mansion. Bastet, who ousted Abel from his throne and replaced him with a false emperor, was claiming that Abel resigned from his role as emperor as the reason for his treason. Their neglected role was the lack of an heir to the throne. Katia. His Excellency never took an empress consort, and all the previous emperors have had many spouses and children. So it falls to them to select the next emperor. Rem, that is the conventional practice to do so, and yet Abelsan, no, Emperor Vincent did not abide by that. Then there were rumors of a black-haired crown prince. Katia, it seems that you are saying that the empire cannot be left in the hands of His Excellency. Utterly ridiculous. Rem, ridiculous, you say. Rem raised an eyebrow at Katia, who muttered with heartfelt hatred while looking downward. It seemed like Katia's rebellious remarks stemmed from her anger towards the people who started the war rather than her irritation at the causes of the war. Rem, Katia-san, what is your judgment about Emperor Vincent? Katia, I would never do anything so presumptuous as judging His Excellency the Emperor. But in an empire where the strong dominate, there is no place for someone like me, and in peaceful times, there is not really a difference between the two, so it was comfortable. Rem, comfortable, is it? Rem's eyes were downcast as Katia stammered and faltered as she revealed her feelings. It did not seem like Abel's capabilities were lacking, and Bastet said that he would not have contemplated rebellion if it had not been for the airship matter. In fact, the Empire had been at peace for so long that there were probably more than a few with opinions like Katia's. While there was no fighting, there would be fewer people risking their lives. Katia's brother died as soon as the fighting started, and her fiancé was dragged off to the battlefield. From Katia's perspective, it would be difficult to have a good impression of the war. However, Rem, I don't think there's a real crown prince to be found in that place. Whether or not Abel really had a child, Rem had come to that conclusion. Hearing Rem's answer, Katia asked in a hushed voice, "Why?" Rem averted her gaze by turning her head towards that far-off person. Rem, the ones being held captive in that separate area, are the crown princes who participated in the rebellions all over the country. At the very least, they're calling themselves that. Katia, that's what I've heard too, but can it be? Rem, if you ask me, a self-proclaimed son of His Excellency, the Emperor instigating a rebellion and promptly getting himself captured does not sound like a well-thought-out situation. Katia had difficulties ascertaining such a thing with certainty. There were just too many circumstances and bits of information she could not talk about. Not only had these crown princes been taken prisoner from many battlefields, they had also been taken alive so that the facts could be ascertained. They had been assembled at this separate section of the mansion as to wait for the time the matter of their position would be addressed. Since Rem already knew the character of Abel, the real emperor, he would be more cautious when it came to his child. At least, she did not think he would be that foolish. In the first place, shouldn't supporters of the rebels' side cooperate with Abel since he is their leader? Considering that father and son would be working together to oust the fake emperor, it was hard to believe that this crown prince so effortlessly captured was actually the real deal. Rem. Of course, there is no way to be sure. Even Rem could not state that her thoughts and impressions were absolute, either. Even Abel was not almighty. Surely there was a scenario where he could be captured and rendered unable to act by some unforeseen mistake. However, being defeated in battle and taken prisoner was a different story. If there was a calculated plan to include getting captured, she might consider it, but it was not clear that one of the crown princes in the separate house had planned to do so. Katia, I am by no means confident, but what are you two? His Excellency the Emperor. Rem, I have never met him. I think the man himself would even insist on it. But I wonder if the people who would share my opinion on this faraway crown prince are that few. Katia, you mean they're deceiving people with a fraud? What's even the point of such a dreadful thing? Rem, it's probably just a good way to recruit people. Using the emperor's biological son as a propaganda move would be the best possible pretext to claim the throne. From what she had heard, there were no instances in the Valetian Empire in which the imperial throne had been superseded by usurpation. However, the logic of the empire does not forbid usurping the imperial throne. If one seized the imperial capital, took the throne, and beheaded the emperor, that person would become the next emperor. It was very convenient to support the next emperor candidate as a pretext for gathering the necessary manpower to carry out such a plan. Rem, in addition, the crown prince has never been seen publicly, and we don't know anything about him except that he has black hair and black eyes, first come, so people are free to make up claims for their own benefits. Katia, who are the people who started saying that? Rem, I guess it means they're part of the rebellion. Katia's question made her think about the people around the captive crown princes rather than himself. These so-called comrades would not get away scot-free if the crown prince had been taken from them. There was only one destination for those who defy the emperor. Katia, they use you, they get taken advantage of, and then they get killed or arrested for it. Such stupid people. Rem, Katia-san. Katia, wow, what? Did I say something wrong? Or did you just say you're a hostage too? Are you saying that they are better than me? Katia's voice faltered as if she was having a tantrum, causing her eyes to tear up. Perhaps the reason why she insists on being different from those far-off people in such an exceedingly malevolent way was because she came to realize how much she has in common with them contrary to her belief. Katia often cursed at herself for her own inadequacies, because the awareness of her captivity and the remorse she felt were a burden for the ones around her, first of all her fiancé. Rem. Because Rem knew how she felt, she was at a loss for words. She would be called a fraud if she was to oppose, and any words of understanding would be met with insults for being arrogant. At this point, she was not convinced that they had grown close enough for her to relieve Katia's heart without causing an argument. Pondering about what she should say, Rem gripped her cane in frustration. And then, "You friggin' noisy girl." Rem. With those words, a terribly cold voice echoed through the room, and Rem and Katia held their breath. No, Rem may have been able to settle for this, but not Katia. Shocked, Katia faced her wide-eyed gaze behind Rem to the room's window that looked out onto the courtyard. The voice had come in from the window, so in other words, the person speaking was there. Katia made direct eye contact with the other person and had ended up completely frozen in place. Katia, enough of your grating voice. Quit being an eyesore. It is a mark of disrespect before this dragon. Wide-eyed after having let out a ragged breath, Katia was struck by a cold voice. As if her whole body was being gripped tightly by that voice, Katia's throat had not even been able to properly respond. At the sight of Katia trembling violently, Rem bit her lip and turned to look back. There, Rem. Madeline-san, Madeline. Hilo girl, what are you doing here? You should be fulfilling your duties. Did you get carried away in the absence of this dragon? Rem, that was not my intention. With the focus of that strict voice directed towards herself, this time Rem was the one feeling intimidated. However, Rem shielded Katia behind her from that gaze and faced the other party directly. Standing in the courtyard, outside the window of the room, was a petite girl in lovely clothes and two black horns growing out of her head, Madeline Eschart. She was one of the 9 divine generals and the person responsible for bringing Rem to this mansion. When she made her return after leaving the mansion on Bustet's or Vincent's command time and time again, Rem would be surprised at the appearance of the girl. It was not about her appearing, because of her fierce appearance. Madeline stood confidently in the courtyard, her appearance stained with sticky black blood. Rem, is that blood? Are you injured? Madeline, don't change the subject. I, the dragon, surely told you to heal that man's wounds. Rem, I'm not changing it. Flopson's wounds are being properly handled one step at a time. More importantly, please answer me. That blood is, Madeline. It's not this dragon's blood. This is the blood splatter of victims. With an annoyed frown, Madeline pulled at her clothes and answered Rem's question. The crispy sound it made was probably because the dried blood had already stuck her clothes to her skin. Rem caught her breath upon being told that that large amount of blood was that of victims. In just what way could you have hurt someone else, or perhaps how many people would you have had to hurt to be bathed in that much blood? Rem, have you been fighting? Madeline, a fight is something done with an opponent you recognize as an equal. Do you think there is anything that could stand on equal footing with this dragon? What this dragon has been doing is hunting, hunting with bothersome limitations. Rem, bothersome. Madeline, let those with black hair live. Kill the rest. Rem could not respond carelessly to Madeline's direct manner of speaking. However, she was able to understand that Madeline bore the duty of bringing back the crown princes from various battlefields in order to be held prisoner in a separate building. As expected, Bustet's was probably the one who ordered the securing of the crown prince. Given the original purpose for bringing about the rebellion, if Abel truly had an illegitimate child, that fundamental reason itself would end up being lost. Rem did not know whether Bustet's feared that or welcomed it. She did not know, but Rem, if he's saying to capture and not to kill, if a real crown prince was found, she had a feeling that the old man would die satisfied. That was a supposition that chilled Rem's heart. In any case, Rem, so did you return to stick another crown prince in the separate building again, or to make sure I was not slacking as Flopson's healer? Madeline, chattering, does this dragon have a reason to chat with you? Don't get carried away, you. At this stage, even without you, the imperial capital has plenty of healers. Rem, will those healers be able to keep a secret? If the Prime Minister hasn't appointed them, finding such a person will be very difficult. Madeline, don't friggin' get carried away, you. Rem, unintentionally forceful in her reply, was not trying to be pushy. Madeline stepped up to the window and narrowed the pupils of her golden eyes, as if she had been offended by it. At the sight of this fierce, chilling presence, Rem felt a slight shiver run down her spine. Katia, I idiot, don't say anything you don't have to. It's not true at all. And then, with squeaking wheels, Katia came rushing out in a great hurry. Katia, with her pale face turning more white, turned to face Madeline, who was looking through the window, her throat quivering beneath her gaze. Katia, why? You don't have to take anything she says seriously. Don't worry about it. She just doesn't know anything because she forgot everything. She's an idiot. Rem, Katia-san. Katia, she's an idiot, but it's better if she's here, so stop it. Properly. I'll let you do your job properly. And she'll fix the one with the blonde hair, too. Rem quietly gulped at Katia's frantic choice of words. Madeline's eyes narrowed at Katia's vigor, and she stared at her. Then, wondering what to do in the case, there was an outrageously dangerous expression on her face. Rem waited for Madeline's next move, ready to protect Katia with her body. And then, Madeline, do not defy this dragon, such a weak thing like you. There will be no next time. Katia, eek. Madeline placed her hand on the window sill and squeezed it as she spoke indifferently. With a violent sound, Katia's throat caught as the masonry was crushed with a light touch. However, despite finding Katia's attitude to be inexcusable, Madeline seemed to have decided to let it slide. Rem, please correct what you said, calling Katia-san a weak thing. A weak person would not have chided you like that. Katia, stop. Stop, idiot. Die, idiot. Stop. Rem, Katia-san. But Katia, no buts, just stop. Die, stop. Katia collided into Rem, who was walking with her cane and had tried turning around to face Madeline. Since she was frail, it was a weak ramming attack, and even Rem could easily stop it. But since Katia looked desperate after that as she extended her arms, naturally Rem could not shake herself free. As for Rem, she had wanted Madeline to retract her excessively condescending statement about Katia, but if Katia frantically stopped her like that, there was nothing she could do. Madeline snorted and turned her back on Rem, who had thus abandoned her direct appeal. Madeline, watch your mouth, girl. I'll seriously arrange for a replacement healer. Rem, please wait. Where are you going? Madeline, to that man's place. This dragon has something to discuss with that man. Rem, if you are going to Flopson's place, please go after you've washed off the blood and changed your clothes. Since he is injured, you need to also take heed of his state of mind. Please take this into consideration. Madeline, you. Without hesitating, Rem declared that to her back when she was about to leave. Then Madeline once again made an unpleasant face, and Katia said, "Die," as she pulled on Rem's sleeve. However, Rem could not die, and she could not let Flop die. Covered in blood as she was, it would be extremely filthy and unsanitary. No matter the common sense of the Dragonkin or the Empire, on that alone Rem would not compromise. Rem, take a bath. Madeline, got it. Rem, please also change your clothes. We have lots of cute clothes to change into properly. Madeline, I friggin' said I got it. Friggin', persistent girl. Baring her fangs and raising her voice, the overpowerment in Madeline's scream struck Rem, and incidentally Katia, like the wind, and made them catch their breaths. Still, Madeline also probably understood that she should not go against Rem's instructions. That was Flop's major achievement for having successfully won her over. Someday, would he be able to get Madeline to change sides in that way? Madeline, don't look at this dragon with insolent eyes, girl. Everything you scheme is futile. Rem, I don't think you can say it's futile, no matter what you do. Madeline, that's not what I friggin' mean. I'm friggin' saying there's no time to do anything. Rem, no time. Tilting her head, Rem narrowed her eyes and tried to search for the true meaning of Madeline's words. However, there was no need for her to search for the true meaning. Madeline should have hated Rem, but even still, perhaps because of the Dragonkin's pride and way of life, she hated things like lying and deceiving. Therefore she properly explained clearly the meaning of the words she had said. She had said, Madeline, the decisive opportunity to settle things with those who defy the Emperor is friggin' near. It was for that purpose that this dragon was called back. Your role also friggin' ends there. So she spoke. With that, leaving behind these seemingly hopeless words, Madeline departed from the garden. Since she did not head straight for Flop's room, she presumably would follow Rem's advice to bathe and change her clothes, and from there she would pay a visit to his room. Flop would be welcoming of that in itself, and if he was not going to be hurt, then Rem had no reason to stop her. However, Rem, the decisive battle with the rebel army. Katia, she didn't say where though. Rem, while biting her nails and still worrying about the movements outside the window of Madeline, who had gone away, Katia was harboring the same apprehensions that Rem was. The concern she had was about the decisive battle between the Imperial Army and the rebel army specifically, the time and the place. From Madeline's words, she indicated that it was not far off. But where would the location be? Was there somewhere suitable for an all-out confrontation? With rebels rising up all over the empire and battlefields scattered here and there, if you could prepare to take down such an opponent in one fell swoop, it would be. Katia, sheesh, they really are just idiots. You too, you're a big idiot. Rem, Katia-san, Katia, that was a divine general, a dragonkin who can't be communicated with right. And yet that kind of behavior could have resulted in death. If you want to be stupid, go ahead and die on your own. Die, you idiot. Katia blamed Rem in a tearful voice, replacing the anxiety of waiting with the frustration of the immediate situation. Unlike Rem, who had settled her resolve, Katia had been pushed too much. In fact, if Katia had not intervened, it was quite possible that Madeline's anger could lead to Rem getting hurt, if not killed. Rem, my apologies, thank you. But I couldn't keep quiet after she said bad things about Katia. Katia, like I care. I'm used to being told what to do. And yet that kind of idiot, Rem, it is ridiculous to get used to being told what to do. So no matter how many times you say it, I would argue the same way again in the same situation. It was not a good feeling to hear Katia belittling herself. Still, humiliation had its due reason and consideration. Though Rem could not bear to see blades turned on a complete stranger. I think it's selfish to look back at myself, though. Rem, that's what I think, so I. She knew it was selfish, but she did not want to cease having a voice. Katia's eyes blinked repeatedly and her mouth fluttered at Rem's answer. Then she glared at Rem with sharp, teary eyes and bit her nails. Kata, L like I care, things like your matters like I care. S stop it, just stop. We're not friends. For me, I'll just stop. Rem, no, I should have the choice whether to stop. I refuse. Katia, such a one-sided conversation. Rem smiled wryly as Katia retorted to her, with her throat choking up. While softening the tightness in her chest slightly, Rem thought, the decisive battle of which Madeline spoke, if that is so close at hand. Rem, I wonder, just what can I do? In her empty self with nothing contained therein, was it even possible for something to resound? That was the only thing which continued to make Rem's heart pound so badly. 1. Katia completely botches the pronunciation of the word friend, which is written as Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, whereas the normal here would be either the hiragana form, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, or the kanji form, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. And with the way Japanese works, Rem could also be saying, if I just wanted to help F8 trend, as in, a person named F8 trend. This is exactly the same error Arto makes earlier on in the third loop of Arc 4, in Chapter 35. Arc 7, Chapter 86, The Five Bastions. Machine translated by Archbishop Kiln Archbishop proofread by Alpha Dydra Archbishop Japanese to English checking by Archbishop Art Sources Sayama P. Rakaroka. This an edited machine translation, which has been checked by at least one Japanese-English human translator for quality using feedback from the machine translators and proofreaders. This may have a quality dip in accuracy, therefore. If you read this chapter, you must take into consideration the trade-offs between speed and quality. The giant eye, Ismail, was a valiant warrior of the Cyclops tribe and the hope of his clan. In the center of his valiant face, a large blue eye fixed its gaze clearly on the future without hesitation. As the name suggested, the Cyclops tribe was a race which had no more than a single eye. If one took into account the fact that most races were born with a pair of eyes, a single eye could almost never have an advantage in survival. In that case, was the Cyclops tribe a pitiful race with an inferior ability to survive? Absolutely, that could be denied. For the Cyclops tribe, which had only one eyeball, in exchange for their weakness of their survival ability diminishing with the loss of one eye, that single eyeball possessed many peculiarities. With the basis of an eyesight that could see much further into the distance than other races, and while it varied based on the individual, there were many who could see the concentrations of mana or heat, or those who were abnormally superior at seeing movement. The Evil Eye tribe was another race with an eye that possessed peculiarities, but unlike them, who were often born with weak bodies in exchange for their unique abilities, the Cyclops tribe was also physically strong. In a sense, the eye was superior to all other abilities in battle. Needless to say, in day-to-day life, the amount of information obtained from what one could see accounted for the majority of perception, and that became even more obvious on the battlefield, where it was more directly tied to survival. Therefore, the Cyclops tribe could be called a superior species that was well equipped for producing excellent warriors. Returning to the topic at hand, let us speak of the giant eye, Ismail. Having turned 21, Ismail was a fighter who wielded an enormous battle axe with his well-trained body. As mentioned before, a single blue eye blinked in the center of his face, and had become something which members of the Cyclops tribe trembled at due to its excellence, and members of other tribes trembled at due to its intimidating air. For the sense of beauty of the Cyclops tribe, there were many ratings for the beauty in the shape and size of that eye, as well as its color and radiance, but Ismail's eye was an exceedingly first-class item in each category. With a beautiful big blue eye, he was expected to follow a different path from the ordinary as soon as he was born, and was nicknamed Giant Eye from a young age. And along with the hopes of his clan, he became a boy, he became a young man, and he became a warrior. Wielding a battle axe taller than himself, the giant Eye would tremendously mow down the battlefield if he was in an era where war raged in the Valatian Empire. That name would be famous not only in his clan, but throughout the country. However, the times had not waited for him to grow up, and he complacently plunged into a state of stagnation and relaxation. Many cursed that bad luck of Ismail's. However, fate had not abandoned him. The torchlight of rebellion that had begun in the east, before long it had spread its flames throughout Valatia, and invoked Ismail, deprived of the opportunity to fight, to the battlefield. Ismail, as long as I have a chance to fight then with this battle axe, I will achieve results in battle that no one can imitate. That was Ismail's pride, and the promised future that everyone in the clan believed in without question. In the empire, at the peak of military prowess, were those known as the 9 divine generals. But if the same chance that those people had been blessed with had presented itself, he would astonish all of them. Therefore, when Ismail the giant Eye shouted that the emperor must be defeated, not a single member of his tribe dissented, and they also had actively helped search for the black-haired child. Just as the signs of rebellion had spread throughout the empire, so too did the existence of the black-haired crown prince. It was not about whether he actually existed or not that was important, but that there was a bill making a justifiable claim. Simply put, having a black-haired boy was the qualification to join the great uprising that had begun in the Valatian Empire, and those who failed to see the opportunity undermined the righteous cause they were joining at that point. Those who quietly observed these circumstances, standing by and watching the competition for supremacy from outside, went against the ways of the empire. The people of the empire must be strong. To this day, it was a teaching that had been spread throughout the empire, even to the people that were unconnected to its capital. Those who could not understand that principle were not qualified to participate in this great uprising, nor were they qualified to live in the empire afterwards. When Ismail fulfilled his ambitions, he would uproot all of them and create a more powerful nation. For that purpose, Ismail, it is I who shall reign supreme over this Valatian empire. Pressing the tips of his feet against the base of the colossal stone wall, Ismail's body ascended to the sky. A wall that had probably been thought of as insurmountable for the people outside, with the people inside absolutely not allowing any hostility to pass through it whatsoever, easily traveling over that. He planted his feet on the wall. Seeing Ismail, who had landed atop the rampart, the soldiers there who had drawn their bows were in chaos, and they panicked as they tried to draw the swords at their waists, but they were too slow. Ismail, what unsightliness for soldiers of the empire! Gripping the handle of the battle axe he carried on his back, the muscles in his right arm swelled, then a flash. The huge blade that was released swept through the air without a sound, and the upper bodies of the 5 soldiers in its path were obliterated simultaneously. Having lost everything above the waist, their lower bodies slowly collapsed. A great amount of blood flooded out, and the surrounding soldiers screamed. His eardrums grasped that those people were filled with intense caution and a meager amount of trepidation. Ismail, boorish. Rather than warriors that harbored vigilance and nervousness, the ones who succumbed to cowardice were exceedingly disappointing. Ismail blinked his blue eye once and switched the world he could see. At that moment, bright colors vanished from the vividly colorful world, and his field of view was filled with dark colors. No, not just dark colors. Red, yellow, and blue lights emerged from the darkness. Those were the emotions carried by living things. Perceiving them as colors was the special trait of Ismail's eye. With the power of his eye, Ismail could catch a glimpse of whether or not the enemy had the will to fight, what kinds of skills they had mastered, and their history as a warrior. Possessing a field of view of those omitted colors, Ismail chose his enemies. Namely, Ismail, disappear you cowards. Stepping forward, the battle axe swung towards the mediocre people who harbored a blue light, with their minds already detached from the battlefield, those who were trying to prioritize self-preservation. Mowing down the backs turned towards him, denying the legs that tried to run away, smashing the faces of those who tried to beg for their lives. Death and blood were spreading atop the wall. And thus he rampaged, seeing the blue lights increase one after the other. his disappointment intensified. Ismail, what the hell is this? This should be the imperial capital, the territory at the side of His Excellency, the Emperor of the Valatian Empire. Pointing his battle-axe towards the interior side of the rampart, Ismail shouted his fury from atop of the wall. Out in the distance at the center of the Valatian Empire, the symbol of a powerful nation that no one had ever been able to defeat, the Crystal Palace, considered the most beautiful castle in the world, could be seen, and Ismail could reach it in less than a few minutes. He would rush into the Crystal Palace, defeat the soldiers arrayed there, and take the head of the emperor sitting on the throne. That was what Ismail wanted. However, that was Ismail. It's not such a cheap honor that can be obtained by tyrannizing such cowardly soldiers. Feeling betrayed by what he believed in, Ismail's angry voice sounded like lamentation. Even so, the diligently forged battle-axe was precisely aiming for the enemy's life, and with each and every step, life was wiped out, and the disappointment grew more intense within the giant eye. Following Ismail as he did so, warriors of the same Cyclops tribe reached the top of the wall one after another. They, too, used their weapons to drive away fleeing soldiers, knocking them down and taking their lives. He wanted to be proud of that. He wanted to make it known that the Cyclops tribe was here. Ismail, but that's not going to happen if our opponent is you guys. Wait. Stop. In front of the sorrowful eye of Ismail, the man he was chasing collapsed. The man ran away from the warriors and fell in front of the person who was the most dangerous to approach, seeing Ismail with a sneer on his face, and yelped, "Ah," with a quivering voice. Putting both his hands forward, he scooted back on his buttocks while he grudgingly shook his head at Ismail. "Soldier, don't kill me. I don't wanna die. Ismail, stop it already. Don't live in such dishonor any longer." "Soldier, Ismail, that's enough." Ismail's face contorted at the soldier's attitude, which was so miserable and pathetic. When it was too disgusting to hear any more, he raised the battle-axe up high in his hands. With a gleam, the blood-soaked blade shined dully, and the soldier's eyes were stained with despair. "Ismail, if you're a warrior, I'll at least give you a fitting end, soldier. Why, you're wrong. I'm not a warrior. I'm not a soldier." "Ismail, what?" As he swung his battle-axe down, his arm stopped just before he was about to split the life out of his opponent along with his skull. With a snap, the axe stopped near the skin on his head, and the man exhaled a few as he slackened. Though it was not that he spared that life on a whim. The brief comment from just before, that was what stopped him. "Ismail, not a soldier, what do you mean? You're currently equipped as a soldier." "Soldier, they made me wear it. Wearing this, taking a bow and fighting." "If I do that, Ismail, if you do that, soldier, I'd be pardoned. They'd release me, and I could leave the prison." "Ismail." He peeked at the desperate man's face. There was no lie to be found in his pale, cold complexion. A reasonable amount of trembling would be created in the face of someone who was lying and trying to conspire against you. Ismail's eye, which did not overlook the subtleties of this case, did not find any deception. "Ismail, there's no way." Now, taking in what he had just seen, Ismail's looked around the top of the wall. Pursued by the Cyclops tribe, who had climbed the wall, the Imperial soldiers had fallen into disarray atop the wall. All of them had a cowardice that made him want to close his eye. But no matter how much they resisted, it would never be enough. On the way to attack the Imperial capital, the soldiers of the garrison with spears still put up a better fight. Ismail was disappointed that the regular soldiers in charge of the defense of the capital were in such a state. Were they not regular soldiers, but criminals who had been given equipment? If so, for what purpose did they? Ismail. After thinking about it, Ismail suddenly realized the answer. If his thoughts were correct, then right now, the only people on top of the wall were the warriors of the Cyclops tribe which he led, and the criminals they were doing battle against. In other words, burn all at once. Suddenly, a quiet voice struck Ismail's eardrums amidst a sky reverberating with angry shouts and screams. The volume of the voice, which should not have been audible, and the fact that it was heard, made his whole body alert. A rare phenomenon on the battlefield, the kind of thing where power resided in even the voice of a powerful being. A somewhat idiotic voice, seemingly lacking in seriousness, reached the ears of the giant eye. Ismail, widening his large single eye, Ismail looked up at the sky of the imperial capital. Inside the ramparts of the city, protected by solid walls where the buildings were lined up in an orderly manner, There was a brown-skinned woman floating in the sky with her legs having become fire. With one of her eyes covered by an eye patch, she turned her blood-red eye toward him, and the woman, Ismail, rah. The moment he saw her, Ismail let out a war cry, and kicking off the ramparts, he soared. Swinging his large battle axe, he furiously swooped down on the woman in the sky. It was such a mighty blow that even if it did not hit a vital point, but only grazed a part of the body, it would send a painful blow throughout her entire body. The cells in his body were screaming that he had to fire a shot with all his might, a shot that was an order of magnitude different from the one he had fired at his cowardly opponent on the wall, and that he could not win without unleashing it. Without missing, he plunged it into the slender body of the woman floating in the sky. Disappear. Following the woman's single word, a light filled his vision with white that enveloped Ismail's world. Ka-aha, HK coughing and suffering from a burning sensation all over his body, he sat up. His throat burned, and when he reached for his throat quickly, his ragged, charred skin and fingers began falling off. Witnessing the damage, he realized that it was a miracle that he had managed to survive. No, it was not a miracle. Right away, he had used his battle axe as a shield to protect himself from the oncoming flames. Even that was only possible because of the scorching heat that seemed to overwhelm everything and anything in its path. Only, Ismail understood that he was probably the only one who had barely managed to survive. Ismail, when he forced his trembling eyelid open and looked up, he saw the ramparts of the imperial capital glowing red-hot, and that the warriors of the Cyclops tribe who had been fighting ruthlessly, as well as the mobilized criminals, had been burnt to nothing all at once. There was no doubt that most of them were engulfed by the flames without knowing what had even happened. Or perhaps they had understood, and those who were able to react had their suffering prolonged. Suffering and still being the only one left alive, this death was a cruel one, and most cruelly of all. What? There are still survivors. You had good luck, no? Would it be bad? You sure are a bad guy. Amidst the smell of the burning vegetation and human flesh, stepping on ground which had been covered with ash and soot, a single man appeared. The man that carried an axe on his shoulder tilted his head and looked down at Ismail in the burnt field. Looking into his terrible, cold, parched eyes, Ismail felt an instinct. Stationing the criminals on the rampart and burning them together with Ismail and the others who were fighting them, this man was the one responsible for carrying out that brutal strategy. Ismail, why you? Everyone is. Don't be ridiculous. I'm not the one who burned them. I couldn't have done such an outrageous thing. It was done by a monster who could do it. If you're going to hold a grudge, hold it against them. Ismail caught his breath at the tone of the man's voice, neither mocking nor playful, but as if he sincerely believed that from the bottom of his heart. Then he quickly switched the vision of his single eye and concentrated it in order to see through the man. However, Ismail was then astounded. He was blue. Those who harbored a strong fighting spirit would be red. If they had a strong degree of nervousness and anxiety, they would be yellow. And if they turned their back on the battle with panic or fear, they would be blue. Despite the fact that he had managed to successfully trap and round up Ismail and the others, he was blue. This man was not even a warrior, nor was he a coward. He was something far more horrifying. Ismail, I cannot let you live. Indeed, acting in accordance with the appeal of his instincts and the world seen by his single eye, Ismail jumped up. The flames showered upon him had scorched his internal organs, and his left arm was completely lost to the fire from his shoulder onwards. Due to the wounds he had sustained all over his body, his movements were slow compared to when he was in his best condition. However, even the melted and misshapen battle axe lying beside him was enough to strike his opponent dead. With all his might, he swung his battle axe straight at the man, hearing the creaking of his burnt arm and the cracking of his flesh. I agree that we can't keep you alive. Also, this is something that I've been thinking about for a while, but, Ismail, HK. There's no way that a guy with only one eye could be strong. In front of the eye of the charging Ismail, the man threw a small package from his waist. The package opened while midair and spilled out its contents of black powder. It was a kind of spice, and there was no way for one to avoid it from being used against them as a smoke screen. The right arm gripping his battle axe could not shake it off, and it was needless to speak of his left arm that was missing, and as a result, his vision was blinded by the black powder. Letting out a grunt of gah, his battle axe attack was interrupted and he flew backwards. Although those of the Cyclops tribe possessed excellent eyesight, his weakness was exploited nicely. However, they should not be underestimated. Targeting the eyes of the Cyclops was a common practice, so there were countermeasures prepared. The large eyes of the Cyclops tribe could secrete a large amount of tears in an instant, laced with Ismail. Oh, Ismail had stimulated his tear glands to secrete tears, but he did not open his eye again. The next moment, a shell from a magic stone cannon hit Ismail, who had closed his eye, and completely blasted away that giant eye altogether. Todd let out a sigh when, before his eyes, the Cyclops tribe was blown to pieces by cannonballs. He finished it without having much trouble since he had precisely set a trap for them, but if he had originally tried to have a fair fight, he was not sure if he had a chance to win. That was the kind of expert he was. Todd, insurance is something you gotta have. While looking at the corpses of the Cyclops tribe that had been blown away and the traces of cannonballs that had caved in the surroundings, Todd raised his clenched fist to the sky, communicating to the gunners on the wall that there was no need for a pursuit. Make the enemy's vanguard ascend the ramparts, and keep them there using allies whose deaths do not matter. Then, use massive firepower to burn everyone on the opponent's side to a crisp. It was really a simple strategy. However, the result was immediate. Todd. In most cases, the people with confidence are the first spears to breach enemy lines. When it came to battles like this, that involved a great number of people, those who volunteered for the role of the vanguard were eager in their desire for glory, or they thoroughly understood the importance of a preemptive attack in war. For example, no matter who the opponent was, if their thrust went through, it would become troublesome later. In a double sense, it was necessary to stop the vanguard. 1. Todd. Well, we've crushed the opponent's initial charge, but how will they proceed? Even if they had defeated the utmost vigorous Cyclops tribe, there was no shortage of those who would dare to try killing His Excellency the Emperor. It was an exhibition of the belligerent tribes that had assembled from all over the empire. In addition to the Cyclops tribe, he was preparing for a mountain's worth of people with differences in the number of limbs and eyes, in the size of body parts, in the color of their skin and blood, and in languages, such that it was troublesome to even think about how to deal with them. However, Todd, no matter how many strange tribes the opponent gathers, I don't think it's going to have a considerable impact. At any rate. As Todd muttered that, Erikia flew overhead, her whole body clad in a swirling wind. The charge of the Cyclops tribe, there should have been attacks at the same time, but to the lot that had missed that opportunity, he felt like attacking. Additionally, at the bastions of the star-shaped ramparts that surrounded the city, at the 4 places separate to the one Todd's group was in charge of, the guardians in charge of those places had commenced their attacks. Purple thorns rampaged, mowing down the large army of half-man, half-horse centaur people who were trying to advance. The exceedingly huge flying winged blade tore through the sky, and the weaponkin, who used one part of their body as a weapon, were chewed to pieces. The fists of stone golems, which sprang up from the ground, struck down the pitiful winged people who grew wings incapable of flight. A group of deviants who had mastered the art of slaughter massacred the glow people, who each had a scintillating stone embedded in their foreheads. Todd, if the circumstances involve monsters, then our side will have a good match. Becoming one with nature, and reducing the Cyclops tribe to ashes with bright red flames, as if it was the same as just breathing. 5 monsters, equally capable, stood at the bastions of the wall that protected the imperial capital of Lupugana. With 5 monsters at 5 bastions, did the rebels, who had only spirit and ambition, have a way to surpass this? Todd. In any case, if it was me, even if I was asked, I would absolutely refuse. Nevertheless, there was a plan to keep them from approaching the walls, a plan for how to kill those that did, a plan for those they failed to kill, and a plan to escape. It would be best if they did not end up all the way at that last plan, but the circumstances in a battle were hard to predict. In the first place, the fact that the rebels arrived at the imperial capital like this, and that this battle had even begun, exceeded what Todd had imagined before the war moved into full swing. Todd. Because of that, even though I've returned to the imperial capital, I haven't been able to meet with Katia. Just how long must you get in the way of my meeting with Katia before you are satisfied? It was not a discontent which he could say about anyone or towards anyone, and if he had to say it would be towards the world. So while he did that, Todd looked up to the sky thick with the scent of death and kicked off the ground of the burnt field. Many more, many more people would die. Just how many more people would have to die for a decisive person to lower their weapons? Todd, enough with this, you warmongering freaks. Unfortunately, you guys are out of your depth. I shall not let you go any further. In an imposing stance atop the rampart, he spread both arms wide as he caused peristalsis throughout his entire body. Immediately after, the inside of General Second-Class Kafma Urulux's body pulsated, and purple thorns were released from those arms with tremendous vigor, flying towards the group of centaur people fiercely galloping across the farmland with their upper halves as human, and their lower halves possessing horse-like characteristics. The bottoms of their feet were mowed down, their torsos were pierced, and they were sunk into the solid ground. Evading the thorn attack, the brave men came even closer to the rampart and brandished their spears, throwing them. The leg strength and vigor of a horse was transmitted to their upper bodies, and the hurled javelin's power was no less than that of a magic stone cannon. Unlike magic stone cannons, which took a huge amount of money to get in sufficient numbers, as long as the centaur people had spears and some run-up distance, their javelins would exhibit more than enough destructive power. It was the defensive wall safeguarding the imperial capital. Inscribed with the divine protection of Earth, it would not collapse under ordinary attacks, but if it was struck by hundreds of spears of that power, some damage could get through. However, Kafma, it was your ill fortune that you happened to choose the bastion I am protecting. Declaring so, Kafma spread the arms which had let the thorns loose wide open. In accordance with that movement, the thorns would mow sideways across the battlefield and deal the warriors of the centaur people that had tumbled a finishing blow. However, the javelins and the brave men who threw them evaded the thorns' pursuit. Therefore, Kafma invoked not thorns, but a different insect that had entered him. Kafma, HK. There was a sound of bones creaking with pain, and Kafma's chest, wearing light armor, burst open from inside. White ribs opened outwards from inside his body, and they pointed their sharp tips downward while trembling. The brave men of the centaur people galloped forth, and at that group was aimed the gap of the ribs exposed from Kafma's open chest, as they readied themselves for whatever that may happen. However, even if they readied themselves, there was no use. Immediately after, Kafma's entire body rebounded violently, and the recoil sent his tall figure sliding back. His heels that had been firmly dug in pared through the rampart, and Kafma looked forward as he endured the tearing pain. Below him, the line of fire that Kafma's ribs had aimed at was completely hollowed out, and it swallowed up all the centaur people who should have been on their way, annihilating them. Like the thorns, it was a new insect suitable for taking on a large number of enemies. At once he had been nervous that he would once again be in a pupa state during an essential scenario. Kafma. But I made it in time. As long as I am here, you shall not pass by the protection of the imperial capital. Firmly, he stroked down his torso that had moved the centaur people aside, and his ribs closed back inside his open chest. The new insect was powerful, but the backlash was just as great. It was a double-edged sword that completely took away the strength of his mind and body, and it should not be fired rapidly. However, even if he had to reach out to such a menace, there was value in attempting it. Kafma, you damn rebels are thoughtlessly trampling on the peace that His Excellency brought about through his ability. As a general, he had seen the reign of Emperor Vincent Valatia up close. As a man of the rare and constantly shunned insect cage tribe, he had lived in the world created by Emperor Vincent Valatia. As the person known as Kafma Urulux, he had seen with his own eyes the magnitude of Emperor Vincent Valatia's great accomplishments. For what reason should a blade be turned to Vincent Valatia? How could anyone else rival the supremacy of a man who attempted to change the state of things in the empire, and who was in fact continuing to change it? Therefore, Kafma, I cannot afford to let the likes of you lot proceed to the front of His Excellency the Emperor. Gee, you sure got quite great resolve, don't you? I don't hate it. Evading both the thorns and the white bombardment, a figure kicked off the farmland and leapt up to the rampart. While looking down at his short opponent, Kaufman narrowed his slitted eyes. He was a newcomer and had enough skill to reach the spot the brave men of the Centaur people had not. Simply put, he was a formidable enemy. From the start, he had not been good at cutting corners. He was also not very good at going easy or playing around. However, Kafma had determined that this was an opponent with whom he would not have an ounce of leeway. Kafma, General Second Class of the Valatian Empire, Kafma Urulux. Thus introducing himself with that, 6 transparent wings protruded from Kafma's back, tearing through the cloak he had worn from the inside. Seeing that preparation for war now, rather than preparation for war, he accepted that as an introduction. It was proper for a warrior to give their name when taking on another warrior. Of course, on the battlefield, there were more than a few who did not follow that way of doing things. Garfield. Kafma, Garfield, my amazing self's the gorgeous tiger Garfield Tinsel. In truth, my amazing self was told not give my name, but there are times where I ain't got a choice. With that, the man with a ferocious smile on his face, Garfield, brought both of the beautiful gauntlets on his arms together in front of his chest, making a pleasant sound like an instrument would. Entrusted with guarding the ramparts of the imperial capital, Kafma had been prepared to stick it out till the end, no matter how many days it took. The crucial bout that had arrived on the first day of the war, the strongest man of the Empire's second-class generals had not misjudged it. Translation Note 1. The word for vanguard, Chinese letter, contains a kanji meaning spear, so the double meaning refers to both the vanguard's charge and the metaphorical thrust of a spear.